Grab food, savor meals, 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, savor meals won't make you broke, yeah. All my friends will grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver won't make you broke, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you broke, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals, 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you broke, yeah. All my friends will grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver won't make you broke, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you broke, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals, 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you broke, yeah. All my friends will grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver won't make you broke, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you broke, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals, 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you broke, yeah. All my friends will grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver won't make you broke, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you broke, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals, 99 plus.
The road to Ascension starts here. This is the 2024 VALORANT Challengers Philippines Split 2 presented by PPGL. Brace yourselves for the ultimate showdown as the most ruthless teams in the Philippines battle it out for the lion's share of the 1.2 million pesos prize pool and seize the most confident spot to VCT Ascension Pacific Tokyo. A total of 10 teams will go head-to-head in the regular season. These are the top 4 teams from the Split 1 playoffs. And 6 teams who went through the grueling phase of the promotion relegation, 2 other teams from the Split 1 crossover matches, and 4 new teams who qualified through the Premier mode. From here on, teams will go through a similar single round robin format where every game is a best of 3 matchup and every round counts. The regular season concludes with the top 2 teams advancing to the knockouts, while the 3rd to 6th place teams proceed to the crossover matches. Teams will need to give it their all as they defend their slot in a single elimination bracket where only the last 2 survivors will advance to the knockouts. The higher the stakes, the fiercer the competition gets, as the remaining teams in the knockouts test their might in a grueling double elimination bracket, all leading up to an intense best of 5 lower bracket finals. Witness history unfolds as the last 2 contenders take center stage in an unforgettable best of 5 series, where we will crown the champion of VCT Challengers Philippines 2024 and our country's representative to VCT Ascension Pacific Tokyo. All these will happen at our much anticipated Land Grand Finals event this July. This 2024, it's time for you to take over. Resurgence is here. Welcome to VALORANT Challengers League Philippines.
Nagbabalik ang VCT PH. It's week number 3, day number 3. Nagbabalik kami ng mga lingkod, si Raph and si Rockhart. Price na naman bakbakan ngayong araw, guys. Kamusta kayo? Yesterday was a long day, but ngayong matches naman sa day number 3, makikita natin kung ano mga pagbabawi ng mga teams ito. But for now, kakamusta ko muna kayo. Kamusta naman kayo, guys?
Okay lang, medyo excited I guess, but then I say that about every single day we're on VCT. I mean, how can we not, right? The last week, like you mentioned, medyo unexpected some of the results. Others, I guess another day in the office for some of the teams.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard not to be excited, to be honest, because, you know, whenever Vail reminds you, oh, laki na prize pool ito, million yan, bro. So, yeah, I'm very happy to see, and especially right now, especially yung dalawang teams natin, I feel like, parang sila yung malaki yung makuha dito kung sakaling galingan pa nila.
Yeah, we're about to head on to the matches as we trying to discuss kung ano nga bang pwede mangyari today. But before that, happy birthday, Rockhart! I hope you will have a meaningful day dito lang sa ating bakbakan sa VCT Split Day 3. Kamusta naman ang ating around games ngayon? Dahil we look forward to see how these teams will actually show up kasi Raph and Rockhart mentioned na today could be an exciting day kasi on our first match, it's Oasis versus OSC. Ano pa meron dito na pwede nating abangan? Before we head on to the details mamaya-maya, how is this match very important heading to the playoffs?
I mean, you know, going into this, both these teams very storied against each other. If you remember a few splits back, OSC was one of the teams that did challenge Oasis in a really unexpected manner kasi at the start of that split specifically, I think they were still Game Lab Alpha and nobody really had any expectations on them. Tapos medyo malalim din yung run nila in the playoffs and even pushed Oasis to, I believe, a 5-map series.
Wow.
And to be honest, like, I feel like that's adding to that. That's only after that, parang dire-diretso na yung OSC, especially in their last few games. I feel like, wow, okay. So after such a, you know, no expectations situation now, they're one of the top dogs, I feel like, here in the VCT PH.
Well, speaking of top dogs, it's Oasis ranking 1 and OSC ranking number 4. So dito pa lang we might see how this wave will go with them. Kasi yesterday we've seen some teams who was at the bottom 4 and hindi din naging madali yung adjustment nila. But yesterday, I was so surprised how their recovery potential is really showing throughout their matches kasi it wasn't just an easy game 3, you know. It was an exciting match na pwede natin tingnan overall. But now, since we're about to head on to the games few minutes from now, we would like to thank also Mineski Global as being the official tournament organizer for the 2024 VALORANT Challengers Philippines presented by PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country.
Of course, thanks to our official super app partner, Grab. Score Grab's lowest prices ever with up to 15% cheaper fares on Grab Car Saver, delivery fees as low as 15 pesos with Grab Food Saver delivery, and thousands of budget-friendly meals as low as 99 pesos with Grab Food Saver meals. Of course, please use our promo code GrabFood60 and get up to 60 pesos off of your order with a minimum spend of 550 pesos. So promo runs from 11 a.m. onwards. We are at, actually this is my watch arm, 144. So if you want to buy Rockhart a gift, you know what to do. Rockhart, what's your address? Tell the audience.
My address is I don't. Yeah, I don't think you will be able to reach me because I am in another plane. I would ask her right now, actually. But yeah,
Wow.
Last but not the least, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusements Board, guys. So you know, don't do bad stuff.
Yes.
Well, that's right. So, dahil pinag-uusapan nga namin yung teams na nagdo-dominate, bumabawi din from the rest of the weeks here in the regular season, let's look back on what happened yesterday. Here's a recap on the matches kahapon. It was a straight 2-6 games kaagad, Raf.
Oh man, like you said earlier, you're talking about just recovery. I think all the teams did that as well as they could. I feel like yesterday was probably one of the longest days, and just to highlight how willing everybody is still to compete, kahit sobrang late na in the season, people are still playing as if it's day one, you know, in terms of urgency.
Especially for Avernus, like pinaka-unexpected ko kahapon eh. Like literally right here. I did not expect Avernus to play that. I'm not gonna say well, pero as good as I ever saw them, right? Compared to where they were in from promo relegation. So, yeah, big props to Avernus for that. And here in these clips that we're gonna see, JustUs, man, bumabawi.
Yeah, looking at this, sabi mo nga doon kanina, Raf, it's all about how the recovery, and as we see, I think that's the most important thing about this tournament is you don't need, you always not to be, ano ba, wag kang maging kampante in most of the time kasi you said it earlier na their mind is always day one, and we've seen how these teams, how each point matter dahil ang dami din place na we actually didn't expect na magbibigay sila ng mga win, especially yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at the Zol game right now, and I think it's about time that Zol wakes up. Like you mentioned, the urgency of day one, play as if it's, you know, the first time, and maybe play as if it's your last time. And despite everything we talked about, right, the recovery and how teams are just super urgent, now it's just still being a complete raid boss, recovering from that loss against Oasis and just making, well, I wouldn't say quick work out of the rank L Cuties, but doing a good job of being the only 2-0 series.
And sobrang interesting kasi rank LQT has been also on the rise. And it's just a proof of concept para din dito sa Naos na, oh guys, parang nakakalimutan nyo yata o sinong kailangan yung bantayan. So yeah, they definitely showed up against rank LQTs, and they're, you know, at Naos proving na they're gunning for it.
Yeah, and to think about being consistency as well. No, last 2 weeks also with Oasis, there were some points na napapako din sila at hindi na nagiging consistent din in most of the challenge. I think one thing to note was the bind map that we usually see from Oasis na I think from the first day of week number 3, I've seen how they managed to plan siya on how to make their playstyle work. That was the that was one of the problems of the consistencies na nakita natin na pwede nilang mas maayos pa based on their interview. Tama ba, Raf?
Yeah, that's true. You know, I'm glad that you brought that up kasi, again, maybe this is just outing myself. If I'm watching Oasis as a fan, ang bilis ko mag-give up. It's like, oh my God, we're losing so bad. It's like, just end this already. But at the same time, Oasis have made so many strides in terms of heart. I don't know if this has been a direct byproduct of the additions with, you know, the veterans like Wits and Dubstep really coming into light. It just seems like they don't have the same old problem where if there's a big lead ahead of Oasis, they kind of dip down. But no, not anymore. It really feels like they're playing this on a true round-per-round basis, and despite the troubles on the bind map, like you mentioned, they've been coming back and they've been undefeated, as Rockhart mentioned behind the scenes.
Yeah, I feel like I actually think that directly related yung kakasabi mo lang na, you know, the old guard, sort of the old guard coming into play here. I think some of the unspoken na, oh, we've been playing for years, bro, siguro naman wala na yung problema dito, di ba? I think that's really coming into play when you're thinking about Oasis. And I really will not forget yung mga times na Oasis fans are really doubting, or Oasis fans would be parang kabahan sa early on. I mean, you know, like Raph, like he mentioned. Pero nabasa ko sa comment section habang nangyayari yun, while they're losing really badly, fans will also comment, ay nako, Oasis mahilig sa ano yan, mahilig sa comeback victory yan. And it does happen. So yun yung super surprise ko like the past few weeks. And this is Oasis that really feels like it has improved so much.
Totoo.
I agree. And kasi yung laban natin ngayon is about Oasis versus OSC, yung old Stinky Cat. Both have 2 O's, right? So, ang nakita ko lang dito is, you've mentioned about how the start of how OSC could still be a one great factor kung paano nga ba hadlang in terms of the matchup for today. Pero wag di patagalin to, tawagan natin ang old Stinky Cat for the lineup of today. Pasok!
And this old Stinky Cat, Aeonix, Dizzy, Fallex, Exotic coming in, and Owen Cutie. So, yeah, interestingly enough, we won't see Dignified today. And I really wonder if that's gonna come into play here later on. But so far, so good for old Stinky Cat. You know what? They have been working it as well against teams like Avernus, Subversive. Pero yeah, this is gonna be a big test for them today. Literally, the undefeated team here in VCT PH. Good luck, man.
Oh wow. I mean, you know, that's a really big statement to make. And I feel like everybody shares the same sentiments. Maybe what's going through old Stinky Cat's mind right now is that kaya nila dati, siguro kaya din nila ngayon. But like you mentioned, it's number 1 versus number 4. Obviously, may gap talaga in terms of rankings. And maybe just refinement after all. If we look at Oasis and siguro why so many fans are emotionally invested and have high expectations for this team is that there's a lot of support staff behind Oasis. There's a lot of firepower in terms of just stars, right? So, like you mentioned, good luck to old Stinky Cat. Hopefully they can climb over that hill, ? But I know this is gonna be competitive.
Well, sabi nga nila, the cat always lands on its feet, di ba? So dito pa lang natin makita na how can they perform up against an Oasis. So dito pa lang malalaman natin if they can have fully prepared for this one. Because as you mentioned, the coaching staff, it's there. You have the buffs as well. So even the veterancy sa Oasis Gaming na pwede talaga mag-show. And how we saw them throughout the first 3 weeks of the regular season, nagkaroon talaga ng change in terms of how they want to play more clean sa mga takes nila in terms of the map. So dito pa lang, we would know on how will they be strong against Oasis. Kasi kanina, I want to dig deeper pa nga mamaya on how OSC could still be the one to break barriers at this point. I've seen also the teams and players who also look up to this team na pwede talagang tumabla sa mga top teams ngayon. Tama ba, Raph?
That's true. I mean, you know, body language-wise, in that old series, you could really see that then Game Lab Alpha would play a really simple game. They tried to take Oasis out of their element, try to make a good lead for themselves, and just kind of, what's a nice way to say this, right? Make them tilt. Honestly, I think that's very valid as a strategy. Pero at the same time, yung sinabi natin kanina na Dubstep, Wits, and everybody behind Oasis has really improved. That we just really don't see that type of energy from Oasis anymore. They're always playing to win, no matter what the scoreboard is, and it might just prove to be a challenge.
And for OSC, I feel like it sounded like I was like, wishing them like really good luck. But I really do feel like they need all the luck they can right now. I feel like OSC has, you know, it's just like, as sino ba nagsabi mahilig magsabi nun, this is gonna be a litmus test for them. Like, if they really still are that team. Kasi we've seen teams like Zol, you know what, Zol is champion, pero they have been struggling recently. And I feel like if OSC don't want to suffer the same fate, you know, this is the great test for them. This is a chance for them to show up. Kasi, like we mentioned, I think we talked about this kanina, where, you know what, this is a one of those weeks, a very crucial week where teams are gonna show kung sino ba talaga sila. Kung saan ba talaga sila in terms of power rankings in our minds. So I feel like that's super crucial here for OSC.
Okay, so since pinag-uusapan natin the second team, let's throw it over to the next one, Oasis Gaming. Pasok!
Oh boy, Oasis Gaming. A lot of expectations and so far uncrowned in our local challenger splits. From left to right, we have Wits, Dubstep, Kelly S, Zavi 8K, and Marky. Again, we talk about expectations and improvement. Hopefully, this is where Oasis make their claim and again remain undefeated.
Yeah, right now undefeated. Pwede ba natin I don't know if
Try
we
mo nga
can.
para birthday mo. Sige.
Hoy.
Sige na.
Basta, they are undefeated. I was actually surprised when ayoko. Leave that for the live performance of XG on July 21. Abangan nyo
Oh my
yan.
gosh.
So right now for Oasis Gaming, definitely, kitang-kita mo naman, game face na game face. Kita mo naman, yung mga ganyang ano, yung mga klaseng ano. And we were talking about like Kelly S kanina as well as Wits. We're like comparing their probable styles of being IGLs. I wonder if that has like any actual effect here, or will there ever be like a scene where they can transition? Kasi you guys mentioned Kelly S was like IGL here, right? So that's what I'm super surprised here. That I thought maybe Wits was doing it. Like we were talking about that before the panel, right? Kasi Kelly S has been always like taking so many pistol aces, and people are not even surprised anymore.
You know, that's a really good point to make. Kasi similar din in the vein of Owen Cutie, right? Where Owen is the IGL for Meow, but he's super high fragging. So I'm glad that you made that comparison because I feel like that's something that people have to realize, that Kelly S, despite bringing that mental load with him, is still providing the firepower, not only just as an entry duelist, like you mentioned, but also on that support controller when he does move on to that. But like you mentioned, right? Oasis, they're doing so well. Can they keep up the undefeated streak? Is the big question mark of today. And I think OSC, they have the similar route sa playoffs. Although the biggest difference is just Oasis, they remained undefeated. They got their data and they've been doing so good.
Well, pinag-uusapan natin ang comparison ngayon, and I want to see on how the head-to-head will matter ngayon. Kasi if we're talking about these kinds of teams, no, there's one player who makes it all happen at malalaman natin kung ano ba yung kalamangan in terms of this. Head-to-head, we're looking at Marky versus Dizzy FPS. Kamusta naman to?
Well, I like that every time nasa head-to-head tayo, palagi naman yung mga players with the same blueprint. And I can't ask for a more similar comparison. Kahit nag-usap tayo about Kelly S and Owen, Dizzy and Marky, they both play initiators into the Flex Jet. Now, I would say the biggest difference between these two, aside from the stats, is when Marky is playing that Jet, you can really feel that instantaneous impact, where Dizzy, he's really good still. Kaso may middle ground pa siya hinanap between second in as an innie and when he has to tank that, again, attention pull as the Jet.
I also really think that Marky has been really doing a good job in keeping up, like with obviously the veterans, right, of the team. Well, bagong veterans, I would say. And keeping pace is so crucial in teams that people kind of forget now. If you in a team, halimbawa, like, for example, na ayoko na sabihin pa sana, pero or a team like DFM, right? People have a hard time keeping up with May,
One
for
win.
instance, dun sa Pacific. Sorry, wrong league. Pero that's in VCT Pacific, obviously. Pero so when that happens, medyo naging mahirap eh. But Marky, you know what, for Oasis Gaming, he's been doing a good job in keeping level lang, and it feels like they've been popping off together. You know, there's no one that like exceedingly takes the spotlight, and for me, for a team, that's always so good.
Yeah, I mean, equal load for everybody on the team is something that everybody would love to have. DFM, congrats on the 1 win, by the way, from last split, like you mentioned. Hey, it's like a 200% increase, right, from 0. I don't know the math of that, actually, but we kind of go back to our series here. You mentioned about the fragging power and just equal load for everybody. Both these players can provide that in that sense, but I will have to give the edge to Marky because, see, Marky, when he first came into VCT, he was nicknamed the King of Blades. His Blade Storms are almost 100% going to hit, and he would either get a double or bare minimum 1 and would open up the site for his team. We haven't seen that type of, I guess, impact from Dizzy just yet, but at the same time, Dizzy has been playing more of a supportive role, but at the same time, like you mentioned again, has been fragging out for the rest of his team when he has to.
So yun yung mindset na kailangan talaga gawin nila. Kasi yesterday, we've seen some double duelist comp, we've seen some double initiator comp. I think one thing that also starts the pace and was one thing that starts the pace rather is mostly the one who gets the chance to have a vision as well as lurk as well. Kasi kanina sabi mo rin, Lockhart, how the pistol rounds mattered as well. So dito pa lang, I think it's all about how the momentum goes for Oasis and OSC. Kasi dun pa natin malalaman na how did they had the chance to recover from the past matches that they have in the first 3 weeks. So dito pa lang for OSC, malalaman natin kung anong advantage nila. Let's see it on the map, Vito, kung ano ang mas lamang dito and what could be in their favor getting to game number 1. Tara, let's see this. Map Vito pick. Ano nga ba? Saan ba lamang dito? Will we see bind again for Oasis? Ano ba yung mas magandang way to start this series? What do you think, Raph?
Well, I think the first thing that we have to look at and how maybe Meow is going to approach this veto is not just on a singular map, but what type of maps are Oasis good at? So Oasis, they're a team that has a deep strat book, right? So yes, thank you. Thank you, Oasis. God bless you. God bless this team for getting rid of this awful map. But again, the approach of the whole veto, right, is since Oasis has so many set plays and just honestly, so much better mid-rounding calls now that they can play around the likes of Lotus. So siguro if I was drafting for Meow, number 1 is to get rid of Lotus. I think Sunset isn't too bad kasi medyo may difficulties talaga din yung Meow when it comes to translating their game plan onto that map. And Oasis, like I said, so smart taking Lotus first.
I honestly thought there was gonna be like a split ban here, maybe for Oasis, because you know what? So far, I feel like that's been a great map for Meow here, and it's gonna be picked up again. So 3rd time's the charm maybe for them. Para naman sa, I feel like bind might be up next here somewhere. I'm not sure who's gonna remove it, but yeah, I don't know if we're gonna see a bind. Icebox though, interesting. I was half expecting an Icebox game today.
I think that would have been a decent choice too if you're on the side of Meow. But so far, these 2 maps, I think realistically, Oasis could 2-0. The similarities between Lotus and Split is that sobrang demanding ng playbook in terms of how you want to approach this map, how you want to take it. Attacking side is absolutely dreadful if isa kang team na palaging nagde-default and you just have to get that information slowly. Yes, you can play Split that way. There's absolutely no wrong way of playing these maps, but when you have a lot of set plays that cover up a lot of these holes on attacking, Split just becomes so hard to deal with, even on the strong side, right? The same thing could be said about Lotus, and now you add the fact that Oasis has that excellent mid-rounding call now. What does Meow plan on doing?
Well, okay. So they got the bind for Oasis as well. Oh, so one more map to settle this if ever we get to a game number 3. But I think one of the things that you pointed out there, Raph, was a very interesting one. Kasi nga yung Lotus itself, it's a very difficult way to, have a great chance of pulling it off. Kasi kung pag-uusapan din on how your synergy and your comp will be in check, I think that's the map to go. And Breeze will be the settling down for this one. So I think mas nagiging pabor to in a way, both kay Oasis. But still, depends it gets for game number 3.
Yeah, ang hirap din kasi if you're Meow, you don't wanna try and default Oasis out. Kasi Meow as a team, they like to play Valorant in a way that, okay, let's play super compact first. Tapos kung may maagaw tayo na map control, then we'll save that for later. We'll try and, gather that space when they do spread out. But they're not the type of team that 2-1-2s a lot or even sets up so many lurk threats. And I feel like it also fits the style of Aeonix. When you look at this map, Aeonix super reliable as a sentinel if I'm not mistaken. And kung palagi siyang kasama sa death ball, the trades are always going to happen. But the thing about Oasis defense is they almost generally avoid a lot of unnecessary first contacts, and they'll try to util you out first and maybe get the other team to force. So that should be in the scouting report for Meow.
And for Oasis, I feel like you're absolutely right. I feel like they're so calm and collected, more often recently. Kasi but that's what I noticed from the past games that they've had. They have been so tight in holding maps. And surprisingly, you know what? Meow is actually 88% win rate right now on defense for Split. So I think Oasis is map 1. But yeah, Meow could have a good chance in map 2 since they also like have a really good control of that. Pero yeah, yung problema ko dun I think, is the attacking for Split. I'm not looking forward to Meow on that one. I hope they can get a lot of rounds on attacking for that and maybe win it out on defenders. Kasi I think that's their only way they can get a map 3.
That's true. I'm trying to think about the comp Oasis was running the last time on Split. I think nagsa-Sage sila. And normally I'd clown on Sage players because why would you play Sage? At the same time, it makes a lot of sense, right? Kung sobrang proactive kayo as a team, you'll always get res up. Plus, Slow Orb is gonna be an easy solution to stop a potential double duelist comp or hyper contact comp. Plus, Wall when placed smartly is still really good. But yun nga daming what if, daming if they do this, if they play this way. And that's where the mini game in the veto kind of comes into play.
Well, sa lahat ng sinabi nyo doon, Rockhart either go in 1 or 2. Sabi ni Raf could go straight to O's. Tara, predict muna kaya tayo kung ano mangyari sa match na to. Kasi kung pag-uusapan natin yung series, and in terms of how Oasis was really ironing everything out, di ba English na to, hindi na plancha. I'm giving it a 2-0 for Oasis. Plancha. Sa mas planchadong laban heading to this series. Okay, ako naman, Raf.
Medyo lugi ako sa Tagalog eh. So, I think OSX has a really good point. Overall, Oasis, medyo mabagal yung start nila. Pero kahit ganun, medyo mahirap pa din kalabanin. They're undefeated. OSC, they have a chance, yes. It's not like they made it to top 4 because they're lucky. But at the same time, I still think this is going to be an Oasis 2-0.
For me, it's so easy to say Oasis 2-0 sa totoo lang. That's my impulse, pero I feel like because of the map veto, pwede tayo mag 2-1 dito. I still think it's an Oasis victory, pero they might take map 2. We'll see.
Really? Wow, okay, birthday boy. Sige, bigyan namin sa'yo yung yung 2-1 kasi kanina. How you were breaking down both of the strengths of these two teams could actually be in favor sa map veto. So let's see kung ano nga ba yung magiging simula. So there's one who has a slow start and adapts quickly, which is Oasis Gaming. And for OSC has a way to get counter control in terms of having a coverage. Kasi sabi nyo kanina, their set plays could happen this kind of map. Lotus, as you've mentioned, Raf, as well, a very demanding map as well. So dito pa lang magkakaalaman on how they will gain control mostly of the sites and how will they have a chance to have a stronghold. So, okay, tingnan natin. It's 2 against 1 for Rockhart now sa series na to kasi dito magkakaalaman. Pero looking at this matchup once again, Raf, ano ba nakita mo dito? It's OSC and Oasis. What will happen if OSC takes the series away from Oasis?
Man, I feel like it's more of like a pride thing talaga eh. Kasi parang, okay, nothing has changed since the Game Lab days. Nahirapan pa din yung Oasis sa specific na matchup na ganito. At the same time, it's gonna have a gigantic like morale boost for Meow going into the playoffs very soon. And I feel like we don't really doubt Meow naman in terms of ceiling. It's just the speed of getting there has been a step behind on teams like you mentioned, Oasis, Naos. But if they win today, then maybe, just maybe, they belong in that conversation.
Again, the keyword ko dito is talagang litmus test eh. Kasi that's why we have tournaments like this eh. We have set power rankings in our minds, pero this is Oasis' chance to actually change our minds, right? To change our perspective on how we view the tournament overall and their rankings. Not even not in numbers, pero at least in our favor, in our hearts. Wow. In our hearts.
Wow.
Ranking in our hearts, at least, diba?
Grabe, forget rock heart by hearts talaga, di ba?
Oo, hindi
Happy
kompletong... It's always about... Eko Rockart, dahil birthday mo ngayon, hihintayin namin kung yayain mo kami after this day. Pero ngayon, let's find out who is gonna take this series. Casters, take it away.
It's a day of implications here, folks. Look at the matchups we're going to get today, and you already know, perhaps looking back, that this is a day that can define who's in what place at the end of the group stage. Welcome, everyone, to another day here in week number 3, and we are going to be, of course, on the English side here for VCT PH. I'm Dax, joined by the tabletop simulator god of the Pacific Stars, the man that makes any kind of table come to life. It is Fluffy02.
What's up, everyone? Welcome again to this broadcast. It's, like Dax mentioned, gonna be Oasis versus OSC. A very interesting one, since there's honestly, based on the map pool, a lot of chances for both of these teams.
Absolutely. Come on, you look at this map draft immediately, and it goes back to a few months ago when OSC and Oasis Gaming did battle first and foremost. The first two maps, especially Fluffy, Lotus and Split, giving us a blast from the past with those map picks.
Exactly. And speaking of our map number 1, we move on to Agent Select to see which agents we're going to see on the battlefield. Looks like a Chamber coming out here for OSC. An interesting pick with a double Sentinel.
Oh, yeah, but the thing is, OSC, they're going to be playing a bit different today. You don't have your usual Dignified in the roster, and we were wondering, how is OSC going to perform their usual assist plays? Who's going to be playing Flash? Who's going to be able to find ways to help out the team? OSC just throw that all out the window, since Exotic's in the roster here to play the Raze. Fall X falls back to play Chamber, and as you said here, Fluffy, Sage gonna be there for Dizzy too.
Actually, I made a small mistake. It's not just 2, but 3 Sentinels on the side of OSC, really just bolstering their defenses against the possible attack from Oasis Gaming, as they're running the more traditional composition, choosing to go for the wits on the Fade instead of like a Gecko, so they have a lot more reclear. But the Harbor for me on Owen QT to slow down even more. A big fan of Harbor you are, Mr. Dax, so
Yes,
maybe
sir.
you have some expert opinions about this on this map.
I mean, honestly, it's really hard to play Harbor solo control on a map like Lotus, given that you give away your position very clearly when you use the High Tide. It's honestly better for double control setups with Icebox and Abyss, from what I've seen so far in Ladder. But yeah, I guess the bigger question here right now, Fluffy, is why is OSC playing triple Sentinel? Probably one of the biggest reasons has to be that matchup versus Subversive, where they effectively threw away an 11-1 lead when they came into the defense.
I mean, that's one way of patching up your defense, right? You just take every slow in the world. You got the Sage slow, everything that pushes you to the Harbor. But you have a good point there that with that one controller being Harbor, it's a lot more telegraphed whenever you do anything. But also, it does kind of give a one-dimensional attack. So the attacking half is where I'm a bit more worried, since they have to play a bit slower. But the consequences is they have so much flank watch when they are starting to attack that Oasis Gaming might have a hard time re-clearing, since the Prowlers and other abilities don't really do damage to a lot of these tricks and traps.
Yeah, I mean, the keyword probably has to be post-plant here, right? The win condition for OSC is to make it to the site on the attack, to plant that spike. But Oasis Gaming, when they played, they love to get map control. And we are gonna get into our first map here. A wild composition for old Stinky Cats. Let's be real. Seeing triple Sentinel, kinda out there. Yes, double Sentinel between Cypher and Deadlock. It's been played in different regions like VCT and A, but yeah, Chamber, Sage, Killjoy. I wonder how this is gonna go for old Stinky Cat.
It's going to be a bit of surprises for everyone here, especially since they are going for the attacking half first, and suddenly they just bolt towards that C side. They have a bit of a default setup, but that Harbor is going to be the big question. He has to kind of anchor himself towards B, or else he's not going to be able to affect the other regions of the map.
Yeah, well, Meow. They're gonna have to prove a lot coming into this one. Their struggles on the attack apparently clear, or rather, with this competition, it's gonna be rather clear that it's a lot more difficult compared to their usual standard of attack. No flashes, no initiator utility, and instead orb control to begin everything. A single cascade to cover all their intentions so far.
Meow right now are really hoping to find an interesting pick, maybe find a 1v1 where they can start and get that ball rolling. The problem is that I feel like Oasis is aware of this and they're not giving them an opportunity to get a free kill or duel. That way they have no way to really open up the map.
I mean, yeah, Oasis is just like, okay, they're not playing the Gecko Sky that they beat us with before. Let's see what we can do against this Triple Sentinel. And Dubstep with a free gun, he's good with it. Fallex falls first. There's the wall to cover upstairs. Paranoia over on the doorway, but Dubstep is under threat. Alongside him, Savvy 8K is going to be there in position. A push on in, Dubstep not looking. Dizzy going to be able to get the kill. It's Dizzy with the clear on the tree, and Meow now with the sights.
30 seconds
Oh, this
left.
is the problem, because now they can build a
Fire
fortress
planted.
with this one with all these sentinels and all the manpower. 3v2 at the moment.
Oh, what's there?
Last
Hell
player
yes,
standing.
takes one down. Oh, and though on the board, leaving everything to Marky. And Oasis Gaming didn't expect those numbers coming into that A side. Marky now playing over from Heaven. Does find a way to pick up that ghost. But given now, Oasis going to be swinging on in, taken down by Marky along the way at 2v1. As he tries to play onto the sides. A little bit slower, but this is effectively a double up. Swing comes in,
They were
Dizzy
not
surprises,
good
and a triple for the Sage to begin this game.
Interesting start and explosive from Meow as they're able to creep their way onto that A site. The initial kill went the way of Oasis Gaming, and honestly, I thought it was pretty done for since it slowed down the push, but a great Sage wall after that cascade, really blocking off the defensive and rerouting them towards the back of the site, which is already where the rest of OSC gained a lot of control since they have taken tree.
They've taken trade, they've taken everything, and it comes to the post plant to put up that victory. There's so many ways to fortify for Meow coming into this map, right? Once they get the barrier orb set up, once they even put the killjoy utility, it's very difficult for Oasis to challenge. So this time, Oasis fighting for Mount, but the gun advantage is clear, and Dizzy, Fallex already on the board. Meow with a wipeout for Oasis so far.
And just like that, it's reduced to just Dubstep. He's trying to hold the flank here, but the rest of his team already down. He has to find a pick here. Gonna get some value by taking the orb instead. It's gonna be a big recovery that Oasis is gonna have to do after this because they are so far keeping all their rifles alive, and Aeonix has a chance to go for a hunt.
I mean, Meow is so confident with the flawless confirm. It will be Fallex finding 3. We've never had problems with the OSC attack. We were wondering how they're gonna play the angles without those flashes, but just the dry peaks themselves, the challenges looking good so far. Might be different once the guns are out for Oasis.
Well, that's going to be their chance right now. The gun round, all important for Oasis Gaming. They need to stop taking these early fights and maybe find a way to really segment the map and slow down. Once they can identify that harbor, which they should know is playing towards the middle of the map, maybe they can use that as to their advantage by just singling him out. But instead, they're going to push the extremities, and looks like when Meow are still going to head up towards the heavy seaside.
I mean, it begs the question right here for Meow. What is the plan now coming into their bonus round? Oasis, though, they take control of Rumble and win it. Wits back to his usual antics. Oasis, they love to fortify B with the Viper setup. The Snake Bite also to stall the swing. And Meow already losing one early on.
That's going to be a big hit towards the momentum of Meow. The tempo is shifting towards Oasis Gaming. As they take a fight, the Wits gets another.
Yeah. Quick little shot, and Oasis Gaming dismantling the Meow push bit by bit. They go into Rubble, but Dubstep already taken an elevated position. Smoke's gonna be out. Here comes Meow to try and push out of it. It's so awkward though. The Killjoy going first. Aeonix falls. Dizzy with the trade. And a small chance here for Meow to make it to A.
They do have the resurrection available here for Dizzy, so they have the option to maybe find another teammate and get that up. They can take a fight.
Spike down A.
There you go. Exotic getting the double up there. And Meow still fighting on back. Big damage done here by Meow already. Oasis Gaming, the flank, it's being covered here by Marky.
Left.
Exotic looking that way. The timing, though, it's getting perilous. And given now Savage swings, the knife's out, and that is just the wrong place at the wrong time for Exotic. Oasis Gaming, they'll get around here.
They do, but at what cost? They lose 3 rifles with that one, and Meow has a chance to retaliate after this. Look at the replay. We see Wits, good position. You've already mentioned the reinforcement of the east side, really strong for them, but W holding that corner was just one of the pivotal moments where they could really stop a lot of the aggression coming in from Meow. But I'm still surprised that they are trying to take a lot of these fights, since there's not a lot of info that Meow can really gain playing this composition, especially with Folex now the operator.
Yeah, Folex. You know he's gonna be happy to play that up, bring out the tour de force when he can later on. But Oasis Gaming still back to their usual antics. And I gotta ask you, Fluffy, I like how Oasis is playing into Rubble. Do you think that's a risk here against Triple Sentinel looking for an opening?
It could possibly be, because you're trying to pick a fight that you don't really want to take, and they are already ready to swing since they have more players that can attack the seaside. The thing is, a good heads-up play here by Savvy, as he is just waiting to back off.
Wits had the angle, but just couldn't get the shots going there in time. Now Meow already exposed to play into Mound. And you've seen Marky so proactive around this map. He's always rotating between B and C, especially in that matchup against Naos. Poison Cloud in the way, dissuading Meow from pushing. A little bit desperate from Meow to start things off with. Yes, they have a lot of time, but they really need a pick with his op.
Great positioning by Oasis, though. The up and down is not going to connect. It's going to do some damage though and bring it back to the spot. The operator player, but Owen manages to find one still.
Yo, the trade wasn't even a trade to begin with. It's just a setup here from Meow. Always a double up, a significant angle taken. And with Kelly S falling, now Meow
30 seconds left.
Find a way into a site. He got 25 seconds left from this point on. C looking likely the possibility. Trying to fake things out with that doorway, but Marky still holding steady. Now the push comes on in. Satchel from Exotic into the side. Clears bed for now, but Marky already getting to. No one checks the corner until Aeonix does. A 3v2 as Meow have made their way in, but Wits up close. Here comes Exotic with the swing, and Dubstep left to himself again. A TP now towards the site. Exotic, use that one coming. Down below, under the bend. It's Dubstep. Behind enemy line, sandwich between 2 of OSC. A smoke forces Aeonix out, but where's the peak? Where's the look? The turret makes noise. Here comes Dubstep to get the one to transfer though! He handles them both, and Dubstep does Dubstep things to take a second round for Oasis.
Expert way to get a 1v where isolating a lot of these fights and giving him a chance in that 1v2. There was a point where it felt like he was just surrounded and they had no way out of this, but he just fights through, and now they equalize and take another round from this game.
It's just unreal though from Dubstep. The smoke, he said, so smart, but reacting there quickly enough to find both of them. Whenever you see Dubstep play like this, it's just vintage from those TS Bren days, continuing on what he can do, especially now he feels so comfortable playing controller for Oasis.
No, OSC on the other hand, they're forced back on the ecos. It's going to be a bit more difficult to take these fights. The advantage though is they still have that resurrection available, so they can slowly still take as many duels as they want and maybe keep that man advantage alive. Info already gained towards the A side. It's going to force Oasis to have to go re-clear this. They'll be going to take a position as they back up to C.
I mean, they got Rubble again. And Kelly is the one with the operator now. Thank you very much versus Fall X. Cascades there, shoulder seen. But it's not enough damage. Dubstep confirms the kill instead. Oasis Gaming, just effectively a high-low setup by this point. There's always going to be Dubstep there to pitch in to find the kill.
He's played that position twice though, so maybe later on it might bite him. But still, they do spot out the turret. They can do a slow push on to C. The resurrection yet again still available, but not enough manpower to really take this, especially with these weapons. They have to have such a good opening, but there comes the showstopper. And there goes!
There they go! Savvy 8K finding 3 with a little help from the turrets. But the showstopper immediately stopped. She saw Oasis hold things off. Meow. That's gonna be the struggle here. Easy contact points for Oasis when they burst in.
Great read from Oasis there, stacking up their players and putting pressure towards the A side. They know that since Meow has to play this very default setup, they can just take their advantage and aggression on one of these extremities. So they pick A. I'm just really worried if Dubstep plays the same position over and over again, that they're just going to start pre-firing. But so far, it's still safety in for Oasis as they take a lead in this game against Meow.
I mean, he's probably going to do it again and again until he does get punished there. But then again, Oasis now. Watch out for Dubstep too. He's playing into tree. He's gonna open that door. No one home. Instead, Meow, they play for Mound and yet again awaiting what Savage will do on the other side. A shot from Kelly S exposes the operator and Fallex. He wants that gun back.
Taking a lot of control here on Rubble. Or Mound rather. When they have a lot of chances to go for a rotate here. Might go for another C hit, but that's where all the utility of Savvy is going to be.
Poison Cloud subs there. Yet Meow, yet again dissuaded by the Oasis utility. This extra smoke so helpful. Savvy though, contact point yet again, but Exotic this time gets the clear. He needs Marky holding the lane, and with it, it's a double already. Ponytail of Dizzy seen. The push will now come on in from Oasis to counteract Meow. Dizzy still in the heart of the enemy. But Oasis Gaming, it's their heartbeats that are heard here. 4 rounds now in a row here, Fluffy.
Kelly S also making sure that no one can go for the long rotate with B as an operator. Just the discipline to really hold that down, and the faith in his teammates. Because Marky and Savvy are really holding down the C site, but it looks like Meow's always trying to force the issue here. Yet again, they're going for a more default setup, still leaning towards the same direction. So hopefully with a better buy, they're going to be able to do something more, at least ultimate-wise. They do have the Reckoning that'll force people out of position, and only one Vandal on Aeonics, possibly? No, he's going to go for the refund instead.
You want to play? Let's
Watch out
play.
instead for the Tour de Force. Snipers about Aeonics. That's an outlaw in hand. And they really just want to get the tag. Case in point, Fallex gets one. But Dubstep, yet again, the stage is set for the Omen to take advantage.
Honestly, one nice thing about that position as well is you can't hear the TP from that far. So you don't actually hear if he went up or down. And because he saw the player swing out already, he assumed that that's the player that opened the door, not Dubstep. Great play by Oasis Gaming as they creep to defend even more with Wits getting one.
Yeah, and Wiz has been finding timing on B side multiple times already. Meow struggles to find their way in. Exotic and the rest. Scopes are out. It's the shot though. That's huge. Savvy falls. The wall is up, but Marky was ready for it.
Spike
Bring them
down.
up to the high heavens. Marky will just smite anyone in his way. And the triple kill there from Marky to keep things going for Oasis Gaming.
Just a free delivery coming here from Meow to give Marky a highlight in the previous round. 5-2 at the moment. It looks like this is one of those maps that we thought that this team, OSC, could really do the damage to Oasis Gaming because they've done it before. But now it looks like the small improvements that Oasis had. They've played this previously against Naos recently, so they have a lot of those small percentage plays that have really worked out, and so far those rates have been correct. It's really been difficult for Meow to make any good moves after the first two.
And Oasis, they've improved, yes, but you also have to look at the Meow composition right now. This is so wild from them. They're really relying on those contact points to give them the advantage. And case in point, Exotic's entry finally gives Meow a little bit of room to breathe. They want to play into A, but watch out because Kelly S is just nearby. You got Marky too, setting up the Viper, but he's on the outside. And Exotic finds the timing there. Nightfall now from Oasis to try and dissuade things, but Meow will make it to the plant anyway.
They get the plant down, Cluck is going to tick down, and Wits is going to go down behind this box. Going to fire some shots, and that's a trade.
Yeah, it's a trade there, 1-for-1. Kelly Esto still up in hand, but watch out, he has the showstopper here. Owen peeks. Oh no, he doesn't hit the shot. A nice crouch there from Owen, and a step too far. A 3v1 now, Savvy 8K waiting for the lockdown to dissipate. The jump peek there though from Dizzy confirms his position, and with the swing, it's Meow who gets back on the board. They've lost a lot of rounds along the way, but finally Meow, they get the space that they need.
They get that space, they win the duel, and that's the important part that I was a bit afraid of a couple of rounds ago. When W gets punished, he's basically the only anchor for the A site's first contact. So when he goes down, not only is he the controller, but the rest of the setup doesn't help really deal with a lot of these A rotates, and the ability of this weird composition to just plug a lot of the directions that they want to just come out from, especially from stairs, for example, with the wall, or even the harbor utility for heaven, is so difficult once they do take the site.
I mean, the post-plant percentage is almost a guarantee here for OSC. Making it there is the hardest part of the first place, and what was that challenge? Exotic gets in the face of Dubstep, tries to take the stage away from him, but Rumble still held by Oasis, and we go for the 1-for-1 trades to begin with.
A lot of ultimates for the retake, even though it is a 1-for-1. They lose their controller in Dubstep, with Exotic being gone, meaning that's going to be their only duelist off the board. The Sentinel's going to have to fight their way through this one as they take more control towards the C side, and the rest of the team leaning on this left side of the map.
Yeah, no space maker, and they have to deal with Marky still alive. A second option here for Oasis. Marky's going to attempt it again. Perhaps Meow, they just need to watch out for the corners that they were punished before. Case in point, they do so now, but Savvy 8K, he's ready for the wall too, and Savvy just goes wild. He's found the triple along the way. This barrier orb has not been successful for OSC all throughout. Savvy now on top of things, which is there too. And here comes the duel, but Aeonic the first. The C still confirms the kill, and Oasis will find the 6th round.
A little close towards the end there, but Oasis, they double the score now, 6-3. And good point that you mentioned, that barrier orb just not working out for them. Every time they do that to try to go for an off angle, it's nice when you do it the first time, but it gets kind of expected. That was just unlucky on the replay there that the TP didn't form. Savvy though, cleaning up here for Oasis, and a wins just to seal the deal.
Yeah, just Oasis Gaming, they are in the know there, Fluffy. They know that kind of shenanigans. They're watching the angle towards Mound, but as soon as they hear that wall crystallize, it's immediately either Savvy or Marky, from what we've seen so far, able to punish that. A little bit different though this time around. No rubble take here for Oasis. Marky's the one left to play, anchoring A.
Switching sides, first time I think that I've seen him here on A outside of the time that he did the Viper Spit, and he has to hold the angle like you mentioned. They have no info of who's going to creep up. They can re-clear with the Prowler, good jiggle by Witz to get some info, but there comes the Reckoning and there comes the fight.
Oh, the orb's there too, and here we go. The wall set up, showstopper, but Marky, how is he doing this? Marky, how are you getting away with infiltration? It's now Marky getting the one, Exotic sending with a showstopper, but Marky's still alive. Marky is a menace, and someone needs to stop him. Oh, and no, can't get the job done. Marky, maniacal, a showstopper here from Kelly, and it just all collapses. With the pressure sent by Oasis, Meow can't handle Marky moving around the map like that.
It's honestly a good plan for Meow, but Marky, instead of waiting for the fight, he takes the fight to them and he brings it to the small infiltration, just really going behind enemy lines there. They're disjointed, knife out, and they're not sure what to do with how this Viper just pushes through, disrespecting all the utility that these Sentinels brings. And the great 1-2 step sometimes goes to the pop and swing, sometimes he goes a bit too quick, but whatever he does, he wins the fight, and that just gives Oasis a bigger advantage as Meow is forced back on the ego with one hero Vandal.
They're scrambling. Meow's just like, when did we have a Viper on our team? Marky, he just does it yet again, and now Kelly S will keep things going. Oasis Gaming, we were talking about when we were playing against Naos a few days ago, Fluffy, that the pillars, the foundation members of Oasis having the best season so far of their careers. This is the best start we've seen from Oasis Gaming in VCT PH history. With the level of play that Marky's doing right now, it just goes to show that that keeps going on for the series that Oasis has here.
Yeah, I mean, those founding members, when you mention a player like Marky, you know, he's played so many roles over the years, but he's feeling like his former self. He has an aggression, speaking of which, there goes a Prowler to push Meow back as the Witz gets a bit more control towards the B site.
The smoke setup there from Dubstep 2, and Meow just looking so lost on where they can go. We've seen that they can find picks, yes, around the map, but it's the space that matters. And here we go again, the mind games from Marky, forcing Folex to back away. It is relatively an equal round here for Meow. A single rifle in the hands of Dixie. And with his turret now confirming the contact, it's Kelly S with another one. Folex tries to play for mini door, just to no avail. Oasis Gaming hunt down the last member of Meow there. And it's 8-3 now as Oasis get another flawless half here.
Last round
You can really
before the
see
switch.
how quickly Oasis is adapting to this weird composition that Meow's going to bring, regardless of the agents, though. The fact that they realize, okay, we can do a play on Rubble with Dubstep as many times as we like. The moment it fails, they instantly just swap Marky to it, and then they just subvert the expectations of Meow, making sure that they have to guess every time. And good setups, using distractions or double swinging, just beautiful VALORANT coming in from Oasis Gaming. And Meow, they have a fighting chance, but they haven't taken a fair fight yet.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem when you're playing against double control with triple sentinel. This is where composition really matters, and Kelly S wants to keep things going. Dubstep though on the board. Exotic still fighting in Rubble, but Dubstep clears it. A nice seize from Witz 2. There's the res, and Folex Nolan will do all they can to protect their teammate. Savvy's left to his own devices, and up on the flank though should confirm that Meow can take the site.
Probably going to go for the fight and not the save here. They have the economy to really buy up. They don't want to give, and maybe an operator tries to go for a shot there, but has to back away.
No point saving. Last round of the first half anyway. Meow, at the very least, should find the fourth round here. There you go. And this is where the tables do turn, Fluffy. It's a questionable comp, let's be real. But now on the defense, triple sentinel means you got one on each site.
Very, very true. It's the simple math right there. Everybody's got a bodyguard. And right now, it's a fortress to attack as Oasis Gaming have to deal with a lot of utility. To their benefit, though, between the Rays as well as the Wits on the Fade, it is a lot of ways to re-clear through a lot of the utility. I think the only one you can't really deal with is the Killjoy turret. But other than that, that's pretty normal, though.
I mean, the Killjoy is probably the toughest Sentinel to deal with right now. You'd rather run into Fall X or Dizzy at this rate, given the setup that they have. But Meow, at least, the hard part is over. That's the thing. If they're going to go on the defense, aside that we've seen them struggle with, but the comp this time around should enable them to do a little bit better. Meow also pushing for Rumble here, and Marky has to back away, give that space. Instead, the action making noise towards B. Keep an eye out though. Dizzy's taken the mount away. Kelly S with a push on it, and the Oasis, they find the entry. A trade though, timing here perhaps inside the smoke. And Sonic with another one, but Oasis, they bounce back.
They bounce back, they try to get position here, but runs into another one. Dizzy tries to take a fight here.
Oh no! He was almost knifed there in the end, but it's Fall X versus 2. And the Wild Switch Dizzy. Nice shot from Fall X. Assassinates the first. Looking to find the second here though, but there you go! Headhunter indeed! It still will be Meow taking the win anyway, as both sides get wiped out.
I don't think I've actually seen that on broadcast in a very long time, where both teams end up with nothing, but still the one with the big advantage is going to be OSC because they will get that better buy. I think low-key, it's kind of nice too because the chamber gets a lot of kills and then you die technically to the volley, so you're also going to ult orb, so it might help you with a tempo to get your ultimate back up.
Yeah, but that swing from Dizzy just threw everything for a loop. Oasis Gaming didn't expect the one on site itself to die. They were watching out for Kelly S, marking that haul. And with it, Meow, they take a much needed pistol here, Fluffy. They need to get momentum coming into this defense.
I like the adjustment as well from Marky through the Viper wall. In the previous round, they saw him deploy it after the barriers dropped. They already knew his position. This time around, though, they have to guess where the Oasis stack is, but they're not going to give any hint, or they're going to give a lot of hints, rather.
Marky's busy trying to play aim labs there, but Savvy, he's able to clear out C. They run into Aeonix though, and that Bulldog will bite. A shot there onto the head of Savvy. Even sees with the rest. Glide across. Here's the spam to Pain Shell's gonna get locked. Too much pressure on Oasis. Kelly S with a sliver of HP to fight back in this 4v3 retake.
Wits and Kelly brought in a very critical HP right now. Owen Cutie gonna mark everything.
Too slow. Quick little peek. Easy for Owen. Substep. He might have the weight to fight with that Bulldog. Kelly S also making the work for it. But with 10 HP in the classic, the odds are stacked against him. Fall X confirms the kill. And Meow now are making sure that this is still manageable. Only 2 rounds here to gap Fluffy.
It looked like they doubled the score before this half, but now it's ever so close. 2 rounds, like you mentioned, and honestly, it's a good position for Meow to be in, and further composition should be where they're at with this much defensive capability. So Oasis Gaming, though, to be fair, they do have a really good economy since they were able to plant that spike and take out a lot of weapons from OSC. If they can steal this round away from them, this could be the turning point, really, for them to start gaining more momentum, as they will have a lower buy on Meow.
I gotta agree with you, especially when we look back at the first half. Even though Oasis was on the defense 10, as soon as they got those guns, they went on a run. Still need the entry though, and LES and Wits, they're the ones to watch out for here. The swing over Fall X though, it's Sublime! Perfect shots from Fall X! The Guardian just tapping heads away! And with that, the Oasis offense immediately crumbling at the start.
So difficult to deal with that much pressure. Early contact gets made again. Exotic finds another as it sprays through.
The precision is unreal from Meow. Exotic gets a double of his own. Only with a Sheriff. It's about tapping heads. And Fall X is the example. Meow take a bonus, and now this game is wide open.
It's Fall X that does not fall down. It's Oasis that hits the ground as they get that another round, and they go so close. They win a bonus. Oasis Gaming, they're forced back onto the eco. That's going to be so difficult to work through. They have to find a new opening because that fight didn't go their way.
Just a marksmanship though here from Meow. A team that was invited to stage 2 for a reason. And we may be wondering how they're going to get away with this comp, but right now, they're already looking to silence those doubts. The showstopper, the tour de force, both available here from Meow as Oasis will be playing into an eco here.
Kelly a bit more careful on the entry there after learning from the last round that someone could be marking it. Finally, though, they do take the rebel control, so at least they have some space towards the A side. Will they expect 3 players coming in from Meow? Because the setup between the chamber as well as the delay from the cascades can really give a lot of isolated fights, and with this weapon advantage as well, is very difficult to deal with as Kelly tries to get even more space.
Yeah, Meow is doing a wonderful job right now, but they need to be careful as with the orb taken, that's a showstopper confirmed here for Oasis. Folex looking to be that first contact. You got Owen here alongside Exotic. The clear sightline like this is concerning. Toxic Serene try and fake out a bit of a move from the Meow side. But Oasis Gaming holding steady. They're looking to see if they can find a pick here.
Oh, they have to be real careful with this one. More is going to be made. Opening shot. Actually, Folex doesn't click. And Marky gets it instead. Good opening for them.
You're talking about picks right, and there you go. Marky delivers now. They're going into B, but Ionix just has the upper hand up close. Kelly has stopped in the show. Here comes Exotic also bursting on in, but Oasis Gaming with a fight back. Savvy with another cell shot, and Marky finds a rifle along the way. Oasis take the turf because of it.
What a scrap there towards the B side. Both Rays just bolting through the door. But it seems like at the end of it, Marky again stepping up to the plate here on the Viper and getting these impact frags to really close the round. Great uses of the Sheriff there, but that opening kill really set the tone when Folex wasn't able to find one.
And also Savvy there playing into B so well timed. He was lurking for that angle, waiting for the rest of Oasis to burst from the mini door. And with that, he was rewarded with some incredible headshots. Oasis Gaming back in the driver's seat, but wait, there's more from Meow as the tour de force and the rifles are all out.
This is a great off angle from Kelly. Yes, maybe Folex will not expect this. If he pushes out here, it could be very dear. He's walking into the crosshair though. Might be a free kill here for Kelly, and he does get it.
Absolutely on point from Oasis Gaming. And with that pick, Seaside looking a lot more clear. It's still that assumption. Every single site will be taken by one Sentinel. And the Ionix will have to seed B here to just try and hold off the Oasis push.
You have to be a bit more mindful with all the utility possible. The KJ already rotates all the way onto the C site. They hear the orb, so at least they have some info. At least one player's there. The step's going to be made as well, confirming the heavy-handed hit of Oasis towards the C site. The rest of the defenders going for the rotate, so they're going to buy some time here. They use the Killjoy, but it's actually no one on site, so it just gives Meow an opportunity to come even closer.
Yeah, Meow, they only had Ionix in position there towards Waterfall. And they also have some good ults for the rating. Still doable for Meow, even if the numbers are a disadvantage. And they already begin with the Reckoning. But who's going to play off that? Finally here, and Exotic with the showstopper. It's going to be Nightfall in response. Kelly S will take his fellow Rays down with him. The stuns keeping Oasis at bay. But here we go. High tide setup, and it's up to Oasis to find a little bit of peace in the waters. A push though, watch out. Ionix playing the off angle. Cove getting broken. And Ionix, it's a matter of timing with Dubstep. He has an inkling of what's going on. He sees that wall and he knows someone's behind it. There you go. Veil lifted and smartly done by Dubby. Here comes the rest of Oasis to finish off the job. And we see Oasis Gaming get to double digits.
That's pure experience right there for Oasis Gaming. They know the tempo is going to lean towards if we fake A, someone might push out on C. They're rewarded for a free kill already in the opening rounds. And Dubstep, he can smell that someone is pushing close because that's where everyone would probably go if they're trying to take more space and take the fight. Good reads on him. They break the cove early as well. So it's just a lot of good moves coming in from Oasis Gaming as a team with a lot of their members stepping up.
And when you usually face off against a comp like this, Triple Sentinel, you crumble out against the utility pressure. But Oasis, they did everything right there. They broke all the ways to block that spike. They watched out for that high tide shape, courtesy of Dubstep. And with it now, they're playing into success again. C looking likely to be a possible hit. Carti though, watch out for his lurk because that Viper Spit's also online for a later post plan.
You gotta be careful for that post-plant scenario, but right now the early rotations, Meow is taking a bit more importance to get a lot of control towards the A and B side, leaving C open. Oasis doesn't know this, but they're stacked towards that. If they do end up going for a B rotate, there's a lot of players there already marking it, so they have to find a different angle. This time though, they're gonna walk towards the A side. If they go through though, might be a bit sketchy.
Where are you? For the round from now, if they lose this, they're gonna go on to the Eco, and Oasis Gaming might just start to run away with the game from this point on. It's all about the entry though from Kelly S again. Still an empty site. Meow so dangerous right now that they're giving this one up, given that they don't have any ultimates for the retake.
It's a great read by Oasis as well. They're able to pull pressure towards the A site, and even if the Haunt is destroyed, they get the info that no one is going to be there, or at least there are players rather on A. This time they're going to clear the site, which we know is very clear, but they are just making sure.
I mean, Kelly with that satchel, he got all the intel that he needed. Got the peek over onto the entrance of holes. They get the 5% also online, and Oasis Gaming just keeping things so patient. They don't overstep their bounds. They find the pick onto Fall X. And now the level of difficulty increases for the OSC retake. The Onyx trying to push, but Kelly S will get a single shot. The K does damage. Kelly S confirms the kills. And Oasis Gaming, they've done it again, 11-7.
Marky and Kelly S really proving to be the kings of the Viper Smith there. Once it is set up, you mentioned a bit earlier, the threat of the free plant. No matter how much utility you have with these specific agents, you don't really have a good scan. So there's no way to fight them when the vision is blocked. And that's going to be one of the difficulties that Meow's going to have to overcome here, because they're forced on a half buy-ish, and they do have a resurrection, so possibly they can trade up in this one. But I don't think Oasis is going to give them any kills for free.
Let's make
so
there.
awkward here from Meow. I'm surprised they haven't called for any timeouts as of yet. Marky and Kelly are still doing all they can, and it's been the standard for Oasis. If you watch the stats, guys, of this whole VCT PH so far, it's Kelly and Marky within the top 3 of the highest KD, only beaten by Papi Chulo of Nao. So it's crazy to think that they're playing at such a high level. Marky, though, he has to deal with 2. Exotic alongside Folex trying to put that pressure and push Marky away.
Marky knows that there's a lot of players creeping onto his position, playing the long angle there, backs away safely as the rest of Oasis Gaming tries to gain more space on the opposing side. There's a kill though by Owen, and Savvy goes for a quick trade. The door opens, quickly shut down by Dubstep though.
One enemy
Super
remaining.
1 and Dubstep Marky. It's just all about accuracy. Taps on point. Folex is stuck here. And Oasis Gaming, they decided, let's not play the spike anymore. Just kill them all and call it a round. Map point here for Oasis Gaming.
They know that it's not their problem at the moment. The sense of urgency for Meow is really pushing them to overextend, and Oasis just ready for the punish at times. Now, it's the most important round because it'll just end the game if they lose. But also, Oasis finally does have to fight a fair fight, as OSC has an operator in hand. They have three rifles and the resurrection, so all the advantages for Meow. The big question is, if Oasis is able to out-rotate them because of their lack of information, then maybe that's where Meow stumbles, and when they get that tempo up, Oasis can secure this game.
Not even the best buy from Meow. Outlaw in the hands of Ionix against a full buy might be a little dangerous, but watch out for Folex now. The Prowler smart, the move up there, and Folex avoids both pieces of utility to get away with that kill.
Doesn't reach, not enough time, not enough distance. X gonna fall back, and he's gonna make sure that he tries to get another pick here. A bit dicey with this one though. Such a wide angle to cover.
I mean, that's where you see the nerfs in action for those two agents. Ionix though hitting the headshot, assuming the crouch there from Savvy, but Marky, man, he's done it yet again. An opening into C, and Oasis now angling to put the plant down here.
They have the lockdown for the retake on Ionix, as well as the resurrection if they can get on the site. Dubstep does take some damage, holds the operator in hand, not gonna fall for the jiggle. And info gonna be gained for them.
Yeah, he was considering it, but now gives it up to pick up the Vandal. Ionix also in danger, and now they don't have the numbers. Exotic pushes on in, but Witz is ready for this one. Marky also moving forward, and Witz has gotten another one here. Oasis Gaming, even with the numbers disadvantage, they can handle all the things that Meow throws at them. And case in point, Marky's there yet again. The man of the hour, Marky, will secure the final round for Oasis. And there you have it, Oasis Gaming winning their map pick of Lotus.
What a great play by Oasis Gaming, really showing how their veterancy status and the experience that they have give good reads, and it's really difficult against a team that doesn't have any information because they decide to play this a little weird comp.
I mean, weird is an understatement, Fluffy. I am so surprised that OSC did this suddenly when their Gecko and Sky antics do so well on this map. You go back to stage 1, you know how effective it was. We saw against Subversive, they were very dominant on the first half that they had there. And I know that Dignified isn't around to play that role. And you already see Exotic doing an incredible job being the frontline, also for Meow being the MVP there. But it begs the question, against Oasis that is this good right now, against the top seed, you're gonna bring out a single Harbor triple Sentinel comp like this. Yeah, I don't think so, Chief. Not gonna happen this time.
I mean, maybe they were gonna be surprised, and I think they're not that surprised that it didn't work out in the way that they wanted. Marky, of course, being the MVP of Oasis, far and ahead and away, the veteran, one of the founding people, I think, for the longest modern Oasis roster, has really stepped up into his new roles. And now that he's playing, basically aside from the Jet, a lot of these supportive agents, he's really been a key factor because his aggressive nature has really stolen a lot of rounds away from Meow at times.
And it's crazy to think Oasis barely needed the post plant there coming into the attacking side. They really just put that spike down around 4 times there, winning 3. We did say a while ago, Meow very successful with their post plant, also just an 80% win rate on that. So there were some bright spots there for Meow, and you can see the talent. You know this team is good. They were in the top 4 for good reason last time around, but against Oasis Gaming that is just looking so refined and so on point, playing something this out there of a composition. You know, I've been reserving these kind of thoughts till the end of the game, and case in point, Oasis Gaming doing all they can to get the job done. Incredible effort, and I do want to go back to Marky there, Fluffy. How many times did we just see him stroll in, get some incredible kills, and give Oasis that chance to win?
I feel like as a viewer, it felt like every other round, Marky was just able to find 3 somehow. Even though they were pushing him, he will push back, and when he does, he normally does win a lot of these fights because he has that aggression, that duelist past, and still, a lot of these interesting plays, to say the least, coming in from OSC, questionable at times when they do get the sight on the attack. Ironically, that's when they've succeeded the most because on the defense, they look like they had to scramble without this info.
Yeah, they just didn't know what was coming their way, and while they had the staying power against many, it's too much to handle as an army. Big Credo, big shoutouts especially to Fallex as well as Exotic hitting some nasty shots. Fallex a threat no matter what agent he plays. At OSC, they play a very good utility game, and we didn't see it here because they just didn't have it in the first place.
I mean, we were talking previously before the broadcast of how looking at the maps in general, to be fair, it did look like anyone's game, but the statistics didn't tell us that they were going to pick 3 Sentinels. So it's a different story for map number 1 here on Lotus, and it looks like that map number 2 has a very high chance that Oasis Gaming could take this in a clean 2-0.
I mean, this was the map pool last time around for the first 2 maps between OSC and Oasis, and we are going to be going into splits in just a bit after this break.
A lot cheaper. Grab food, save a won't make it roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you broke. Yeah. All my friends look grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver. Grab cost saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends look grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you broke. Yeah. All my friends look grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver. Grab cost saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends look grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Oh yeah. Bradford Saver is the one to choose. Grab food, savor meals, 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, savor meals won't make you broke. All my friends look grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver won't make you broke. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you broke. Yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Grab food saver meals, 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you broke. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver won't make you broke. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you broke. Yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Grab food saver meals, 99 plus.
We've been saying here, Oasis Gaming has had the best start to the season, and of course now, it's a best start to the series. Welcome back, ladies and gents. It's game number 2 between OSC and OAS. Daxter with Fluffy right now, and Oasis Gaming has just taken map number 1 away. That was their map pick though, and we're gonna move into Split now, coming into the second bout here, Fluffy.
Split's going to be an interesting one because we've seen OSC already take a game away of Avernus the last time that they played this recently. And Oasis Gaming, they do have a pretty strong split as well. So it's going to be an interesting one. I just hope that they pick a more standard composition because it does help with a lot of the rotations, especially in a very tight map like Split.
I mean, we've always been wondering, OSC playing without info, how are they going to get away with it? Apparently, they could not. Incredible effort there with, of course, the roster that was playing Lotus a while ago, but I've gotten a quick little update here, Fluffy, and we are going to be getting an OSC substitution. So Dignified going to be coming back into the roster, Exotic going to be hopping out yet again, which means we expect Initiators to come online here for OSC one more time.
Yeah, I think one of the things that they were lacking on map number 1 was a lot of the information, because I think I mentioned previously before the broadcast that there is a value of having 3 sentinels on a 2-site map, but playing it on a 3-site map meaning that essentially it's just 1 sentinel per site, so it doesn't really double up any of your efforts, and having no info as well is very difficult. So with Dignified stepping back in is one of the bigger questions that you were wondering earlier of who will take that role. So I guess this time it's just gonna be him, so that way, you know, problem solved.
Yeah, you just come back, please play here again. And this is no shot to Exotic. Honestly, every single time we've seen Exotic play for this OSC roster, he was always top fragging. He is always putting in the numbers. And I guess my real wonder is, what is he doing to rotate in a 6-man rotation like this? Maybe another team, maybe another role. We'll see in the future, but that is just us speculating, of course, to another incredible talent that we have here in VCT PH. Now let's talk about Split even more so. And you've mentioned OSC, they're probably going to go back to that sky-based composition that they love to run. It's successful so far within Split number 2 against Avernus and Subversive. What does Oasis Gaming have though in response? Because they've been playing a Sage for dubstep, and do you think that's going to be working against OSC here?
I mean, honestly, it does kind of stop the explosive firepower that OSC can bring with that Raze as well as Sky. It blocks off a lot of that speed because sometimes you just want to double satchel, but you run to a barrier orb, it's going to be a big problem. Dubstep can lock that in for this game as well as an initiator for themselves. So Marky on the Astra does give a bit of added utility for them. They lose the Omen Flash and the Paranoia, which we normally do see on this map, as well as a lot of little one-ways that Omen can do, especially towards that B main side for more delay. The upside, though, is they have a bit more post-plant with that gravity well, as well as the Nebulas being a bit bigger to be able to block vision.
I mean, it's crazy. Oasis Gaming bring out the Astra. There's a Fluffy a little earlier than expected coming into the series. We know the next map after this is Breeze if old Stinky Cat forces the decider, and we do expect Oasis Gaming to bring out that Astra Yoru comp that is so good there. But going back, Oasis Gaming now, they're gonna be lacking some of that blind pressure by having the stun, having the suck available for Marky. And I do wonder if this is gonna be an addition to what Dubstep has been doing, because if you guys have been watching the past few Oasis Gaming games so far, his first habit is to throw a slow orb as early as he can coming into an angle at the start of the round and see if he can get a pick there early on.
It's a very smart play to take that angle control pretty early, swing the tempo on your side before anything begins, and just stop the threat of a rush that is possible. It burns a lot of time, which is very valuable for the attackers, but also, I do believe that on the Astra topic, Marky is a bit more comfortable playing this agent. He's played it multiple times way back before in VCT history, and it's been a bigger payoff than when he has played Omen, because at the end of the day, you can debate about which utility might be better for a certain situation, but impact of a player is what's more important. And as we saw on map number 1, there's no bigger impact than Marky if he is comfy and gets online.
I mean, yeah, that's truthfully the point. His best controller agents have been Viper and Astra, especially picking up the role of Viper where Wild Oreo left off from last time around. But speaking of expertise, though, we go back to OSC, and Dignified on Sky, always a pleasure. Even from split number 1, one of the highest assists per APRs, basically. In terms of the stats, I do expect him to put up those numbers yet again, that OSC can go back to their classic plays, right? They're going to be playing the double duelist here that they love to run on split, but with those flashes, these angles are going to be a lot easier for old Stinky Cat.
On the upside for Oasis, though, they have a lot of slow potential coming in from their team between the traps and the tricks of Sage. But also, like you mentioned, OSC, they are bringing that double duelist, so a lot of aggression coming their way. It's nice to see Dignified because, honestly, his utility usage as well as his own aim has always been impressive to me, especially for a very young player that's just gotten into the Valorant scene.
Yeah, I mean, Old Stinky Cat, they have 2 incredible assist players right now in those roles. Owen and Dignified, top 8 and top 9 respectively within the assist per rounds stats here in VCT PH. And in layman's terms, it just means that they're always there to help their team. A flash though, and we hear the signal of OSC's usual success. A wall to answer, Dubstep putting that one up. It's broken quickly here by Mal, but Wits alongside Kelly S all ready for this mid push.
Just ready to tuck in the corner there, create a crossfire if need be, depending on if they smoke vents or mail. They'll always have presence somewhat. Great grenade coming in from FallX. Actually does land on top of a Wit, but just slightly offset. Gets damaged, but his position not revealed.
Yeah, FallX is still watching to see if anyone gets out of there, but Dubstep, easy heals. And one thing Oasis has low-key is a double healer comp that you get with the Sage and Sky together. FallX, though, quick little mid push, perhaps pressure there, but they know something's wrong. They know that Oasis should be stationed. A smoke in the vent, and they don't expect which to be here until FallX reacts in time. Well done by FallX, 65 pretty clear, but Kelly S just connects everything that he can. A triple already to hold things off. Marky also watching Garage, and where is Owen now? A TP's heard, and that's confirmed. Oasis Gaming will take the pistol.
What a setup there from Oasis Gaming. They're prepared. They even subvert their expectations by doing that heal and tucking Wits in the corner. I like the expertise from Wits as well, not panicking that he'll fall to that grenade and just wait it out so that maybe he can get a pick. He doesn't get it, but Kellyas with the reswing Dubstep. They create so many little crossfires that's just so tough to deal with on the pistol round. But Marky, on the extremities, the fact that he's able to sense, okay, the push is happening, so there might be someone coming in from B main. I'm gonna smoke and spam through. He does get the shot down. And they are rewarded with a good round here as we move on to round number 2 for Oasis.
You gotta give a shout to FallX there too. Very fast on the reaction after getting surprised by Wits. But Oasis Gaming just layer upon layers of defense coming into mid. And Wits, he wants to continue what he can, but he's immediately stopped out by Meow. A beautiful stack And Oasis now, they're gonna have to contend with the gun coming their way. Whereas the Spectre, it's in the hands of Digny, and Meow will look to reset themselves after putting pressure onto B.
Quick good donation there from Oasis Gaming to Meow as they do get that gun upgrade. Gonna fall back into the mid side here with the controls. Only with Kelly S. He has a lot of kills already. That gets a showstopper online pretty early. The wall deployed already does mean that they have to break this through or else they can't waterfall back in. Good timing on the boom bot though.
Oh no!
There was the wall.
The swings are so on point from Meow, and they look to go
Great
for the
flow.
punish on Oasis. Kelly S gets away with it as Dubstep is accomplice to keep the dream alive. Meow, they're taking piece by piece of the map here, Fluffy, pulling more of Oasis towards B.
What a great support tech there from Dubstep. The 3-pointer from the middle of B site. But there we go. Bloody back on A. It's going to be up to Stabby to hold this yet alone.
30 seconds
He
left.
has everything he wants to grab the defense, and now he's hitting the shot onto one. The swing for Folex is so good, and Meow, the response rate is so on point. If they were a seller in Shopee, you know that you'll always get a message. And Meow, as of now, they also hold in defense. Dignified with another one. It's Meow still keeping things going. Oasis didn't expect this kind of pressure.
It's a sale right
Last
now, but
player
who's going to win it
standing.
out? There goes another one, a buy one, take one, and it has to back away as Kelly S left alone. And Dignified just spots him out, gets the kill, and it's a freebie.
Yeah, from the bench to the roster, Dignified delivers the thrifty on a silver platter. Meow, we always expect this team to answer when they can for their own teammates, right? It's all about responding to those initial contact points. And case in point, the swings from Meow, from garage to mid
Last
to
player
A. They went on the
standing.
world tour there, Fluffy, to answer
Thrifty.
Oasis Gaming.
Great rotation coming in from Meow, and Oasis Gaming kind of caught off guard there. That Spectre proving to be very impactful of taking out Savvy, the freebie in the start, really setting the tone for that one. But it's around reset 1-1 aggression still on this garage side. Flash comes through, pushes them back though.
Go for it again, and now still have the numbers in station. Owen, though, very careful, so close to being sucked in by the gravity well, and it satchels the Folex to hunt for some new members to kill. But Oasis, they do back away. It's a good stack so far. Kelly S also repositioning, and Folex, danger if he peeks. There you go, Marky with the punish. Oasis Gaming getting the one and getting away with it. Trailblazer, the timing perhaps from Kelly S. The numbers here from Oasis do look heavy.
The market trade of weapons here from the previous round, and now they donate one for themselves. They take a bit more mid-control, but Dubstep's already there to watch out Dizzy's lurk.
When he wants to try and do this again, a second chance here.
no.
And Disney's timing is impeccable. Owen on the board, the gun's too much, and Meow now clear B away.
The timing, like you mentioned, impeccable for there. Savvy just has to recover this. He'll be able to upgrade and maybe save himself a rifle here as well as take the orb. He'll get the neural theft a bit more online. He might take a fight, which is very possible since they can do a buy after this anyway. Just do the damage on Meow. So either or, Savvy does have a good
30
position
seconds
to maybe
left.
try something. But with 60
Spike
HP, no
planted.
camera, no utility, it's going to be very difficult to creep his way onto B.
I mean, man, as Vandal, let's see what he can do from it. The Heaven position looking likely, but Meow again, when it comes to the attacking side, they're so confident to play into any kind of angle. You have Folex on one side, but Dizzy's flexibility
Oh, no.
to play anything. Even the Duelist is another. Dignified though with another kill, and there you have it. It's 2-1 as Meow will still keep 3 guns in hand.
The double duelist and the rotations really working out for Meow. The pistol round went the way of Oasis, but that's before the guns came into play. Now with this additional firepower, it's been really difficult to stop, especially because the timing of Meow is just so good on the attack. Dubby caught off guard in the start, and even though they get that first opening pick, they fight for that rifle, and they don't want to give anything away for free to Oasis.
I mean, we were wondering, Oasis Gaming they get away with the early angles that they love to run. It seems like Meow always with the answer. Good homework here for Meow, especially in Oasis now. We've seen how effective they have been. Fluffy, once they're given the guns, they look to put more pressure into mid, and LES peeking from ramps. The Cyber Cage, though, will allow Meow to get a bit more space to begin with.
Leone's trying to look for the camera here. Good game sense, but wrong direction as he's able to at least force some pressure towards the A side and creep his way. Does get the camera eventually. Gonna set up some tricks and traps for himself to make sure that he has a bit more safety as he creeps up toward this ramp position.
Yeah, Meow, at the very least, they're going to be running into a heavy utility setup into A. They've done a good job, though, avoiding Savvy so far in this game. But it's only likely to pivot into that Heaven position. Kelly S, though, backing away. Oasis already sniffing out what is possible here from Meow.
I love the passive play though. He just places the camera to gain the info so that the rest of his teammates can waterfall through fence. They only have to mark the top left box, which they're already getting spammed through. And here comes the attack towards the A side, but Savvy's already waiting behind the wings though.
Ryan play it. Is he also
Oh, wow.
that fly? And Folex though finds Savvy. The opening
seconds
is
left.
immense here from Meow as they're gonna get the plant down immediately.
Time ticking away for Oasis as they have to scramble for this retake. Kelly S gonna try to make contact here on the camera. They have this already spotted out.
Oh, there you go. It's broken. Ionix though still sticking around ramps. They check vents first and foremost. And Oasis taking their sweet time to look for these angles. Ionix though, he's tempted the peak. Now he's seen and cleared by Kelly.
Showstopper.
Lead to a 4v4 showstopper as we said at the ready. But immediately the shutdown
player
here from
standing.
Meow. This window has been shuttered by OSC. And Marky will be seeing the next round because of it. It's OSC with a 3-1 lead.
It's like with this composition, the way that they play their positions, just really, really strong. The biggest impact as well is able to remove Savvy from the equation before he even gets a chance to go for a fair fight. Getting spammed through his own Cypher Cage. Good game sense coming in from Meow to clear that site effectively. Now, Oasis on the advantage side, on the back foot, as they are struggling to really counter the movements, especially because that mid side has been so difficult for them to control. You have the barrier orb, but once that comes up, it quickly goes down, especially against all these rifles.
It will be so easily shattered here by OSC, and Dubstep doesn't even bother. Wits instead though on the board now, but Dubstep gets his aim back, and the slow orb doing all it can to give Oasis those picks. On point accuracy, and we go for more. Trailblazer, Showstopper, and Kelly S wants one now. There you go, Owen Cutie falls. A bit of a scrounge here for Oasis as they set up the wall too.
Great play from Oasis to recover that round. Not only do they get the opening picks as the veterans do put the bullets in the right places, but they're able to reinforce this middle with the rotations from a lot of their players.
Yeah, Fluffy, you said a while ago it's so easy to break the barrier orb. That's the answer from Oasis. Just kill 3 of Meow so the wall stays up for longer.
True. Just put it after we do the stuff. That way, we don't have to look at it for the next 49 seconds because that's all that they have to work with at the moment. They have to find a way to make it on the site. They do have the ultimate as secret as possible, but look at the stack from Oasis though.
Oh no, and they are forced to play into B because of that timer. Here now, Ionix is dignified. They back away because of the paint shells, but they should be aware that's a whole Oasis group
left.
ready to answer them immediately. Smoke's gone, and with it, Meow will dissipate too. Oasis Gaming, a thrifty again coming into the second map here.
Great positioning rewarded, but those opening 2 kills proving to be the biggest impact for Oasis. As those sheriff shots and the chain healing of their healers just really providing that sustaining power for that middle side. Great play also towards the end. You didn't get to see it because they had to go for that push, but Dubstep was even ready for plan B, which is to go for the flag there as he's holding out that rotate. So good awareness by Oasis for the macro play, and Meow slowly getting figured out here.
I mean, we've seen how impactful thrifties have been in this series, especially for Oasis. A while ago on Lotus, they got one and they used that momentum to just win the game. Now, this is their chance to rebuild their economy. Meow, though, with the rifle still available, and this time they're a lot more careful of these mid plays.
Gotta be a bit more careful. Advantage of this Ash Smoke. Oh, is that bigger area? But I think he did see that away. So the kind of one way not working out anyone's way right now. That's standard play right now. The barrier orb coming up, and there it goes.
Wits though, catching alert. All legs now, fighting for mid again. Oasis Gaming doing all they can to hold things off one bit at a time. The 2 rounds that the Oasis have taken, success in mid and their pinch play. Now the flash gonna come in from Wits. It's a triple stack that we expect from Dubstep, Wits, and Kelly S. Meow is very wary of it. Both sides being watched out by Meow. Olex now creeping out to the side, but it's a big kick off the Wits. Opening down mid. Aeonix also gonna catch on the Kelly S. And with it, the showstopper gonna get hurt. Marky hounded. It's not enough though. The rocket's not gonna be good. And Savvy instead on point for the hole. Savvy 8K has put this site on lockdown, and the spike is in control of the Oasis clutches here. A 2v1 in this instance because Marky's far away. Dubstep already catching the first contact, and we are tied up.
What a round there by Oasis. You thought it didn't go their way as Meow had a great opening towards that B side, but the fact that Marky was able to dodge that showstopper, stay alive, and create so much pressure creates a 7-pincher in a sense here for Folex. He's left alone, like you mentioned, but the hold from Savvy here really putting the final nail in the coffin to their attempts towards the A side.
Sentinel play from Savvy 8K.
This goes here.
It's just another one of those musical chair arrangements for Oasis that has worked. Marky on controller, good. Dubstep on controller flex, good. You also see Savvy doing wonders in the backline, just shutting down any kind of push his way. He's been a one-man army on A for so long already here, Fluffy.
Early nade as well to force out the smoke, making sure that no one can clear it. They have double slow and W, but they don't have a wall. It's already pre-placed towards that middle side. Actually giving themselves a bit of a gap and subverting a lot of expectations. Maybe even get a cheeky kill off of it, as Wits is now a bit more careful because they can creep through.
He gets smoked off. Saying that
timing.
No avail. It's already 2 though from Dubstep. Aeonix finds one of his own. The flash is there. Wits doesn't realize it's a mirror image beside him. And Dignified somehow, someway gets already a double of his own. Seekers out to search for Marky and Savvy. But Owen also finding a target for himself. It's an easy clear for Meow in the end as they get into a fight.
It's a 1v3 and no stars to recharge here for Marquis. He has so much ground to cover still. He has the Cosmic Divide, but in a 1v3 like this, it's going to be so difficult. His last information already know, and Dignified still has a lot of utility to smoke him out.
What is going on here? How has this trouble for Oasis now have subverted expectations, and we see Dignified do it yet again. The rounds where he gets these triple kills have just been the clearest ways to win for Meow.
The utility usage as well, confirming the locations just with the Trailblazer, adding that layers of pressure for Oasis Gaming that they could crumble under. 3 to 4 right now, advantage swings back, and Oasis Gaming, they have a lot of ultimates, including the Resurrection, but it is still a lot to work with. The biggest deal right now is if they can get a good pick of the Operator, but sadly it is on that B site. So here on A, the heavy stack from Meow could be rewarded, as Savvy as well as Wits is the only one who's going to defend this side.
And the Blade's going to be out for Dizzy too. Ready now for the entry as the Pain Shells look to go for the clear. Trailblazer look for a single tripwire. Tries to jump at it, can't reach it though. And eventually it's Dizzy now going on in. Cosmic Divide going to be set, silencing the noise. Full next though, want to make a burst happen. And we hear the band of Meow make the play into A.
Oh, they dodge the Cosmic Divide. They get some space here. Sadly, can't really see something through this one way. The Cosmic not working in their favor. The plant already down many times, not on their side here. They find one still.
Oasis was looking for another tune, but Owen hits the high note there. And with the shot, it's advantage here for Meow so far. Cyber Cage looks to cover the cross, and Dizzy still ready for contact. Torn apart though by the Phantom. There's the res. Oasis swinging numbers back in the favor, and Dubstep's on the board, but Meow are just tearing them apart bit by bit. Heroics from Dubstep, not enough, as Aeonix will find them in the end. Meow at the ready to find their 5th round.
What a great swing as well from Dignified to make sure that he can cause a bit more commotion and just dive the enemy backline to pull their attention away, giving the chance for Aeonix to strike back. They get another round rewarded for the quick attempt, and Oasis Gaming, they're forced back in maybe a force buy or maybe half buy, but regardless, look at the positioning. Dubstep just being a turret here, but in the end, too many targets in that position, very open.
And I think this is the first time out we've seen of the series. Should be for Oasis Gaming. Old Stinky Cat though, you give them the initiators, they do all they can. You allow these double duel setups to fly, they're gonna get all the space. And you've said it already, Fluffy. Once Meow just makes their burst play work so quickly, they're in such a good post-plant position to trade and cover one another.
The thing is, it's a bit more difficult for Oasis to do a lot of these retakes because their composition is kind of designed to secure certain areas. You want to put pressure towards mid with the stars, as well as combination with maybe Dubstep slows. You can stop a lot of pre-aggression, but once that aggression begins, it's really hard to go for a retake. You don't have something like a breach or a double initiator to have that fighting power. All you can really do is take quote-unquote fair fights, and that's really difficult when OSC has this many flashes and this much firepower.
Yeah, OSC looking on point, and we said it before already. Split was a map that they confirmed their series on versus Oasis last time around. It was one of the biggest shocks really of Split #1 with OSC taking down Oasis Gaming like that. And as of right now, they want to try and do it again. But it's 4 of map #3 here, Fluffy. Meow looking to fight for survival by winning this map if it's possible.
Marky just trying to get some info when he can here on the Astra, going for the jiggle here as the rest of Meow kind of stacking towards the A site. You know, if it worked one time, maybe we can do it again because they are on a lower buy. They just have to be aware that they hopefully don't get punished by this because it could be very expensive for them, especially because they have to go through all this util.
He has to clear the tripwire by himself. And it is a free site for Meow to take. The landing zone is set, the permits are here, and OSC make it an easy post plant now. But Savvy is considering it. The Boombot will keep him at bay. Oasis will stack from CT here.
Timing not in the place here for Oasis Gaming. They are stacked up towards the CT like you mentioned. The smoke does fade, gives them an opportunity to shoot back. They have to wait for another dark cover here. Gonna bounce through this. Oh no!
We've seen this kill zone happen before. Aeonix though, he's in trouble.
Great
and it's an
shot.
easy kill from Kelly S. And W slower on point. Here comes Kelly now trying to make his way in. Dizzy though knows them down to fall through his hand. And Oasis, they're stuck in a choke and they just can't breathe. Dubstep though, a breath of fresh air, but that's all he'll get as he is just snuffed out by Meow. 6-3 now as OSC will keep the lead going.
Not enough space. They're really suffocating in that position. They're forced to waterfall out because they don't have the time to really take that re-control for the heaven of A. Not enough rifles as well. So they're going to use this man advantage to their perfection. Great use of utility to get that first kill, but Dizzy really holding his ground there towards the elbow, making sure no one can pass, creating so much pressure just by merely staying alive.
You can't
Old
catch
Stinky
us.
Cats just back to their old ways, and it's always been successful. A team that has made those waves, even from last year with a different name, that core the same, but this year even more so now. Dignified Dizzy, incredible additions from Split number 1, continuing on that trend. Oasis though, it's an up attempt from Kelly S. He's the one playing at the garage. Camera though spots out Owen, and Savvy will realize that there's pressure towards the site again.
Has to be a bit more careful here. They are pressuring the A side like you mentioned. They do get the trap triggered. That's going to be some value for them as they can just wait that out with still a minute remaining on the clock. Dubstep going to hold heaven here, but with this stack of 3 players, they have the paranoid to use as well. Reinforcements coming in from Wit.
Oh, Dizzy taking a step ahead of Wit, but Dubstep with an instant trade. And Dubstep has been so on point with his shots so far, especially in this map. Can he find another one? No.
Oh,
Meow.
no.
Whoa,
Spike
Dubstep
down
actually getting
A.
away with it. You'd think that Meow could just do the same kind of angle twice, but Dubstep at least doing the damage there at 3v3 now as the Sonic is online. The drill theft though exposing that position, but he doesn't care. You may know
Spike
where he
down
is,
A.
but he knows he can shoot you down. And Savvy, AK, a warrior of the side, confirms another triple to his name. Oasis Gaming bounce back here.
He's been playing that position for the past couple of rounds, and even though when he adjusts on screens, he ends up going back onto the A site. It does not matter. He fights through the pain, and still they try to bring it. But this opening kills here by Dubstep really doing the damage, as that pincer could have been brutal for Savvy. His teammate, though, reducing that damage does help Oasis out, secure another round, 4-6. But honestly, still a pretty good half here for Meow as they're able to secure at least a 6-6 for this half here on Split, nonetheless.
I mean, it's an incredible half so far for OSC, and especially that if you look back at their history, they still succeed on the defense anyway throughout the year. Meow, though, now with that push. Get Jet coming on in. Dizzy trying to challenge Savvy. The Cloudburst is on point too. Keep it covered.
Oh, no.
And Wits can't get the kill in time. It's a 1-for-1 though. Savvy has to deal with Fallix now. Neural Theft gonna be the play. Savvy still a menace on the site. And Owen in danger. Here comes Aeonix to clear the awkward.
Savvy.
And Dignified now doing some damage there. It's a 2v1. Kelly S. Difficult retake as he has the up in hand and he's gonna pick up a rifle here.
Dignified low, he can't heal that one back. His
Spike
teammate
planted.
full
I've
and
got
still
your
has from the
trail.
shadows.
Oh,
Gonna
no.
use the ultimate to get his position now. That's gonna remove any surprises as Kelly is gonna go for a rotate. On 1 kill, he can get the showstopper and has all the util in the world to still try this.
Needs to isolate one of these angles. The Seekers don't move his distance, and Owen on points by taking points and moving into screens. Meow again,
Last
so
round
active
in the
around the
half.
map, and this time they clear out Savvy to success.
Savvy, he had his magical round previously, but this time he tried his best. He gets the dig, he does the damage, but it's just not enough to hold them that site. Good read, heads up by Owen to make sure that he is in position to take out that rotate. 4-7, a great half so far by Meow and Oasis to have their final chance of getting this better half.
And this series heating up immensely. Oasis Gaming having standouts, but Meow, with their own stand-up performance, they have just risen to the occasion coming into splits. Putting pressure against the top seed. Fallex though, looking to get away. Marky in an angle again. A poison still play from Marky himself. He's been doing that on the Viper. Of course, he'll do it on the Astra. TP though, here courtesy of Owen to make his way towards the site, but that's a spike delivered into the hands of Oasis. Maybe here from Meow, even more so danger. Dignified though, can't hit the shot, and Mark instead will punishing him accordingly. Meow now falling apart. Showstopper sent a Yonix into the corner to keep him safe, but a boom bot and a double swing perhaps. Oasis Gaming ready for this one. Meow have crumbled here on this round.
All the wall breaks, they're supposed to fall, but still the damage is done. All up to fall, actually recovers this somehow. 18 HP, and the Dream has a showstopper to work with, but now still 3v1. Pops it out early, expecting some aggression, but no one's gonna bite.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. No chance for Fallex. He'll get the kill at the end, but Oasis have already taken the round. And we ended 5-7 there, Fluffy. Meow though should be very happy having a lead coming into the defense.
Especially since they only have a ways to go to hit that double digits, especially if they can win this pistol round. It's a great score to come up with, considering everything that happened. And Oasis, it's now them on the back foot, really gonna have to claw themselves out of this one and win this all-important pistol.
I mean, it's been a great half so far there from Meow, but when they lose members early on, Oasis is so good at taking that advantage, and it begs the question now here, Fluffy. Does Meow play aggressive because they're playing double duelist still, given the fact that coming into their anchors themselves, they're gonna have to rely on the Yonix to do the heavy lifting?
It looks like so far they're going for attack on the mid side as they want to take that pressure away. Dubstep has a wall available to maybe get some value out of that. Marky backing off, choosing to only have 2 stars.
Yeah.
So it's going to be 1 execute left, but there's an early shot by Savvy.
I mean, Oasis, if you've been looking at some of their pistol rounds so far, they love to play multiple
The
duels,
classic.
4 of them in hand. Dubstep, though, he's been delicious with the classic, and another instance where Oasis just find the pick, go for the sights. Wits now with the Trailblazer mirror means he doesn't have the regrowth, I believe. But Dubstep taken down by the paint shells, opening things up. Oasis, though, finding a pick in response.
Still a 3v2, so it's a good chance for either of these teams. A safe plant coming in from Wits does give them a bit more opportunity, and a great use at the start to block off some angles. Marky reducing this into a 1v3 now. Here comes the paint shells to push him back.
Yeah, Dignifido all up to him with the flash there. Tries to swing, but stuck in hell. It's Wits saying hello. This time around, Oasis will take the pistol, and I think it's one of their first ones here so far in the series.
Very true. I was just very amused with the 180 there with the bird, just trying to get a play out of him. Good effort, A for effort, but unfortunately for Meow, it is Oasis that ends up on top, and they're going to be able to reward themselves with a goodbye. Kelly S immediately with a full armor, as well as that Phantom, adding a bit more firepower to the roster, especially against an unarmored squad like OSC, where those headshots and the amount of bullets you can just rain down could prove to be the fatal moves of this match.
But the OSC have the stack here, and watch out.
Great
Owen,
read.
why are you there, sir? Is it because you have a shorty in hand? Kelly S has to be very careful. Dissipate though. Almost baiting out OSC there. W, please, not that corner! Dubstep, he's good for the one, but they will fall. Now, on the other hand, torn to shreds by the Oasis guns. And it should be an easy round here, a 3v1 rather, as Dignified will look to play the hero again.
It's going to be a hero story, or maybe a tragedy here. As does dodge the boom bot, so they might not expect him to come out at this timing. He does get spotted out. Shots do fire, but it's going to be so difficult. There comes the bird. Here comes the flash. Everyone is blind. He actually gets
What?
Okay.
No way, Dignified. Almost getting the job done there. And you said it, Fluffy. Dignified doesn't get scouted by the boom bot. It gives him the element of surprise. The firepower, a little lackluster given it's the free gun.
Here.
But he still got 2. He still got 2 there in the end. And Oasis, they only get to save the Phantom there as they go into their bonus.
Honestly, great damage done here by Meow. Even though Oasis does equalize the score, now they have the rifles, and like you mentioned, they're down 2 weapons. Dubstep and Wits can only hold the shares, but we've seen how powerful these 2 can be on those pistols.
And Dignified, again, a thorn on the side of Oasis Gaming. And with it, OSC should be feeling confident moving into this round. It's their gun buys.
I must wait a moment.
And Savvy scouts out Owen, playing into ramps. The rest of Oasis making noise towards B. And it's really a way to see how disciplined Meow has become as a squad. They do go for a few rotations. Dignified alongside Fallex now playing into mid as Oasis trying to psych out any of these setups so far.
There.
Gotta be a bit more careful, Oasis Gaming, with the patience, taking it on that mid control. They have a star for pressure. They can use that to creep up if they need to. And then burn the Trailblazer as well. Dissipate the star to get a bit more info. They have to be wary, though, that Fallex could be in that corner.
And with his early skirmishes here from Oasis, they're feeling confident now that they pulled enough away from A to hit that site. And exactly that. It's 2 still here between Dizzy and Owen. But at the very least, it's more manageable for Oasis if they go for the burst. Savvy, watching what he can. Close to main. Instead, it's Dizzy, the one to watch out for. First contact. Looks for the spray. Needs to get away. And it's Oasis now looking to pile on the pressure. An overrun on Dizzy. The flood comes in from Oasis to take aim.
It's an upgrade already, and Fallex gets a response here to take control of Ramsey again, but the speedy recovery here for the retake.
Oh, Fallex just wants to say his own matter in this occasion. He does put the pressure on the screens. Oasis effectively stopped there. Marky has the hold alongside his teammate with 1 HP, but Dump's actually finding Dignified. And here comes Ionix to get the execution on. Meow on the board. Marky though with the answer. And Marky's Guardian taps are just unreal right now. 8-7. Oasis keep the lead, or rather take the lead because of this.
The damage was done in the previous round, but Oasis bring it back, and Meow, they lose their Byram. Now their force on the eco and the guns kind of refunded here for Oasis. They have the full utility, full armors, and just 1 point for a lot of their ultimates to just come online.
And a great mid-rounding here from Oasis Gaming, especially. The process for Kelly has to call. Guys, we pulled enough from this A side to hit it. They pushed into Dizzy. They went for the overrun. And even with the lesser guns there, they get their bonus, Fluffy. It's a timeout now for Meow for good reason, as they didn't expect to lose out like this.
The positioning that Oasis was able to get there on the burst, regardless of the weapons that they had, it was just overwhelming for Meow to really defend against. It was only Fallex, or Dizzy rather, who was on the site, and that was just an overwhelming amount of firepower to deal with. The pressure that Oasis brings when they do commit an attack can be very large, so it's up to Meow to really change up their defensive setup, because they have to start adjusting to not get really pulled too much for their defenses whenever Oasis is trying to pull pressure away from them.
I mean, Old Stinky Cat is a team that loves to respond to initial outbursts from their opponents, but Oasis Gaming have been playing this kind of game for quite a while already. Seems against Nows especially, just that extra bit of patience from Oasis to try and lessen the numbers that they have to deal with. Always put that pressure between either Marky on maps where he plays Viper. When Savvy is around, you know there's a lurk presence. And it's just that kind of mind game from Oasis that helps them. LES though in position, and the Sage slow play, it works perfectly. Nice flash from Witz2 to get the execute.
Here comes Savvy, spots out one, turned back and has to back away instead, going for the safety play. He's holding most of the map here as Oasis does flood onto the B side. Another kill comes out and Dizzy goes away. Showstopper, not gonna hit anyone, but doing the damage though.
Yeah, I mean, the set play from Oasis working so well, and now it's textbook as they go for the clear onto B. Ionix though, that's big. It opens up the other angle for Ionix. A gun also in hand. And Kelly and Witz will find the same kind of fight. Fallex can see this coming. Will walk down, Dignified trying to answer him there, but there's no avail at all. Oasis now. This is how many rounds in a row already, Fluffy? 4 for the half, 1 a while ago. It's a streak for Oasis Gaming.
I mean, you give them an inch, they're going to take them out here, and they're slowly running away with this game. Great set play on this. The timing perfect. The flash, the slow. There's nothing you can do against the speed of that entry. Even against these weapons, they know that they can afford to take a fight, and they're not afraid to take it. Even though they might like risk a weapon, it's fine though, because they have a resurrection.
Yeah, they have the way to trade, and they're going to be happy to play that early aggress. But now they're gonna have to deal with more numbers. Is this what Oasis wants to deal with in the first place? Paranoid gonna be the answer. A dash there from Dizzy, but he does get a pick. Dizzy with another one. Dizzy absolutely sharp! And there's just no stopping Dizzy right now as Meow have taken command of that initial engagement.
They're tired of waiting. They're taking the fight to you. They re-aggress on the B and disrespect the utility bombardment here coming in from Oasis. They have a flash, but the timing not working out. That's an easy cleanup here from Fallex to take out Savvy in the end. Almost equalizing the score. 1 round now separating both teams after all that effort.
Wait, why you gotta bring out your bird like that, man? The guiding lights, you know? Awkward timing there.
Awkward.
Awkward.
Player standing.
There's a reason why our panel had him in our head-to-head. We know that Oasis has flex players, just like Marky alongside Dubby, but old Stinky Cat, Dizzy FES does it all. Usually on his signature Gecko, when he's on this map, his jet has been on point too, and it's a great recovery round for him.
And honestly, look at the stack here coming in from Meow this time. The aggression worked one time, and now they're not going to stop giving so much priority and importance for this middle. It's going to be up to Wit to take first contact with Kelly's there to support. Now he leads the charge as the boom bot clears the path.
Oh yeah, and immediately tells that there is presence towards vents. But Fallex making that noise. Owen's still around. And will Oasis expect two of them stacked up on the vent side itself? Trailblazer though, to get the initial trip. Elias now has backway plus paranoia. Dizzy tries to do it again, but Dubstep this time will deny that destiny. Dubstep! Unreal answers, and Kelly S brought back to life in response. He's just been the reaper of Oasis Gaming right now. Meow fearful to peek mid again.
They get so much value off of that. The neural theft there to steal the deal. Yeah, you get some kills, but Dubstep's not gonna stop. He knows he's on the hunt, and he has that 4K. Could go for the ace here, but the veterans, he knows he has to play safe, and they're just gonna back away towards the ace side.
In another life, Dubstep would have pushed for that ace, but he wants to go for the plant instead, and it's so safe. Here for Oasis, they're not gonna overcommit
30
onto
seconds
A
left.
yet. They know that they have the 3v1 advantage, and I love the position from Ionix, but he's gonna have to deal with so much pressure in front of him. 20 seconds. Oasis now have the hustle. Noise made here, sure. And Dubstep, he's even gonna go for the wall. It's just so smart from Dubstep right now. And
Spike planted.
Swing comes in. Savvy gets contact. Wanna give it to Dumpy. Oh, Marky takes it. Come on.
No, Dubby, ace denied, but round eventually still won. Great play and discipline by Oasis, though. Yes, Dubstep had a great round, able to recover the situation, bring his teammate back, eventually just net their loss to only Wits. But still, the fact that they had the momentum, but had no info on the Cypher after the second pick of the neural theft, the discipline to just wait out, let's just stick together, and we are strong, and that is where they really play. Great plant as well to secure the round, but now moving forward, Meow has a lot to deal with, so hopefully this operator could be their answer as Dizzy stares down the barrel.
I mean, Oasis was just ready for that dash from Dizzy.
Oh,
You said it, Dizzy's up. He has no fear at all, despite the slow orb. And Oasis wary to push that way, so this time around, with an off threat, Meow might look for an early angle. It's a big investment though here for Meow, and if they lose this, it's not going to be the best buy moving forward.
great position by Marky as well. He just stays in the corner, doesn't force out the peak, knowing that something could happen. Abby gets a freebie right there, might be able to back away, but they're forcing the operator to run out of position. It's in CT right now, giving up this B main side.
And here we go again. Oasis Gaming, the poll is looking stellar so far. But Dizzy realizes the situation, tries to
got your trail.
Still an angle to play from heaven anyway. The smokes are settled. The one-way is going to be very much so dangerous. Kelly has tried to spray it down. A Ionix can't swing off that kind of pressure. Dizzy dealing with the Seekers. Meow, they still have presence on the side. Kelly has still back away with the satchel. He's in short, but with the wall set up, it's a safe cross for Oasis. Dizzy now, he's dropping down. This is dangerous for Dizzy. Oasis Gaming, do they run into it? They're crouched.
30 seconds left.
Careful. And here comes the smoke now. Dubstep swings, but his head is taken. Dizzy with another one. Damage done. Witch finding a double of his own. But Oasis Gaming, they've seen Carnage in front. Savvy now on the alert. Spotted here. Fires like a but he wins the fight anyway. In a 2v1 now. Oasis turning the tables, but Fall X will fall there. Witch for the 3. And speaking of 3s, Oasis Gaming now with a 3-round gap.
We know what we're doing.
The game sense is palpable. You can tell that Oasis knows where the operator is even before the reveal. They're so careful at the start to wait it out. Duppy doesn't go for a repeat. He leaves Marky there. Marky hears the sound cue or just sends him that he walks away. They take the B main, they wall just to make sure that if they disrespect the heaven smoke, they have a way out. They get on the site, but they don't commit the push. They smoke to force the peak out, and they get so many small advantages. And that's what's adding up to this 11-8 scoreline.
It's just small things from Oasis in another kind of situation. With Dizzy getting 2 like that, you know that they can take a round, but the adjustments, small as they can be from Oasis, enough to give them the side control and the rounds. Winning the fights, Oasis, they have to do it the hard way. Savvy though, pulling that A main pressure away. Oasis immediately taking the site of B here, and Ionix peeks out, shreds Kelly as there. A nice pick to begin with here from Meow.
Good start so far. Cameron gonna spot that one through the smoke. Great tag as well. No punish yet. There comes Aeonix. A neural as well.
They're so crafted well by Aeonix. A labyrinth made, and he is the maze master. Meow will bounce back there, at least getting a knight on the board.
That is a way to recover there. Speedy from Meow. Out of everything, they just fight through the pain. They're able to recover that round. Oasis, the one to match point, and they still have a good fighting chance here. Cosmic Divide yet available, and almost another showstopper and resurrection.
Yeah, they have a number of tools here for Oasis, sure. But old Stinky Cat, man, they just need a single round, and they can bounce back. This will be a concern here for Oasis. Playing into the Aeonic setup again might be dangerous.
Gotta be a bit careful here. They've been punished before. A good slow means that they have control of Garage. Marky might get timing. Great.
Even better. You say good things, Marky will find too. And while Dubstep will be fended off, this is still big damage done. Meow, they don't have the smokes anymore coming into this round. And Oasis, they even get the showstopper set up for Kelly S.
Great use of that mid control there. Savvy doesn't show that he's there. They push on to the side, and they're gonna get taken out by Marky with a 1-2 punch. And Fallex and Owen off the board. Controller gonna be down. They have to stretch the resources. Very limited at the moment, and Oasis can still group up. They're forcing the issue. They get one for the trouble. The response here, Dignified goes huge.
Oh, Dignified does it again. He's good for threes, but now he's hunting for one more. Marky, though, left to himself now as Dizzy tries to make this map as claustrophobic as can be. Marky, he's trying to cut that noise, but timing is off the essence.
30
Dizzy
seconds
right
left.
behind. Dignified now repositioning into CT here. Marky will be forced to play into B for now here, Fluffy. But wait. Ali's looking very much so.
He's gotta make a sound.
He has to make a sound. He has to drop. Sets up the star. There you go. It's Dignified in front, but the timing with the smoke keeps him alive.
10
So get
seconds
hit by
left.
the Trailblazer. That's to be confirmed.
No, it
Actually
missed.
dodges it somehow.
What? Oh no, but he's seen by Dizzy from above. And now they'll take their double there again. I'm telling you, man, if you get a triple kill for Dignified, they are all but guaranteed for the round there.
What a round by Meow to really almost equalize the score here. They're both at the double digits, so they're at the brink of a win. Will it be Meow taking this map number 3, or will Oasis seal the deal on this one? That's going to be the big question here. It opened up so well as Marky was able to find the 2 picks here. But the recovery here from Dignify, just gutting the rest of Oasis gaming down. Just really putting the pain into them. Yeah, he gets traded, but what does it matter?
What does it matter? What are these plays? When Meow gets the space, they can do wonderful things. And usually Dignified's the one playing the setup, but he only has 3 assists right now because it's him getting the kills for himself. 19 on the board, just 1 away from Fallex, if I saw that correctly. Oasis, though, looking for that one more now. They go for the Cosmic Divide. This isolates Aeonix all by himself. The 1 box keeping it alive. Kelly S might have spotted that one. The Boombot will confirm it, and the overrun is clear from Oasis.
They have full control of the B side right now. Have to be wary of the retake. They still have 4 rifles for the side of Meow, but 5 players on Oasis. Neural Theft gonna come in, seal the deal somehow. They get the info, that's what's important.
They know now we'll have to play Waterfall here from Heaven especially. It will be the showstopper being Prime. Marky Wish on the board, and Oasis Gaming ready for everything. Marky gets a 3 for himself, and Oasis now series point is here.
They're done playing games. They burst into the site. They commit the Cosmic Divide, clear Heaven really quick, and the collapse from Oasis just too much for Meow to really handle there. Like you mentioned, match point. It's done after this one if Oasis can steal this away, but Dignified might have something to say. He has the Seekers. They can still play off that, but Wits has one as well for response.
Yeah, wacky stat of Owen. 14s all across, a triple-double if I ever saw one. But Meow, they're seeing their chances of a map number 3 dwindle here. Oasis Gaming is looking for one more. And we go for the Oasis default again. This time though, more help from Savvy means that they're going to be more confident to play into mid, and Heaven already taken here by Oasis.
The pacing just going to be brought back up by Oasis as they are pushing the issue here. It's only going to be Aeonix onto the backside. He has to play his life and slow up for his teammates here. Dodges a lot of utility.
They know where he is, and Kelly S gets his sight back. Just clearing things out, and Oasis already finding 3 along the way. Odd stack against Meow.
Great
With the
wall.
wall in the way, it's gonna be even harder. The Great Wall of Dubstep has
Spike
been
planted.
set. Dizzy trying to make a play with the dash, but Dubstep already getting ahead of himself.
Last
Owen
player
though, up
standing.
from heaven, he's cleared, he's bound, and Oasis Gaming are looking to continue the run. The season continues for
Attackers win.
Oasis in perfection, another series under their belts.
It's relaxing time here, and congratulations to Oasis Gaming. They get the round that they're looking for. They end the series for a clean 2-0, and it's a great sight to see for one of the top teams improving so far here on VCT.
Yeah, and just to emphasize, a clean 2-0 this time around, Fluffy, right? They didn't drop
Exactly.
a map, unlike the matchup against the Naos. It was so much so well played by Old Stinky Cat coming into splits. But in the end, Oasis Gaming, just that experience, just the refinement that they have, and really the mid-rounding pull plays have been so on point for Oasis Gaming that it did catch Old Stinky Cat off guard there in the end.
Exactly. You look at the post-game statistics, and we can really see the difference between both of these teams. We end up with a final score of 13-10. Meow doing so well here. OSC striking back with Fallex leading the charge. Dignified, he steps in on this game, and he steps up to really bring a lot of firepower, as well as his supportive nature to the team. But Dubstep, he has really stepped up, saving so many rounds and using his utility on his battle stage. There are a couple times where he's the first man in. He still has his duelist mentality, and even though Kelias is there, he's ready to go for the trade.
He may have not gotten the ace there, man, but at least he gets the MVP for Oasis. It was just so well crafted by Oasis from start to finish. We've seen them set up these kind of set plays between Marky as well as Dubstep, and it's interesting with the Astra shift right now. It's all about punishing those early peaks that they expected from OSC, and you can see already the difference. 16 first kills for Oasis Gaming
Insane.
coming into this game. That first pick potential is just very menacing between the Astra, the Sage, and the Kelly-S Rays that can't continue on from it.
But you gotta give it to Meow as well, because when they are playing that 4v5 for 16 times, they still manage to claw themselves at 10 rounds, going to the double digits, threatening to steal this map away. And that's a testament to the improvement as well as the other teams here, like Meow, who's really stepped up. If map number 1 had a bit of a small, or maybe a couple changes, a little improvement here and there, they could have really brought this to distance, or brought this to the distance. But Savvy really being stalwart, as you see in the highlights, really just defending sites multiple times as well.
I mean, I think Val just overcooking really in the first map. It was palatable here in the second, but Oasis still handling that kind of pressure and getting the win. Big bright spots though for Meow, Dignified doing all he can. Honestly, the whole Meow roster is just filled with talent from first to sixth spot. But it's just about finding the right configurations, and Oasis Gaming, truthfully, that's the big change up this split, Fluffy. Split 1, so many identity issues, so many problems of how to integrate Dubstep, who's gonna be playing what. But here now in Split 2, Kelly-S at the helm for IGL. Everyone defined on what they want to play, and things are looking good for the puzzle that's completed. That is Oasis Gaming.
Exactly. They are one of the teams that everyone always hopes will be at the top, but this time around, it really looks like they are positioning themselves, because not only in the scores, but how cleanly their games has become. And it feels like that is because of the roster integration, but also a lot of their players, especially the older ones, really stepping up to have a lot of impact in a lot of these rounds, saving the game at times, if not just winning it all right.
I mean, there's veteran voices here for Oasis Gaming that they can rely on in a pitch, and you see it. Dubstep Wits, just that wisdom to help out Oasis in any kind of situation, and some fast instincts, fast calls from the rest of the roster to do all they can. It's Oasis with another one. They're still on top of the standings, and we're gonna throw it over to the panel to break down that 2-0 win.
Honey Glaze, it was a well-fought series by Oasis Gaming. Talagang there were some sort of play and also unadjusted we saw from that series. So talagang nakita natin how they persevered through the second game. As sinabi nga, there were some inconsistencies in split number 2, in split rather, pero mas naging calculated yung attack nila ngayon. Tama ba, Raph and Rockhart?
Absolutely. I feel like when you go into split, there's a certain expectation na dapat sobrang linis ng first half mo. And nakita naman natin medyo committed yung OSC with their lineup this time around. Double duelist, they simplified the game, they got what they needed, made the game as close as possible. Pero yung X factor talaga ng Oasis is that, as we mentioned in the earlier panel, is that mid-rounding call. And it's really apparent when Dubstep, and my goodness, he has been just adding so much value to this team once he's close to the fight. You can look back at that Yoru Breeze, and now Sage on Split. He's in such a good spot for Oasis that also highlights his skill set as a player.
Yeah, I completely agree. I feel like promising start for OSC, na 7-5 yung split na yun. Pero yeah, in this one, it really was dominating, and especially in this specific play. Natawa, I was thinking myself, elevator to them. And it was a very, one of those things where you kind of do not get the Sage payoff. Although we did see the Sage payoff eventually for Oasis naman on map number 2. Pero yeah, it was really interesting how, even though 0-2 yung OSC, it was still, they looked really promising in this whole series.
Yeah, and looking back on these highlights, yes, go ahead, Ralph.
I agree. I mean, committing was really the big problem here. If we go back to that map 1, on paper, ang ganda ng comp nila. Siguro medyo awkward yung fit ng Sage at some situations. At the same time, they could have played that so well. OSC is a team na kayang-kaya nila na just to front everything and go for the gunfights. And I think this is the reason why they didn't want to go for a flashing comp. Instead, they go for that super defense-oriented comp. Kaso, yung utility economy ng Oasis, all throughout, by the way, Lotus and Split, has just been carrying the day for the macro side.
Yeah, and looking at the macro side as well, ito yung may mga pagkakataon nga din kanina na medyo there was some cases na yung mismo Oasis were really struggling on how to pull off this, again, the playstyle against OSC. Kasi kanina, there were some points na sinabi ng mga casters na pwede pa sana mabaliktad yon if it took maybe OSC or pushed it to 11 points against Oasis. Kaso nga lang, they have understood more of their errors back then. But for this, our MVP is none other than Marky for Oasis Gaming. Yung Astra.
Of course. Picture perfect. I feel like ang ganda ng talaga ng mga pinapakita ng mga na-highlight na player natin. Nagkakataon lang ba yun? Parang ilang araw na to. Pero yeah, Marky on the Astra has been so crucial. Obviously, I feel like could definitely on the way up pa rin, trajectory up pa rin. There's still always room for improvement, but I really like watching this guy play.
Oh yeah, I mean, he's the complete package, you know what I mean? In terms of being so smart with utility and just being overall really strong when you try to duel him. I mean, yun nga yung mga signature agents niya ngayon, Astra plus the Jet plus the Sovas. There's a lot of different demands for all these roles, but he seems to fit in all of those really, really well without dipping in numbers too much.
Yeah, and even in the first game, as you said about the word demand in Lotus, may mga pagkakataon din na OSC wanted to take some maybe a pwesto or courage out of that map alone. Pero the coverage of how Oasis really went in favor for the whole series na talaga nakuha nila yung first half, it was completely again a momentum start or a snowball din na ginawa nila heading to this game number 2. Kaso yun nga lang, may mga pagkakataon na nakabawi talaga yung OSC. So, kausapin na natin ng Team Oasis Gaming for their win ngayon para malaman natin kung ano ba naging preparations nila heading to this match. Tara! Yon! Hello po! Good afternoon!
Hello.
Marky! Congratulations po ulit! And 2-0 against OSC. Ito, matanong ko lang. Kanina, we've seen how you guys progressed from week 1 to 3. There was some inconsistencies, pero ngayon, you kind of like performed. No, not kinda. You performed really good. At talaga nakuha niyo coming from week number 2. How was your preparations now compared to the other weeks?
Ngayon siguro mas kinalmahan namin, mas nagtiwala sa isa't isa. Kasi alam namin ano yung maibibigay namin. Kaya yun, unting linis pa.
Oh, I love it. The trust in each other, talagang gumaning synergy rather this time. Congratulations again, Marky. Here's Raph and Rockhart for some other questions. We're interested how you guys won this. Congratulations again.
Grabe, Marky. Mukhang suki ka na dito sa mga interview. Last week, ikaw din. Tas ngayon, I agree with all the points you made. I was actually gonna ask a similar question on your preparation. But right now, specific teams that you are preparing against, aside from, I guess, the obvious now, are there any other teams that you need to prepare for in a different way?
Siguro lahat ng teams pag prepare namin. Lahat naman sila malalakas. They are here for a reason.
Grabe no, humble answer talaga kahit undefeated. Good job, Marky. Good job.
Well, speaking of undefeated, we're all XG fans here. What is the recipe for being undefeated, and ano ba yung tingin mo pinaka sets you apart from other teams dito ngayon? Ano yung pinaka nag-separate from Oasis compared to everyone else?
Siguro dahil wala sila ako.
Kaya mo yan.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Ano po?
Walang sila ako.
Walang? Sorry? Wala?
Wala silang ako.
Wala
Ay!
silang ako.
Nako.
Okay. That's the answer. That's how you answer an interview. Thank you, Marky.
Congratulations once again, Marky. Before we end, any shoutouts to your supporters and as well, kahit sino, shoutout mo na.
Ayun, shoutout sa Oasis, family ko, kay Georgie na nagwa-watch party. Yun. Sa lahat ng tao diyan, shoutout sa inyo.
Maraming salamat, Marky. And once again, guys, Oasis Gaming for their win 2-0. Excited pa kayo makita kayo heading for the matches dito sa Split 2. Pahinga na kayo ng konti. See you again. Congratulations again, Marky and
Thank you,
Oasis
thank you.
Gaming. Ayun, again, shoutout po ulit sa mga nag-watch party ngayon na sumusuporta sa Oasis Gaming at mga sa lahat ng teams. Maraming salamat sa iyong suporta. Guys, ganyan lang pala yung sikreto eh. Wala silang ako. Tama ba, Raf?
Of course. I mean, again, Marky, just humble answer mo na tapos, kasi wala silang Marky daw eh, kaya natalo yung ibang teams. So, you already know the secret. Just get Marky.
Yeah. I think every team should have like a secret sauce and a player like Marky on their side kasi the interviews, man, madami tayong pwedeng makuha dyan. And I think na, yeah, everyone needs that ace player. Hopefully the other teams will have a step up as well soon.
Yun na yung nakita ko din for this team, for Oasis. Yeah, alam ko, may angas din talaga sila. But one thing that also stood out from that, from what he said was, they're really preparing for each of the teams here in Split 2 dahil hindi nga din naman biro kasi even from yesterday, I was still surprised na the recovery of the teams being on the bottom has more ways to push it to a game number 3. I think that's one way of looking at this competition na lahat pwede umangat at pwede bumawi. Ilang weeks na lang baraf tayo bago tayo maabot sa playoffs kasi ramdam ko na rin dito yung mga preparations ng mga teams na parang they don't wanna miss a chance of ranking back up, right?
Yeah, I mean, we are slowly entering the point of no return for some of these teams. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, we have at most 2 weeks before the playoffs, including now. So this is the perfect time for all the teams to elevate. At saka yung mga bottom teams, siguro dito na magsimula yung quote-unquote revenge arc nila.
Yeah, I feel like if there's ever like a way for you to get revenge on a team that you're, I mean, dito kasi sa VCT PH, spicy, like, wala silang pake. They will say whatever they think. I really like that about this league right now. Pero yes, even if playoffs might not be in contention for some teams, you still want to be remembered. You still want to make an impact, again, in the hearts of our viewers. So keep that in mind while watching some of these teams play.
Nakakatuwa lang din kasi yung mga teams from the promo relegation as well as making their way through to make a statement or even an identity dito sa split number 2. I think this is the road to Ascension. Kahit kanina pinapakinggan ko pa ulit-ulit yung explainer yung video bago tayo mag-start ng series. It all leads to the greater glory in getting or going to Ascension. So excited kami kung paano yung mga teams babawing in. But for now, we're gonna take a quick break heading to the second game of the day. Huwag kayong alis, magbabalik kami.
friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go. Yeah. All my friends will grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver. Grab cost saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go. Yeah. All my friends will grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver. Grab cost saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go. Yeah. All my friends will grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver. Grab cost saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go. Yeah. All my friends will grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver. Grab cost saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus.
What is up, Pilipinas? Nagbabalik na naman kami for another game for day number 3 for week 3 ng split number 2. Ako si OSX, I'm the Shadi Glaze, and also si Fluffy for another expected series na mas mainit pa sa pagbabawi nila ngayon. But now, we're talking about two teams na pwede maglaban-laban for sa kanilang ranks. One is in rank 3, one is in rank 5. So this is between Carti World and Zol. Kamusta naman to, Honey Glaze and Rap, for you guys?
Hirap sabihin kung ano pwede mangyari dito dahil it has been a really good start para sa Carti World ever since we started here in the regular season. Tapos Sol Esports, unti-unti rin naman nagkakaroon ng comeback for the latest series na nilaro nila.
Yun nga, tapos between both of these teams, like you mentioned din, the placing very close. So that's gonna be in that top cut. Lumalaban talaga sila sa position, hindi lang para sa game na ito.
I think one thing also to note is, I think we're, sabi kanina ni Raf, even from Rockhard, I think, are we reaching the point of no return na ba? Dahil naman sa playoffs, kasi kung saan gusto mag-ipon ng points for these two teams, ano bang, what do they have na pwede pang mawala ngayon? Kasi for the teams who's fighting to climb back up on top, it's the placing, right? As you guys mentioned. Pero ngayon, sa mismong matchup na to, what are they really fighting for this time around?
Well, for me, unahan ko na Fluffy, dahil ang nakikita ko kasi dito para sa Zol and Carti World is yun ngang nagiging nabibuild up nilang momentum na pwede nga mahabol pa ng iba pang mga teams. Dahil yun nga, as you mentioned, OSX, we have here couple more weeks to go before pa sila makapagbuo nga ng kanilang synergy to go into the playoffs. But again, it's really a big disadvantage kung sakaling ikayo ang matatalo pa for this week, for this series pa.
Exactly. Aside from that, of course, yung seeding na sinabi ko earlier, it is very important yung sinabi ni HG na momentum, especially since both of these teams are very, very competitive. Andun sila sa parang edge na kaya nila mag-top 3, pero nahihirapan sila because of some maybe over peaks. Yung mga maliliit na bagay that we've seen on a previous team like Oasis that has really refined, but they don't have the time for that. So every game counts from now.
Yeah, so the little things really matter sa itong teams that was really climbing themselves to be on top of the food chain. But now, we want to give a special shout out to Mineski Global for being the official tournament organizer for the 2024 VALORANT Challengers Philippines, presented by PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country.
Yan. And syempre, papasalamatan din natin ng ating official super app na partner nating si Grab. Score Grab's lowest prices ever with up to 15% cheaper fares on Grab Car Saver, delivery fees as low as 15 pesos with Grab Car Saver delivery, and thousands of budget-friendly meals as low as 99 pesos with Grab Food Saver meals. Ito pa, meron pa tayong discount, meron pa tayong promo code na pwede nyong gamitin. Grab Food 60, get up to 60 pesos off if you order with a minimum spend of 550, simula po yan ng 11 a.m. onwards.
Ayun. And last but not the least, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board.
Yeah, thank you so much sa inyo for making all of this possible. So habang pahaba pa yung ating araw sa mga 2 games of the day, well, going back kanina, I think you guys mentioned about the little things that could matter. Kasi yesterday, if you want to talk about Zol first, Averna's got a point out of them from a best of 3. So with that, may nakita tayong some sort of growth then from Averna's Esports, and this was against Zol yesterday. So nag 1-2. And maybe from that, we could actually see a potential way of showing, or we can expect a preparation having from this series will go against Carti World. Don't you think, Honey Glaze?
Yun nga kaya naman ipasok na muna natin siguro yung Zol OSX, no? Para at least makita na natin kung sino-sino ba maglalaro ngayon.
Tawagin na natin ang Zol Esports para makita natin ang lineup of today. Tara, pasok!
And here we have them, Zol Esports. Nagbabalik na sila dito, trying to prove that they're one of the best teams here. Of course, still with the veterans of Kakarot, Micro, Zin, Kebzi, and Patman. This team really has formed well over the past couple of weeks. Kita naman natin in Split 2, they've taken down teams like Subversive, like Avernus, like JustUs, but now they're facing against Carti World, a team that honestly is pretty close to their skill level. So will their veterancy really prove to be that defining factor?
Yun nga rin yung iniisip ko kanina, Fluff, ano? Yes, maganda na yung nagiging synergy nila. Maganda na yung nagiging comeback potential nila para ma-reclaim ulit nila na, again, they are our defending champions. But then, sino bang mga nakalaban lang nila, diba? We had JustUs, Avernus, Subversive, all of them halos kahit papano. It was clean 2-0s. But then, this time, laban sa Carti World na kung saan pwede pang sumabay sa kanila or pwede pang angatan ngayon yung Zol. It's a big question mark tuloy kung kaya nilang matalo nga yung Carti World.
Yung sinabi mo about angatan, Honey Glaze and Fluffy, I think the only one na nasa pagitan nila right now is old Stinky Cat in the middle. So dun pa lang habang di pa tayo nag-update ng standings of the day, looking back on the previous weeks, there's someone in between na kailangan talaga nilang angatan. So with that, I think the one that you mentioned about veterancy could be the defying factor, kasi one thing that also stood up in most of the matches that I saw in heading for like 3 weeks was how the duelist comp matters and as well as the double initiator. I think yun yung nakikita natin palagi for Zol Esports, how they take control mostly of their early start in the first rounds. What so? Tama ba?
Totoo yun. Dahil, again, hindi naman ma-amplify ka agad yung kanilang nagiging duelist kung wala dito kanilang initiators. Talking about Micro, who has been really phenomenal pagdating sa kanyang info gathering. And also have your Patman when it comes to making ng opening as well para kay Kakarot.
Yeah, exactly. Tapos, aside from that, I'm really excited still to see what the rest of this team can bring as we move on to our series.
Yeah, let's call on Carti World. Sino nga bang laban sa lineup nila ngayon? Tara, pasok!
Party World, as we mentioned, really definitely a great start since our first week, since we started off in the regular season. But the biggest question is kung kakayanin din ba nilang talunin ngayon ang mga bigger names, ang mga bigger teams. Yes, we have such a team here, such a players here set up para nga magambala sila throughout the standings. Shani Boy, Patrick Watson, we have Asworld, Uyen as well. And to the point na pwede natin ting masabi na isa sila sa mga underdogs because the underdogs ngayon na pwedeng tumapat sa kanila.
Exactly. I mean, speaking of yung mga underdog teams, against every single team so far outside of the most veteran ones in Naos, dun sila talaga magaling. They've really taken 2-0s, 2-1s. They've won every single game and they've only really struggled against dun sa top. I feel like that's in part because of that core roster talaga. They have Chani Boy, for example, who's a great initiator. They have Uyen as well to bolster a lot of defenses. And Astro, of course, matagal na sila naglalaro ng VCT. So sanay na sila in that VCT tempo, how teams play. They're able to read out and weed out a lot of these quote-unquote weaker teams that they're a bit more advantaged in.
Nung week number 2, I think one of the chances na na-interview ko din ng Carti World was they have this great support system with their coaches and as well as how they maintain that kind of adjustment. Nung week 2, it's all about adjustments for them. So I think lahat ng gusto nating sabihin ngayon about how they're gonna be in par with Zol Esports, that is veterancy na combining it with also the adjustment na pwede lang mas linisin pa in this certain week could actually tell how they're prepared for to make it all work this time around. Tama ba?
Definitely. Dahil kompleto na sila sa mga arsenals. Umaabot na nga sa puntong hindi na nakakabawi ng momentum pa. For example, is yung OSC. Yes, nahirapan sila sa Naos. But given the fact that that is already Naos, at least they were able to perform a bit more better from the previous ones. But then again, this is Chari Boy who has been really popping off, especially doon sa sunset maps nila na nilalaro nga nila dito all throughout their series.
Yeah, they're a very aggressive team and every time na may opportunity sila na na pwede silang kumuha ng isang round. You give them an inch and they'll take a mile, and they really go all the way in a lot of these games. Nahirapan sila, yes, sa mga mas beterato ng team kagaya ng Naos, but it is the same story as well for a team like Zol Esports. That's why this match is interesting, because both of these teams have basically the same strengths. They have the veterancy in their core, they have the same sort of stats, and they have a very similar play style. Yung tanong lang is who gets that momentum first.
I think that would really check everything out. Even in the first the first series kanina, it was all about how the Astra managed to take control of the places. Pero now, tingnan natin yung head-to-head kung sino nga ba ang lalamang sa mismong matchup na to. Tara, let's take a look at this. O tama nga yung sinasabi nyo.
Natin, no?
Honey Clay, si Chani Bay versus KFC, kamusta naman to?
Super excited for Chani Boy, dahil nga, na-mention ko na kanina, Sunset Map, his breach was so phenomenal. The timings of the fault lines, everything is just well in place dahil sa kanya at dahil sa mga utility usage niya and all. Kaya naman, pwede talagang umangat kahit papano later on in the map veto on Carti World laban dito sa Seoul Esports. But then again, Fluffy, this is the usual Seoul Esports kasi nakasama natin eh.
Ayun eh. And one of their most stable parts of it is Kevs. I've always liked this player. There was a brief moment that we were teammates, but other than that, you've always seen in all the iterations of not just this team but other ones that he's been in na palagi siya may impact sa mga games niya. Matalino siyang player at palaging stable ang kanyang aim. A lot of rounds are always on him to really clutch out or hold a certain position. He might not be the most standout of players, but we've seen kunwari sa games nila yesterday that in those clutch moments, pag kailangan yung round, it's really Kevsy that seals the deal.
Yeah, and to also look, medyo yung kalamangan is by 50 points for that ACS. I think it's all about momentum. Kahit ulit-ulitin namin dito, these two teams would actually rise to the challenge. Kasi kahit nga kanina pinag-uusapan natin how this match will go, mamaya we will go in the prediction sooner on how this match will go ulit. Kaso yung nakita din namin dito, I think the smaller things or the little things would actually matter. Kasi for these two teams na sobrang halo na with veterans and experience, I think in the most cautious way na magkamali sila, that's what Zol could take advantage of against Carti World. Ito ba nangyayari, Honey Glaze, mostly pag nakalawan nila to?
Actually, yesterday was also an amazing series for Seoul Esports, and then again, doon lang halos din nag-amplify nga for Zol na at least makikita natin, they're still there. This is the same amount of Zol Esports na lagi nating nakikita when it comes to their performance and all. And sabi pa ni Fluffy, is still Kevsy is there for the clutches. He is there as a main pillar for the team dahil makikita man natin siya minsan on the initiator or even on the controller. Pero he keeps things intact kasi para sa side of Zol Esports.
Yeah, and that last series, especially against JustUs, in the two maps that they did win on Sunset and Bind, he was the final kill for both of those, so he really did secure a lot of the place there. They're real closer in a lot of their games. Nahihirapan talaga ang Zol pag wala si Kevsy, so if he's able to step up, kita naman natin sa head-to-head statistics that he's one of the highest impact players that we can see.
Yeah, and I think magkakatalo lang ata sa mapa, guys, no? Doon lang ata magkakatalo kasi let's see how the advantage will be in favor for these two teams. Let's go to the map veto pick. Kung ano ba yung magiging lamang dito, because we've talked about a lot of things specifically for Breach itself, for the Sunset. So ano nga ba yung magiging advantage ngayon? Zol, with the first ban on the map sa map veto pick, ano ba yung pinakaayaw nila laruan ngayon, Honey Glaze?
Always a prio ban kasi dito for Zol Esports is either Lotus or kaya naman minsan umaabot tayo sa puntong Sunset din ay pwede nilang tanggalin kung sakali na hindi nila mapili. But here we go, ban on Lotus.
My big question is if we're gonna see Ascent kasi dun talaga nahirapan yung Zol Esports. For a veteran team and a veteran map, it's one of those things that you've always seen na sanay sila. Pero parang nahirapan talaga sila in that game against JustUs. So with Split being banned, Ascent is still open as Zol gets their first map pick.
Pabor pa ng Ascent ang pwede nilang kuhunin, ano? But then again, yeah. At least sila naman yung unang pick, OSX, Fluffy, dahil as Icebox naman ang kukunin nila. And we all know how crazy they are pagdating sa Icebox. But Carti World, nagbabadyang kunin pa yung Ascent para sa map veto na to. Pwede pa kasi.
It's a very
Parang
strong
pick your
map.
poison yung nangyayari dito, Fluffy and Honey Glaze, no? And depends on who's gonna make the first move kasi it's all about momentum. So ano nga ba yung magiging map decider nila? Because we're looking at the two final bans of Zol and Carti World rather for the veto pick. Breeze is taken out as well.
Breeze being gone, Ascent locked in, Icebox and Ascent gonna be guaranteed to be viewed. Yung tanong na lang kung ano yung decider. Ascent, a map that I mentioned a bit earlier na baka matakot yung Zol kasi nahirapan sila in their last series, but that's not to say that their other series have had a hard time. Bind, out of the question already, that's gonna leave our last map to be the decider.
Excited ako dito kasi Sunset pa naman pabor palagi kay Zol. Or rather kay Carti World, kaya may potential talagang kahit papaano umabot tayo in a 3-game series kung sakaling hindi maging pabor din sa Seoul Esports yung maging performance nila later on in Ascent dahil again, this is one of the at least weak map para sa kanila nung nakalaban nga nila yung JustUs.
I mean, to be fair, yung Zol on map number 1 as well, they do pick it. Pero yung Carti World against JustUs, 13-0 sila sa Icebox. Doon talaga sila magagaling. Tapos they get to choose the side pa. They go for the defense. So that gives them at least a guaranteed 12 rounds. So this does look like you mentioned, that could go the distance to a 3-map series. Because honestly, they're all pretty decent in all of these maps for both teams.
Yeah, and looking back on how this match will go, I think depende na lang kung sino magsisimula ng who would start strong. Kasi kahit ulit-ulitin namin on how these two teams would actually work in map's favor, doon lang talaga magkakaalaman on who makes those minor mistakes. Kasi again, if you look at how the rankings went with Carti World, they have 4 wins, and against Zol Esports is 3-2. So far dito pa lang, we've seen mostly, I think losses can have a great way of teaching you on what mistakes you should not do against Carti World. Syempre, they're trying to maintain that space or even that rank for a reason. Kaya minsan I'm getting more curious on how they're more specifically strong in these certain maps na pwede nilang kunin sa isa't isa. Even for their record, I think Carti World, I think there's some minor mistakes na mas naayos na heading into week 2. You think, Honey Glaze, mas mapaplansya nila from this time on heading into this match against Seoul Esports? Yeah.
Actually, Carti World kasi nandun na yung firepower nila. We even have our Uyen who has been really crazy on the multi-kills and all. Planchado na lang when it comes to their performance. And again, they were able to execute against JustUs a 30-0 scoreline back in Icebox. So, most likely talaga na pwede nilang kahit papaano ma-dismantle itong Seoul Esports. Pero, yun nga, malalaman natin yun later on pagdating sa execution nila kung sakaling hindi na intact ang Seoul Esports to go up against Carti World.
Exactly. And Seoul Esports on Icebox, they're no slouch themselves. The last time that they played this against Avernus, nanalo naman din sila ng 13-8. So in that case, this core team really still has a lot of firepower to back it up. And like I mentioned a bit earlier, parang medyo pareho talaga yung teams ito. In a lot of ways, they are basically the same team. It's just that with their playstyle and everything, sobrang momentum based na kung sino talaga yung makuha ng early start, if they can really keep that heat retention, yun yung pinaka-importanteng bagay sa mapa, especially sa Icebox.
Yeah, and speaking of maps as well, in the first series na nakita ko kanina sa cast nyo, Honey Glaze and Ray Ray, may kanina there's one team who was lacking at dedicated initiator from that specific map. You think ito, dito pa magkakaroon ba ng magkakataon yung Carti World na mas maging advantageous to against Zol Esports, or Zol has a better hand since Icebox ngayon nakuha nila? Or what would they prioritize this time around para mas maging in favor yung ganito?
I really do think na papabor ito kahit papaano para sa side ng Carti World na dahil again, yes, nakalaban man ni Zol Esports yung Avernus na nakaraan in the 13-8 scoreline, but again, this speaks wonders pa rin naman para sa side ng Carti World, was able to perform a 13-0 and at least it started off strong para sa side na nga ngayon ng Carti World all throughout our series, all throughout our weeks. Pero syempre, umpisaan ko na OSX and Fluffy dahil sa akin Carti World ang aking magiging prediction dito for the series.
Well, for me naman, I'm gonna go for Zol because I think that, I don't know, I just like the players a bit more because I've seen them have a lot more experience and they've done a lot more throughout VCT.
Okay, so that's Zol. For me, I'm going with Carti World for this prediction, 2-0 for this. And so it's 2 against 1. Fluffy, okay lang yan. Kasi it's good to know that there's a balance in this panel na there's teams who actually could have an advantage of showing or preparing more in the weeks coming to the playoffs, diba? So it's let's see how the execution goes. Kasi kanina pinag-usapan ni Honey Glaze to about the meta that will work rather for Carti. Well, for Zol Esports naman, Fluffy, since you're looking for them or you're rooting for them in this series, ano bang pwedeng mas lamang nila na wala sa Carti World?
Like I mentioned earlier, I do think it's really just if they get the earliest momentum, there is a big chance
Okay.
na mawawala din yun, but you never know, so we'll have to see sa map 1.
Yeah, yun talaga ni Glaze feeling mo, no? And kanina Astra has a lot of chances to even show. So, wag natin matagalin to. This is just completely our opinion on how this match will go. But casters, painitin na yung laban na to. Take it away. Kaya na.
Ready for another monumental matchup here as we are going to be getting into our second series of the day. You can already see Raph is putting his heart into it, man, because it is going to be such a big matchup here. Ladies and gents, welcome yet again, as this is going to be Zol Esports versus Carti World. Dax and Raph together for this one. And okay, my friend, what's up with the gestures? Are you excited for the series? Is that what you're trying to tell us?
Yes, absolutely. I'm not struggling with the hand signals. And you said this is a big matchup. Obviously, not as big as your place in my heart, Dax. I have to look for my other wallet where your picture is there. It's here somewhere, but it's fine. You know what Polaroid I'm talking about,
Yes,
you know?
It's just like, okay, is that supposed to be a picture of your girlfriend? No, it's a picture of this casting duo right here. And while that may warm our hearts, it's gonna be a hot matchup just because, again, it's like what we said a while ago between OSC and Oasis. It's one of these matchups that can really define the positions of these teams at the very end. On one side, you have Zol Esports, our defending champions, finally getting the run that they need to bring themselves back up the leaderboards, right? But on the other, Carti World has been that one team that has really risen above and beyond to be such a big threat.
Speaking of big threats, let's just address the elephant in the room, and that has to be Patrick Watson.
Yes,
Again,
sir.
a man that's existing on a different plane from everybody else, apparently. And what I find really interesting about him, despite playing such a contact-heavy role, the duelist role, he has such few first kills. Why is this weird? It's just because it's also a testament to how much Carti can invest into Patrick Watson. They're sparing no expense to give him every single thing to set up the rest for the team, of the team, for success.
I mean, you say he has a few first kills. He has 56 in total for the group stage, the most out of anyone in that statistic. But and I think I understand your point. He's not the highest first kills per round. He's within the top 3 instead. Carti World as a whole, they love to play as a unit, but Patrick Watson has been that shining star there, Raph, and everyone has taken notice of Carti because of it. Zoldo, on the other hand, our defending champions continue on with putting Kakarot on the jet, but it's always the highlight. Sid gonna be on that Killjoy too.
Yes, there you go. Beautiful refining of the idea by Dax there. Not the most in singular maps, but overall has been incredibly efficient. Zol, on the other hand, is probably one of the more peculiar cases. Defending champions got into the split with by far one of the worst starts we've seen, especially with a team that has the talent that they do, the experience that they have, and just the overall capability and the ceiling. But once again, you did mention they're hitting their stride now, but they're kind of put in a position where they can't stop. They can't stumble anymore.
Absolutely. They need to hit that gas pedal and never let go. But Carti World has been one of the biggest roadblocks so far. They won every single series that they had except the one versus Naos, and they were, I dare say, pretty much in the competition. It was a great showing from Carti World even then and there. They've really been refining their play as we've seen the weeks go. And it begs the question for Zol Esports now. Can they continue their streak? They've lost versus Oasis, they lost versus Naos, but they've been winning against some of, I'd say, the newer teams that we have here in groups. And to highlight again, it's really that talking point here, Raph. Kakarot, Zin. It's been a shift of roles with them changing positions from front to back respectively. And will it work now versus a team that is looking this good like Carti World?
That's a very, very heavy question to address too, because when it doesn't, right, why did they bother doing it? So there should be an underlying reason for this, because it's not like they're playing all that bad with these new roles. It's just that they were doing so well with the old configuration.
I mean, you know what has been old news though? Carti World with 2 members formerly of First Mega Saver, Channy Boy and Astro, looking for revenge against Soul because back in Split 1, or rather continuing on the damage against Soul, because they did beat Soul last time, these 2 players specifically 2-0. And Soul Esports now trying to play into mid, Astro backing away after the Poison Cloud. Soul still has that tube control and Carti World take notice of it.
Carti World now shifting their defenses accordingly. They might just actually catch Kevs here. On the flank. No, look at this. It's Zin waiting.
Oh, and Zin's found. Carti World putting their forces in aggression. 3 pushing on in. And with it now, Zol, they're going to be forced to play into B here. Patman, though, in a very perilous position. Here's the noise. And Patrick Watson with a quick shot. The plant should go down here for Zol, but the numbers of Carti World continue on. It's Solo now with a push from above. Micro getting on the board there. It's Solo. Good for 1. Good for 2. And here we go with Carti World with a clear. They'll take this first pistol.
Itchy Solo on that Killjoy, getting that round on the board for Carti World. I feel like this player has gone through a lot of changes throughout the week stacks. There were times, especially in the first 2 weeks, where you could say he was a tad bit unreliable, but now there are rounds where it's all about the Itchy Solo. He has just been so good.
The experience of having this Killjoy in the backline has been stellar for Carti World, and it's something we've noticed in their series against Naos and Solo. He was taking some very dangerous duels, and it didn't work out. But ever since that series, he has been on an upward trend. He has been playing smarter, better, and faster. And right now, it's been a good start here for Carti World because of it.
He is sounding like Daft Punk song, one of my favorites. And Carti World are enjoying it.
Yeah, I mean, look at her name. It used to be Astroworld. If I remember correctly, that used to be like a big music store back in the day as Itchy Solo. We'll see him get another greatest hits on the board. Nice kill to begin the anti-eco. Patrick Watson keeping watch of A2.
Also kind of alludes to one of the concerts here, but wow, Patrick Watson shredding the rest of Zol to bits. What can Patman do?
Give him a rip. He's looking for more. And Patrick Watson giving the guitar solo of a 3K there. Carti World now up by 2, and we've seen this from Carti World before. They get a good start, they have momentum moving forward.
You saw that, a few sour notes being played with a rockstar attitude to boot. Carti World really turning up the heat here and maybe playing with the pyrotechnics as Zol. Not necessarily a team that will be hot off rip. They will adjust as the rounds will go. But Carti World, another thing that we have to consider is that they're also very efficient with these weaker buys.
I mean, Carti World as a whole, even if they're coming from promos, they have been a complete package coming into VCT PH. A good run in the offseason, an even better run now being picked up by Carti as a sponsor. Into the bonus though, we look to see if Zol can respond. And Aldrin from Kevsi, signature agent at Sova, ensuring his Shockdart 2 to try and go for the clear. The alarm button, Manastorm gonna get popped, but Kakarot has taken a position above the Jenny. Marking Raptors as we go for the spray. Micro can't get the shots in time. Dizzy's there, and Zol will get to the post plant, but immediately it's down to a 4v4. Uyen pushes, Kakarot with the trade. Carti World taking the fight to them. Patrick Watson now with a push. It's 2v2, but there is still belt to play for Zol. A challenge here from above. Batman, he's looking to line up that snake bite 2. And with it now, the tap comes on in. A jump peek to try and check out what's going on. But Patrick, alongside Itchy Solo, they're willing to challenge. Patman, though, has the heights, has the win. Sin with a swing, and Zol on the board.
They try to underestimate their power.
There we go.
None shall get onto that Zol post plant. Beautifully executed. You already saw earlier in the round where they had Zin so far back. They were worried about that activity that Carti World was showing. Other than that, Carti World had a pretty decent eco. I think they picked up a few there. Now they're suffering a little bit of the consequence here of getting an operator in hand. Some of their players have to go for that half armor. Uyen does have that thrash back, so this retake could be much easier if they can't get that initial pick with the op.
I mean, it's an early start for Patrick Watson in the day, though. Off, as you said. Zol now play for mid yet again. Turtle gets confirmation, and Astro tries to play cheeky within the tube, but Patman will shut that down. Consistent effort from Patman all throughout. Patrick Watson makes his gun noise. And here you go. It's known now that the op is in hand. Micro, though, stopping the push. Oh, the timing there could have found another kill, but
Spike
Channy Boy
down
instead
A.
will go collect a flash to try and pick up that spike, but Micro is just suppressed right now.
Knocking on heaven's door again is the rest of Zol's players here. I'm just really surprised nobody has scouted out that top tubes position where Patrick Watson loves to play at. And now Zol, they're struggling to get some sort of control here, Dax. You can see they're just waiting for an overextension.
Another knife there, a flash comes in, and Patrick Watson holding the angle steady as much as he can. Hiker
Here.
though, he's used all his utility and he still can't pick up the spike. Now it will be the driest peak of them all as Itchy and Patrick drown the opposition. Carti World now finds the third.
Looking like the Sahara out there, and it's getting a little grainy, a little difficult for Zol. They have one Vandal on the board, and that's going to be Patman's, but obviously they're not going to commit to that. As we mentioned, we have to drive the nail home here. Zol is not good at these starts. They will struggle. Carti World is on the opposite end of things. They're very, very strong out of the gate.
I mean, this is a team that loves to just be as efficient as can be. The standings right now say it all. Carti World within the top 3. Highest ACS overall so far for Patrick Watson. And here he goes yet again. Off in hand, Aldrone gonna get shot down. Zol will have a bit of space to work with, but they still can't find an inch to move with Patrick Watson's threat.
It's always been the case. Nobody can challenge him off belt as there's always a bodyguard for Patrick Watson, but Astro could have a few to his name here.
Oh, he's spraying, but he's only good for the one. Sol has done a good job to catch Astro in the act, but they don't expect Itchy Solo to continue the tempo. Here comes Wingman 2, and Uyen flicks eventually to find Kempsey. Another good shot from Carti, and this round should be theirs unless Patton plays the hero. It's a 1v3 though ahead of him.
Man, we've seen him clutch, but this is unlikely. Picks up the Vandal, could get a bonus. Channy's down, 1v2.
So well done though by Patman, giving him a chance. But Patrick Watson, you know the scope will glimmer. The shot is avoided. Patman a chance perhaps, but Patrick Watson will not miss twice. A 4th round now for Carti World.
Love it when they make it
Holding
easy
too
for us.
tightly. Around that corridor was Patrick. And of course, Patman getting bested in that duel of range. Astro had a few close calls there, but ultimately will get finished off by the classic. There's a lot of activity, Dax. They're just really not allowing Zol to adjust even on this side where they should be dictating the pace.
Yeah, Carti World has just been so proactive around the map. They answer the mid takes from Zol. They look to push courtesy of Astro. And while he hasn't found much success with it, it's still that implicit threat. Carti World, the rest of the roster, they are stepping up to where the Viper leaves off. And Patrick now moving into B. We see Channy Boy though, just the confidence from Carti World, but this is dangerous. Kakarot knows once in tube, it's gonna be there. The wide swing though, giving him a chance, but Zol will get the punish this time around.
That's 2 on board for Zol, and now the defenses have been softened. Carti World, they're looking to adjust again.
Oh, but Itchy Solo wins the dance there. And Patrick, he just doesn't care if he does get tagged by the Aldrone. Willingness though to hold now in yellow. Bladestar available in a pinch. He do gets the suppress though, but there is just no stopping the power plant of Patrick. Micro eventually finds the blue screen there to shut the man down. And Astro seen by Sin 2. Eventually Zol, the punish play is what they need to win a round here.
But that doesn't mean they can't opt to get another operator here if my math is doing the numbers correctly. Once again, the willingness of Patrick Watson to just anchor down a position is both his greatest asset and potentially a weakness. I mean, sometimes we see a lot of teams, I will always reference that Naos game here, they played the anti-height so well. They'd either invest one smoke, 100 of flashes just to displace Patrick Watson. And we haven't really seen another team replicate this type of strategy.
Yeah, and Carti World early on, just after that one, a bit of a timeout. Not many people know, but they do have a coach in AKG from the South Asian region. And perhaps this is just one of those timeouts to try and bring everyone back on the same page. It's been very aggressive from Carti World, but now with Zol able to play the punish, and truthfully, Raph, Zol is a very good team. Once they're able to play slow and steady, it's up to Carti World to adjust instead.
Absolutely. They really need to re-kit and retool themselves just so they can kind of climb out of this hole. And like you mentioned, it's up to Carti to remain unpredictable. They can't keep going for the same plays here. And we've already seen that pipes play, or that hype play twice now in 2 rounds.
Yeah, and Trub also being contested there by Zol. Very much so well done for Zol not making the same mistake twice. It's still the 2-round gap though. And Zol, they have a lot of utility moving forward for the post-plan. 5% on the Fury, both available. Camrot ready to lead by example. And a flash there to clear out half of A, but Carti World will give up the site for now here.
Once again, unpredictable. They put their forward aggression towards B site, but the defenders on A are quite ready and have had heavy resistance. Is Zol.
They do get the site here. Carti World playing towards screens. Micro though, he's in danger. Luckily, he gets out of the mosh pit in time. A Viper Spit setup, allowing Zol now to put a curtain in front. The stage isn't set as of yet. Now we do see the lockdown into play, but Kempsey getting chatty, and now he should secure the lockdown along the way. Uyen though on the board. We hear the Thrash though searching for a target in this sea of green. But Ichi Solo instead catches out Batman. Chance now here for Carti World. Uyen goes for the flash play too. Patrick Watson on the board, and it's up to Carti World to clear out everyone. Zol will fall as Carti World have an exceptional retake.
Beautiful layering. They saw the immediate Hunter's Fury. They respond with the Thrash to just delay and displace the members of Zol in that post plan. And you saw how immediate everybody was into flooding that site. Zol, they look a little stumped here. It's not like they're playing bad. It's just every adjustment that they're trying to make, Carti World is making it that much more difficult.
Isn't the counterpoint here that Carti World has been playing brilliantly in VCT PH, and now we see them even more so looking to add on to their resume. You have 10 on the board for Patrick, you got 9 on Ichi Solo, and Carti World is so confident they just take the orb and give the Hunter's Fury to Channy here.
That they do. We'll have Hunter's Fury up on Camrot as well, looking for a fight. And like you mentioned, mid is gonna be a bloodbath.
Yeah, that's an over-aggressiveness of Carti World against Punish. Soul now on the board there with 3. Make that 4. Patman is primed and ready to bring around back for Zol. And everything's left to Channy, who drops in mid. Patman looking to keep an eye out. Zin's there too. And these traps from Zol have been stellar. The clouds up, Zin with the trade. And Zol Esports finds a 3rd here.
Convincing round by Zol. Is this where we finally say download complete? Do they have all the data? Because every shot that Patman took was so clean and so confident in terms of how to find his target stacks. Now Carti World, this might just be another round for them to be a bit more aggressive. They have Hunter's Fury available to back them up, and there's no real threat. Actually, no, there is a lockdown on Zind here, so that might be something that they're looking out for.
They're gonna have to trade ults again, but Padman, no matter what agent he performs, Viper, saw Neon before, he plays a mean Raze. There's just so much flexibility. Sky, as you mentioned, he knows exactly what to do in any given situation. Dizzy's still gonna be out here towards mid-boiler. And Uyen empty, but he crouches to get the Dizzy back, and Patrick Watson takes advantage of the situation. A window here, and we go for a 1-for-1. The swing comes in though from Uyen. Chandy Boy now with a trade. Carti World taking some very dangerous fights, but at least they even up the numbers here.
Big risk, bigger reward.
Oh no, Astro doesn't see that there's still one here inside the troop. And Kempsey's not done! He's heating up, he's already found the double. And with it, Zol, they've even gotten map control towards Orange. Oh, this is gonna be awkward. Zol doesn't see Micro coming his way, and oh no, Raph, this is not good for Carti at all.
Not at all. Ichi Solo. We've been praising you, we've been championing you. This is the time where the spotlight is on your green beanie, but other than that, it's gonna be the recon to spot him out.
Oh no, danger foot, but Ichi Solo still sharp on the shot. It's a 1v2 now, but Ichi has half HP left. Danger with Micro and Kevsey playing different angles. He is sandwiched, but Ichi Solo almost gets away with it. Could have gotten into the site, but Micro says no. Zol will find their 4th round there.
Record denied, he was about to steal. The security systems were just a little too sharp for our Sentinel here. Ichi Solo again providing numbers and impact. Carti World. A decently rare eco on their hands. Zol is slowly catching up in a very, very convincing manner.
Yeah, but Zol is doing so well with map control, and Carti World gonna burn a second timeout in the first half just to alleviate that. This is where you say, okay, Carti World, they're so good at hitting these shots. They're very sharp with these frames. But why are they challenging these kind of angles where Zol can still get the space? Instead, Micro creeped up into B so easily because of all the commotion in mid.
I mean, that's the pitfall, right? Oh, because I know somebody in chat's probably going to say, oh, because they have good aim, they can take whatever fight they want. I'm 100% sure you're not smarter than Dax, first and foremost. Now, that again, it's a pitfall. Yes, you have the aim to take these fights. Yes, you can absolutely win all these silly duels. But when you're playing a long game like this, where everything is measured, you have to take into account that this isn't a sprint. You're not looking to kill as quickly as possible. You want to even out that pressure. And as Dax mentioned, you kind of want to constrict with the map control. And Zol have been doing that. They've been doing it super well. Carti, once again, I'm not sure why they're just so willing to take that fight towards 2. Maybe they're worried about the late rotate. Who knows?
They're just very confident. I mean, luckily for us, we see everything going on. They don't. But then again, it's still Carti World putting themselves in those situations to begin with. Now the anti-flash play, Zol getting all the space that they want here towards Tube 2, or rather Pipes. Kakarot though, in position. Patman instead finds Patrick Watson. And here in Maze, Kakarot gets the read. Patman good for the double already. They're spraying everything down towards this here as Zol used the guns to take the site. Kakarot from afar, instinct there. Itchy solo, big damage sure. But in a 3v1, it's a familiar sight with a lesser gun.
Oh my gosh, and now they're kind of constricting Carti World into a bit of a box here, and Zol, they are just the puppet masters, putting strings onto these players. Digi Solo, not gonna last too long.
This is the discipline that has brought Zol Esports that Split 1 championship, and now Carti World is seeing all the progress that they made tumble down as Zol have tied things up. It's a buy round again for Carti, but this is a big round for Zol. If they get this, it is going to be them swinging momentum in their favor.
Call an ambulance, but not for Zol, as they have adjusted, like you mentioned. Question is, Dax, when the second adjustment or third adjustment on the side of Carti happens, how long is it going to take for Zol to catch up to that? Is it gonna be enough to play with this type of round differential? Is it a call to perhaps step up the pace, be more aggressive?
I mean, that second half also gonna be a big mystery, Raph, honestly. But Zol, they do have all the tools in the world that they would want here. Lockdown, Hunter's Fury, both available. Aldro now will look to go for a scout from Chani. Patrick Watson also playing by the box. Similar positions here for Carti. The staff is heavy, the dash is in, and Chani Boy will get the punish in though. Makes the trade happen. Patrick's finding Kuyan too, and Zol still just spraying the right angle so far. They know where Carti World likes to play, but they deal with Astro beyond the veil. The screen goes down. Micro up top 410. It's KFC already getting the first marker. Astro tries to hold, but to no chance whatsoever. And Itchy Solo again. All around him, familiar clutch moments.
There's just no more pulling the wool over the eyes of Zol, and it even gets confirmed with the flank watch here. Now look where everybody on Zol is marking. They know where Itchy Solo could potentially come from, and that's just gonna be salt upon the wounds.
This is the third time in a row we've seen Itchy Solo be put in a 1v3 slate. And it's just so difficult right now. As Zol again take good position, a high-low made, and Zin and Kevzi will be a tower that refuses to tumble. Zol have taken the lead here.
Last round before the
Lean
switch.
a little bit, but never fall. Zol, this is championship form. Those last few rounds that we saw with the confidence, with just the speed of the execution, it's just been really, really good. Now we're kind of wondering, where was this in the last 3 weeks? Carti World may be asking the same question and perhaps a little shocked.
If you look back to when Zol faced off against JustUs yesterday, it was a close series, but the elation of them winning that match instead in all the post-game cameras, there's a lot more positivity right now in the Zol camp. And I dare say that they need it moving forward, just to keep having the right mental state, right? Having the right calls at the right time, instrumental against a team with so much talent like Carti World. Speaking of them though, Viper Split online, and not only that, they have 3 more ultimates to burn before this round ends.
Maybe the real Zol was the friends we made along the way. You opening for the Zol comeback has been really clean from that previous series up till now. They're even so careful, Dax. They know they're on a roll. They're just not going to risk that aggression. And they've scouted all these tendencies on the side of Carti World, and they're sparing no expense on choking them out and fumigating where the rest of the team could potentially be.
Carti World did move a few players away, but Sin still finds Patrick Watson. And now Astro also hit by a stellar shot dart. Perfectly placed. Puts him to half HP. Uyen back in familiar territory, though he loves to play that maze. But with lockdown now into play, the pressure's on. Happy Fury though gonna be called for Channy Boy. He's looking to shut that one down. Patton finding Itchy though along the way. And Zol Esports, they can just rotate away from this. They will leave Kakarot behind, who will die to the hand of Uyen. But all the space in the world. Nice shot from Channy though. Finding Patman outside kitchen leads to a 3v3 here.
Even numbers, but positioning-wise, Zol is going to be in a far more superior situation. They do have a really long flank watch, so timing might be an issue later on. But look at Carti World, they're looking to front this. Channy Boy with a recon dart could flood into the site and get all the info they need.
Oh, but Astro doesn't make it a time. I do believe Micro can't fight back here. There's the dart into play, and Zol, as of right now, they're gonna go for Wingman. Seems like Micro will actually back in action. Sin in position. Zol good for 2. Channy Boy with the flank, but even the Hunter Fury will mark where he'll go. Micro, massive in the last round, and a great half for Zol to get 7 on the board.
I feel like great is an understatement. Everything we just said about Zol being a little bit of a diesel engine, the start is really not their shining moment. But as you see that stability that you brought up just kind of come into life, there's a little bit of catharsis to that. And maybe a little bit of panic on the side of Carti World. What do they do now?
They're stellar fraggers, but what is there left in the playbook, right? They're gonna need to prove it though on the attacking side, and even though there are struggles to play attack on Icebox, with Patrick Watson and Uyen's playstyle, you know that they're gonna look to get early space as soon as they can.
Another thing with Zol is that they've been efficient with all that space that they've taken. Carti, hopefully they can do the same on this attacking side. We talked about how Zol is so open to just 2-1-2ing it up until they get all the data and all the tendencies they need. Perhaps Carti World and their 5-strong pistol strat will rear its head again.
Right there.
But we're gonna wait for Ichi Solo to reconnect with the core of the team.
I mean, it's very popular here in PH. Just the 5 ghost lineup, 4 on the other side of Zol. Everyone wants to just hit some nasty taps. And we begin with Patrick Watson. His dash is gone, but the will to play into A is still there. And Zol having to control Kakarot at first contact. Patrick Watson will get 1 on the board, but it's Kakarot fighting for his life. 2 there for Kakarot. Itchy Solo though with a nice shove on in. But Pac-Man, of course, attention, salute, and stand by. Pac-Man will hold them all at bay as Zol will get this pistol here.
Who is the real Pat? Please stand up. Was Patman laying his claim yet again, Dax, not allowing this pistol round to fall. An Icebox looking like a true fortress for Zol yet again. Getting distracted by little buddy there. Again, recollecting his thoughts and getting his frags.
I mean, it's been 5 in a row from that last half for Zol. You add this one, it's another one. And an anti-eco to continue the pressure that they are setting. Carti World though, hustle towards mid. The chance for Kempsey's good for 1, but that's all he'll get. Kitchen looking to be cleared here by Carti. It's a turret to say hello to them. But Sin might have other plans. He's watching under tube. Doesn't realize Carti all stacking into that small pipe there. Now the tap, Batman, nice shot. Channy's not dead yet. But in any case, the flank's covered too. Kakarot from afar. Marshall Matters looks to hit the shot, can't get it. The Dizzy there to force him away. Kakarot now in danger. And maybe a swing here. Along the side, look at the angle that Astro trying to take. Nice one from Astro. But okay. It's a good double. It's commendable, but Zol will still take the round anyway.
Carti World trying to play the devil here, but Zol with a kill shot ready and waiting despite that early mishap. I feel like that one sound cue from Tube gave it all away, Dax.
Yeah.
I had to make a noise out of that too, because if they did crawl up, then maybe Zol wouldn't have been as confident pushing forward towards A, maybe surrounding the Carti World stack. But it doesn't really hurt their economy here. We still have a full buy round on the side of Carti, as they would want those extra orbs though.
Alarm bot
There were
out.
changes for Carti World, but still not the best buy. A Guardian in the hands of Channy Boy. So many players just far away from their ultimates. No one to really funnel it right now. I mean, the Aladron sets. Uyan and the rest to make the push happen. Patman though, an early
Oh my
challenge
gosh.
is success. A pick onto Channy Boy makes it easier for Zol moving forward.
Can't believe it. You know, it's that confidence play. Yes, he is the lone controller of this squad, but he will control in more ways than one. With a rifle, maybe with a smoke, a raw duel perhaps. There's just so many options, and now Carti World, without their info, is left second guessing.
Oh, Astro spraying Micro down, forcing him to just cede that space. Knife though, try and check out the rest of mid. They do know that Carti World has taken kitchen, and Itchy Solo will take points. Patman, the first to fall on the Zol side. Patrick Watson also making his presence known on the side. Since stuck here between too many members, and Micro swing will be danger. Carti World now sharp. The dash in from Kakarot. The headbutt knows no damage, sir. Astro holds, and Astro wins. Nicely done for Carti here.
Very, very bold try to get in his face and potentially just, you know, get a free shorty kill. Overall acceptable on the side of Zol. Carti World, beautiful job of stemming the bleeding here. Did get just a few casualties and maybe a few messy fights along the way. Now, you were looking at who can they funnel the orbs to. We have a few candidates here. Itchy Solo's not too far, as well as Uyen with the Thrash. And it looks like B might be the point of interest for our Carti World squad.
I mean, if you give it to Ian, he gets the orb, gets the plant, the Thrash will be available. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Gecko gets all of that and more. They do flush out Patman though to begin with. The suppress from Micro confirms the suspicions of Zol quickly that Carti are stacking towards green here.
I keep like getting Kakarot and Patman mixed. I mean, you talked about the role swap and it's really messing with my brain. At the same time, Zol have to be careful with how committed they're putting their Viper, at least on this defense, right? Yes, we see the reinforcements onto the site itself, but once they lose yellow control, Carti World is very good at leveraging that, and we might just see that.
Yeah, Patrick Watson's already in there. Clears out yellow, confirms that Zol playing towards the backside itself. They also see Patman over by Snowman, so long angles being the danger point here for Carti. Eventually, Uyen, he taps the spike himself. I like the play. He can save the wingman for a little bit later. Itchy Solo having a duel though versus Kevzy. Kevzy the one sharp on the shot. Kakarot trying to go to the swing too. And Zol looking to make the timer run on out against Carti World here. Batman finds the one. Kakarot double up with the Guardian. That's great here for Zol as they get to double digits.
The Senzu beans are working. Kakarot not having the greatest starts, but now he is fully alive and healthy. The Blade Storm here, slowly catching up to Patman, who has 8 kills ahead of him. Now Viper Spit could be a realistic threat coming into this round. And we're talking about how can they really get past this yellow position when the rest of Zol are just so confident in chucking all the utility to once again roadblock Carti World. This was mentioned time and time again. Yellow is just such a dangerous spot if you let Carti World take it.
Yeah, and Carti World, a nice try. I mentioned a while ago, they look to use all they can from Uyen, try to bait out Zol, but that extra bit of discipline right now. The calls from Zol have been so sound compared to their first 2 series in this split. Perhaps now they want to continue on, but Patrick Watson has had enough. Stomps on Sin to begin with. Patrick Watson, here he goes. It's a double only as Kakarot will answer back. Microphone about Patrick, so sharp on the shot, but Kakarot wants to continue the thread. Thrash getting primed. Here comes Wingman on the plan, so if we go to a 2v2 as Zol, we'll have to see that space first.
Oh, they secure the Thrash again just to keep this post plan alive. And like you mentioned, that Hero Vandal paying off in dividends. Kakarot and Patman, they're trying to walk up here, Dax. Nobody behind them, but who's in front?
He's gonna get the thrash soon, but no, he dies before he can pop the ult again. And Patman and Kakarot primed, ready, and precise. It's Zol now with 11th round, but you can see it's always a game of recovery from Zol, and I think it's so commendable, Raph, that, well, Carti World puts the pressure, Zol will have to think outside the box and think smarter with these rounds here.
Unfortunate.
It feels like Carti World is a newer model of Terminator, you know? Maybe it's the T1000, a bit more fluid, a bit more aggressive on that initial hit, but Zol has that classic T800 tankiness. Yeah, we'll take a few bumps here and there. We're gonna keep on marching forward. The artificial armor is gone, but they are gonna keep trucking, especially with Patrick Watson nearly busting the side open himself.
That's a bunker buster, and you already know he's a threat. 16 on the board. Carti World, the stats don't lie, they have been very much so vicious, but the score is a completely different matter. It will be Bulldog and the Blade Storm here to bring up the rear of Carti World. The suppress already stopping Patrick Watson before anything else. Screen allows the creep. Kakarot, he gets away with his life, and for now Zol will know that's a heavy A push coming their way.
A lot more things to slow down Carti World here. A flash, maybe a few bullets on Patrick. And very close, but he finishes it.
Just so on point. Patrick Watson with the one. Ouyen will continue on, and here comes the march of Carti World. They're good for the site already. They got in the picks, and with a plant going down, it's Zol who has to try and salvage this.
Once again, Patrick Watson, the bunker buster. Explosive and strong, but maybe getting chipped away.
Yeah.
2v4.
That was his own teammates too, so a little bit careful here for Carti World. Zin now putting the alarm bot there. They know someone's down and out, but Carti World, they just lined up for him. 2 for Zin, and Zin's not done! Itchy Solo will silence that so swiftly, but that got way too close for comfort for Carti World.
Getting a little too excited there. Oh my god, they nearly lined up for that Dax. Having a bit of a moment, taking it to recover. I mean, again, despite the efforts of just trying to barrel their way through, Zol taking a heavy loss. Zind showing how he can be super clutch, but is met with an Itchy Solo that's hungry for redemption.
The Carti World raw talent, it is undeniable. It's up to the execution though to make sure everything is as on point as it wants to be. And with an early dizzy, Kakarot's in danger. Sharp again, absolutely in position. Kevsey the one with a classical play, and with it Zol, they will take advantage of the stitch. Kevsey, hungry sure, but that is just absolutely deadly, Raph. 3 on the board already.
The founding father of the fragging Sobas of the Philippines. That's a mouthful, but that's what Kevsey is. Chatty boy, can he recover? Oh, gets one. But that's all he gets, maybe.
And the pinch is there too. Kevsey, he has just made his mark into the round. Bad friends will spray down the corpse of Chatty there, and Zol will make it to map points on their map pick.
Lest we not forget, Kevsey would get an easy 28 to 35 on this map back in his heyday. He's not even playing bad by any means or has slowed down by any means. It's just he's gone on a more supportive role. That doesn't make him any less lethal. Beautiful Hunter's Fury to push them to 12 rounds.
I mean, if you look back at history, right, Kevsey was one of the best to challenge Jesse Vash with that ultimate. And he continues on as he gets 2 on the board, 13 overall for him. And with Zol now looking to wrap this one up, it's Carti World who has to find an answer. He gets a post plant here, Raph. It's still very much so doable, but making it there has been the hard part to begin with.
Patrick Watson with the Guardian has been making it possible through all these weaker buys, but now Zol, they respect how accurate this man is. They play a bit more reserved. Look at this utility towards B. If they will possibly reroute Carti World there, it's gonna be that much tougher. But they also have to take into account Micro's flashes have just been enough to make Carti World super uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's about being deadly, and Patrick Watson has been the dictionary definition of it. It's solo to make things easier. Lockdown's there, but is the lineup good enough from Zol? The fragments will confirm it. A good start here for Zol, but now they have to deal with everything else. Kevzi now the one in danger, but Kevzi does it all again. A double for Kevzi. Here comes Micro 2 from the rope. He's ready to catch them in the act, but Astro still fighting for the team's life. A Viper Split and a plant with a 2v1 coming his way.
Yes, Snakebite, he can run away. Maybe if he gets another kill. Kakarot, tempting fate.
Blades though, so scary, so much so, as sharp as can be. But this time, it's Astro's turf.
Toxins
and
going
he
up.
wants to make his claim. Looks there, incoming with the alarm bot. Vulnerable down, tap comes on in, Sindo, Mo down, and Astro looking for the ace. He can't find it there. Kakarot with the immense shutdown and leads to Zol taking the first map. Celebrations before we get the defuse going, but Zol will take it 13-7. Oh,
Huh? Alright.
It's a
Very
prank.
funny.
It's a
Very
prank.
funny. Oh, again, I love the bravado Zol is bringing into this matchup. And, you know, it might have been scary if that was an actual DC, but hey, you know, all fun and games here till it's not, apparently. And it shows that even our more veteran teams are ready to play that game too, if you poke them and prod them enough.
I mean, it was a slow start there for Zol Esports, but eventually they woke up from hibernation there, good sir. And from what we've seen so far, it's just about that kind of game knowledge that we get from Zol, between them getting map control and immense trades, from them finding more value with utility courtesy of Kevzi and Micro. Those were immensely important for them to take this victory, but Patman still on point no matter what. Agent 22 on the board for him here.
What a player. Again, how many splits has it been where we've been talking about how much he's been getting better and better? Meanwhile, on the other side of the world here, we do have Itchy Solo topping that scoreboard, but it does kind of beg the question, what if he was in the fights faster? What if he was a bit more present? Would those clutches been closer? But then again, that was a valiant effort. Again, we don't want to harp on it too much. This is map 1 after all, but Zol, they look like they are back in championship form.
And Zol have done the homework. I am very impressed by them reading the Carti world positions, especially in that first half. They knew that Uyan loves to play into maze. They knew that Patrick Watson loves to play around the site itself, and the sprays beyond the smoke, they just knew exactly where to look at the right time, and it was such a big part of their success there, having that streak to get that lead and continue on. The highlights though, of course, the first part was all Carti world. You can see early, there's so much talent for this roster. I think they're some of the best gamers that we've had in VCT PH in quite a while. Patrick Watson especially, Itchy Solo also. Those names should be remembered. But when it came down to the adjustments, that's where Zol Esports was able to bite back with.
Exactly, and it's really, really a sigh of relief for not just the Zol fans, not just everybody who is, again, worried for their performance, but for Zol to pick this up. I mean, Carti World were dominating a lot of the other teams, and this could have been the solidifier that they are maybe number 3 right now. But Zol, again, potentially humbling this squad. This is probably the first time, maybe one of the few times where we saw that style of Carti World where, okay guys, we can definitely just power through everything and just not overcomplicate the plan. My goodness, what a tongue twister. Just not pan out for them.
Yeah, it's a rare shutdown there of Carti World, but Zol has been good with those kind of situations before. And with that map number 1 win, they will take the lead of the series. Carti World, though, we can see the glimmers of hope. It is very much so challengeable in this series. Will we see that fight back, though, in the next map? We'll find out after this break.
Is a lot cheaper. Grab food, saver won't make it roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you broke. Yeah. All my friends will grab cost saver. cheaper. Grab car saver won't make you roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends look grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you roll. Yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go. Yeah. All my friends look grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver. Grab car saver won't make you roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends look grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you roll. Yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go. Yeah. All my friends look grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver. Grab car saver won't make you roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends look grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you roll. Yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go. Yeah. All my friends look grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver. Grab car saver won't make you roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends look grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you roll. Yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus.
It may have been a slow start, but it was an incredible rally there for Zol to take map number 1. But we're going to be going into Ascent next, and that will be Carti World's map pick. So we're very excited to see what will happen there. If you guys are just tuning on in, though, second match of our second series here for today. Dax and Raf still on the cast for this one on the English side. And Raf, come on, I think we were talking a lot about that last map in between the break, and I gotta ask you, what has to be the biggest reason how Zol came back from an incredible blitzing start there from Carti World?
I mean, we talk about this a lot, and I think everybody says this on broadcast either. adjustment is finite, and I feel like we are at the wit's end for Carti. Or maybe they were just being stubborn, and you know how Zol are. That is a team that thrives on stubborn teams. If you keep doing the same thing, they'll keep doing the same solution. And maybe we can attribute this to Carti being really young, or maybe if they're trying to gain back that confidence of that super dominating early 2 weeks. These are just a lot of possible questions that could be running through their head. But at the same time, you are in Challengers League. You know, you are supposed to be fighting for the very top position. So you can't expect any less from the enemy teams and yourselves, really.
Yeah, there's just so much talent in this roster, but they're facing off against a talented squad that has already won a VCT PH crown before. So again, defending champions looking to continue a streak that they have built so far. And as we move into Ascent, we've been talking about this also before we started the series. Truthfully, this map draft, very much so even. But coming into Ascent, I do feel like for Carti World, things are going to be a lot more simple. Fundamentals on a map like this, very much so important, especially for a squad that can be the sharp.
Oh yeah, Sharp. And speaking of Sharp, I just got the news that my cousin is a doctor at, I think, 22. Congrats to her.
Oh, congrats.
Good for you. Anyway, hopefully we move on with the day, and we might just see a more surgical approach, a more tactical approach on the side of Carti World, and maybe they leave the scrubs at the door this time around. Other than that, Zol, you know how they are. That was an honest to God, very patient way to play the game. They're like, okay, guys, just take it, tank it for as much as we can, and if they don't adjust, that's kind of their fault.
Well, the adjustment has to be the point of concern here. Carti World, they love to run the usual comp on Ascent that Raph loves with his heart immensely. His favorite map is Ascent, and he loves KO and Sova together on Ascent. Please confirm, Raph.
No.
Okay, there you go. But then on the other side, my real point here is Zol. They played a weird composition last time around. It was pretty wild. Kakarot went on the Raze. He had Micro on the Gecko. And you understand that these agents can work on a map like this. But it didn't work out versus JustUs then.
Yeah, I mean, Ascent, despite the sheer amount of self-control I have to exhibit to say nice things about this map and pro play on this map, is that yeah, I just have to smile and wave. But anyway, going back to my original point, you know, you talked about JustUs, you referenced all the other teams that could make this a really good map for themselves, and maybe to an extent our newer teams that have their own twist. It's really the depth of this map. They'll play the same comp, but you will see agent mastery, and I feel like game mastery in general, just because you could be running the same thing over and over, but it never really renders the same type of situation. Despite having so many controlled factors, like you mentioned, there's the Sova, there's the KO. Some other teams like to play the Phoenix. What else did we see? We saw a Viper pick here. It's like, it's a good try, but then you see all these obvious like gaps in the armor.
I mean, the only innovation I've seen really work on Ascent so far has been in other regions. Not so much here in PH, but you want to talk about the classics here, man. I look back at Carti World and the performances against Avernus as well as JustUs, absolutely sublime. I think really the only smudge in the record was that game versus Tyrant, where they almost brought it back on the defense too, but Tyrant just had such a big lead from the first half anyway. So it's still a very confident pick for Carti World. I wouldn't be surprised to see the usual antics there from Patrick Watson and the rest. You know that they were getting some great entries a while ago on Icebox. And given that, I don't think Zol will have the best tape for this one compared to Icebox. If you spam certain angles on Icebox, you can get some good picks because you know that they love to play there. But here on Ascent, it's a little bit different because it's all about that execute value that Carti World gets so much from their jet.
You know, I'm glad that you referenced that Tyrant game, and I am all for younger and newer talent. But one thing that we can take away from that specific matchup, you did say that our tape on the side of Carti World on Ascent specifically is very, very thin. But we have to take into account that what Tyrant was doing was surrounding, getting that map control, which we already saw Zol do on Icebox earlier. And that's just been a problem. I mean, yes, absolutely Carti can do the same thing. Yes, they can once again flex their ability to just outduel everything. What are you doing? Stop biting me. And we have a special guest on the desk today. Hello again. Miss Manju, what is our agenda?
Yes,
Who do you
Manju.
think is gonna win?
Manju third caster. Bark once for Carti, bark twice for Zol. Nothing.
Oh, she's shy.
No,
You asked her to do something.
It's because we don't pay her, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Wait,
shout
what
outs-
was I saying again? Yeah, shoutouts to.
Shoutouts to Manju. You were saying about map control, and I agree with you. It was one of the biggest weaknesses, really, of Cardi World in that last map. And I think, really, that's been the testament of Cardi World. In teams that are willing to challenge them, Cardi World will out-muscle you. It's like an arm wrestling fight, right? But suddenly, what if you go for the legs? What if you go for the head? And that's what Zol did in that last map.
Exactly. We have to look at this as an entire body of work in more ways than one, because Valorant isn't just aiming and you know, sorry to all Reina Chamber players, ISO players out there. There's
That's you.
there's really thinking involved in this game. I'm so sorry, guys, but you
okay.
have to think.
Well, spoken like a true Reina main man, but we are going to get into Age of Select. Thank you for everyone who's been patient as we are done with the pre-show there. We're going to be getting, of course, into our agent comps, and Zol Esports has had enough. They're back on the standard composition, but yet again, given that the role changes that we have in this split, you can see Kakarot in the Jets, Killjoy here for Zid yet again.
I feel like the small differences here are the mastery of the initiators, because if we're really looking at who has more hours, more repetitions on what, then we have to give this to Zol. I mean, the Pac-Man KO has been really good all throughout. I'm more surprised that we're not seeing Micro on the controller here.
Oh no,
Not
they
that
do
he can't play Sova. Yeah,
They made
but
the shift last split, right? Where
they did.
Yeah, okay.
But again, since we had so much momentum going in the way of Kevzi, like I wouldn't mind going for that Super Sova gameplay yet again. Party World, like you mentioned, they may just have a different idea on how to approach this. And no matter how we look at it, Dax, no matter what agent we have to pinpoint, I think the suppress is gonna be of the utmost importance for this matchup.
It's always been about the suppress when you play the KO, but I dare say, if Zol Esports had a winning formula from Split 1 and they made the adjustment with that micro Kevzi roll swap especially, why not just bringing it out again here in Split number 2? There's that pressure, sure, that you're the defending champion, everyone's looking at you, and maybe teams are specifically anti-stratting you, but Zol have learned a little bit of their lessons so far. They do stick around with Kakarot and Zin's roll swap. That's pretty much it. And Cardi World, on the other hand, will look to topple the Zol crown here. Patrick Watson and Channy Boy, watch out for their flash plays coming into this one, as B is the first target of our first round.
I mean, who am I to question, right? They did so well on that Icebox map. And now we have a similar story going into Ascent. This could potentially be the strong side of Zol, and Cardi World, they might just be walking into a world of hurt.
Cardi World coming strong in beginnings, and Patrick Watson wants to make it no different. The CEO of the Nano Swarm, though, burning the feet of Patrick Watson there. Zin take it down, Micro inside the smoke, and Cardi World will make the breaks happen. Patman, though, ready to contest it again. You do get the tap there. Astro eventually will go for the plan. 3v3, Kevzi plays over B main alongside Kakarot. Paranoid lobbed over onto CT, and you don't expect the numbers here from Zol instead. Astro getting away onto the side, but the flag from Kakarot will say it all. It's Zol now with the first pistol of the second map.
Oh my goodness, what a high octane start, and just make sure they don't rise up from the dead. You know, just double tap. Rule number 1 of Zombieland. Was that rule number 1? Anywho, number 1 goes to Zol. Yeah, I know the rules.
I know the rules, I just don't know which one it is. But in any case, Zol Esports, just an incredibly fast flank there from B main. You understand Cardi World, they were expecting the numbers to come from the CT side, but as soon as Zol collapsed on Carti, that staircase became the gravestone for CW.
Once again, ladies and gents, when they surround, the plan is sound.
Yes, sir.
That's been the weakness of Cardi World on this map specifically, and Zol, they have found it, at least for the first round.
Yeah, it's just that map control, really. Cardi World looking to make amends there, but now a mid take, and they're stacking on the corner with a few pistols here. If you peek from Cubby, you're basically dead. Zol, though, I'm gonna play a little bit distant, a flash, clear out mid a little bit more. Market also having that dart into play, but Micro playing very safe, and Zol already getting a good read of things so far.
Recalling my bot.
Carti World now getting stuck in no man's land here, Dax, and maybe they're pushing into a place where they're a little funneled to. That is not gonna be dodged. Well, I spoke too soon, but look at this. Maybe a crossfire.
There's the paranoia. Fragments there too, but Channy Boy already getting killed. Batman will decide to go for the swing as he separates Uyen. And Kakarot covers main along the way. Dash though is the pressure. Kakarot now finds his own. But the ghost in hand. I don't believe the Outlaw has any bullets right now. Ready in the chamber. And Astro shot will say it all. Now a rotate here for Carti World. Sind has the
30
fight.
seconds
But
left.
what is that now? A 1v2, a CW go to B.
Bomb grenade out.
A brawl towards Tree, giving Carti World a second wind on the second round. They do have that Spectre and that Sheriff. This could be potentially be very dangerous and difficult for Sind. That's the bot out, but got sprayed down.
What an eco from Carti World. As we get a slight spoiler there. Carti World, this is what we've always been saying about them. They can be a threat, and in a map like this, where it's just about how they play the fundamental angles, that distraction from Patrick Watson threw everything out the window for Zol to try and hold against.
Said it all right. Out the window. And Zol may be a little too overzealous, committing towards that triangle there. Again, we talked about the basics of Valorant. They got one kill, they got an advantage, they could have backed out. And it just shows nobody is immune to these types of mistakes. Zol, again, reinforcing this side of the map. In Carti World, they could have a few freebies here if they play their cards right.
Yeah, Patrick Watson and the rest ready to go towards A, and Kemsey is just torn to shreds. Uyen also spraying through the smoke. And could this be the beginning of another sense of suffering here for Zol? They had to deal with this on Icebox, and Carti World will never let go of the pedal. The plant goes down, the Aldro's there to scout at Patman, and it's already Carti World in command of the site.
They're on fire. They're going to look. They're looking like they're. I am having a hard time with words, but they're not having a hard time finding the shots. He's Kakarot from the classic. Will recover, but the weapon stacks is just a bit too much. And I was just about to say that map control that Zol wanted so desperately hits them in the back. Again, you have to take into account the weapons you're playing with would also dictate where you can control and how aggressive you can be.
You know how hefty the execute will be from Carti World. If you split up your forces like that, Carti World will take notice, and Patrick Watson will say hello to start everything off. Channy Boy and Astro, though, doing an incredible job on the second entry, too. As of right now, Carti World have made some lines to build themselves up success onto the site. Here comes even more. One-way smoke there from Kevsey. Astro inside, and Carti World preventing the A main contest from Zol.
I have to wonder, what does Zol have to do to persuade Carti from hitting A repeatedly? They've done so well on their B takes so far, but A has not been as consistent. Maybe it's that danger, that level of danger that Zol love to play with on that A main lobby, or that A main position.
And this smoke doesn't even fake out Carti World at all. Astro's on top of things. He's gonna see if anyone pushes into Wine 2. And given that, it has pulled much of Zol to play towards A. This Aldron, though, it's a matter of timing. Is he so low? Oh, he shoots it down. So immediately, they know there's a lurk there towards B main, but do they realize the rest of Carti World are already here?
They have no info to go off of. They'll rely on the sound spot or maybe the recon dart of Micro, but a few more seconds, they could sell this.
You're gonna hear it coming. No command now online here for Channy Boy. Zindo playing towards stairs. Patrick Watson wants to go for the advance, but doesn't expect Sin to be holding that close. Both houses also now cleared out. Channy Uyen still on point for the shot, and Carti World will keep the ball rolling. This has been their strength. Patrick makes space. The rest of Carti World go kill. The smoke's gone. Kemsey falls. Carti World just absolutely sharp on the shot as Astro have found a trio for himself. 3-1 here for Carti World.
Uh-oh. This is a fiery start for Carti World. And Zol giving away a lot of gun rounds for this. Is it uncharacteristic for them to do this? Not so much. But you would expect a little bit more movement on their defensive end. Maybe switch up the assignments, have a little bit more pressure towards mid. If you've noticed too, Carti World, they've been a bit more cautious when it comes to taking anything near market, whereas Zol have just been completely ignoring it.
Giving that up. Patrick Watson wants to go already. The green light is here for Carti World. A bit of a roadblock there with a fragment, but it's just a bulldozer that Carti World have brought to the table. Kempsey does find the 2, but Carti World still with the site. A challenge from Zin perhaps. He wants to find a way in, already tagged by the spam. Just waiting for the sound cue here, Raph. Zin, temptation, but there's just no way. The call of death is heard here as Carti World will keep this going now.
Did not fall into the intrusive thoughts, Dax, but the pull of the rest of the map was just far too great on the side of Carti, and it looks like Kakarot is going to be a bit more aggressive towards the center. As an operator, range and lethality are his friends. Going back on these highlights here, they did so much damage with Kevs that it does beg the question. What if they had a bit more of a response from maybe the back of the site, maybe from Heaven itself, or just, again, the presence from Tree?
They're gonna look for the 1 now with the operator. But Patrick Watson, he just blitzes through with the clear. The blades are out, the scans there, but Kakarot will survive to look for another attempt. So that's the Carti World knowing now an option hand from the shadows being used here by Astro 2 to play in the boathouse. There's a bomb flash from Candy Boy, but they just can't hear anything after this paranoia. Kakarot collateral! He's found the 2 with a single bullet, but Oyen gets a double of his own. Now on the retreat though, Zol has Patman watching out. Astro now found out. Patrick, as well as Oyen, they need to force the issue onto the site. Micro's timing is impeccable, and Zin also ready with the helping hand. Zol dismantles the push here.
That paranoia by Kevzi was beautiful. It dismantled the timing of Carti World and froze them dead in their tracks despite the pop flash going out, despite the smoke setting. And you saw how awkward everything was, especially on the player that was in transit to connect with his team. Now Carti World, that's one thing that they have to worry about. That paranoia that's just been so valuable.
And they even have an operator here for Zol to continue on with this threat. Seems like that can be the weakness here for Carti World that Zol's trying to exploit. If they can stop the initial burst from the Jets, and it is a chance for them to stem the tide. We've seen this from Batman of the Fragments. Kempsey with the paranoia, and danger here for Kakarot, and he can find the trade. Shandy Boy instead falling, and eventually the second shot does ring. So that's 2 for 1 as Zol takes advantage now. Oyen picks up back the spike, but Carti World are already wounded here as they try to play into A. Dash forward into the alarm bot, and now the Swarm 2 should be Carti World taking the site here.
Again, they delay that burst. They've been doing that so well. Now they have time to position themselves for an easier retake. They do have a lockdown if they really want that extra layer of security, but potentially Micro's utility could be enough. Kevzi again with that paranoia.
Oh, Zol already finding the fight early on, and here on Raptors, it's up to Kakarot to find the final target. They do expend the lockdown zone, they want to play it safe, and it holds Uyen to try and contest the doors already. 3 for Uyen, backs out into Wine. He has the Hunter's Fury though, so he can play this position, and Kakarot needs to try and outsmart his opponent. There's the tap already. He's looking to get halfway, but his first shot will confirm its intentions. Kakarot avoiding the second, a matter of timing. Oyen can't hit the third, but where's the swing from Oyen now? Around, and Kakarot can't get away with it. Oyen with an impeccable shutdown, as Carti World have found 5 now.
Oh my god, Kakarot had two smokes. He had 2 jet smokes available. That could have been the difference maker. Again, maybe he didn't want to give it away. Sometimes you just have to play in the moment. That's exactly what we saw. Just super clutch by both these players here. Unfortunately for Kakarot, he will not go blonde. He will remain base level.
It looks like the Dragon Balls aren't giving him that Twitch, man. And Carti World still going on with this one. Well played so far. This attacking side has been immensely successful by the way that they put the pressure on Zol. And this time around, no more op here for Zol. It's a half buy. For some, it's just a hero rifle, really for Patman. But given positioning so far, Oyen has done everything he can to get intel for mid for good reason.
The question is, are they going to be suspicious of Pizza? And with that shock dart, that is going to answer every inquiry that maybe the rest of the world is going to have. But Patrick Watson, so clean on that swing.
Carti World has just been so on point, clearing out mid. They do lose one as Patman surprises them with the gun, but Patrick Watson still watching out for the guns themselves to prevent them from being scrounged. This Carti World, though, they push towards B. Zin's shoulder seen, but the headshot is even better. Micro now the one to challenge. Patrick Watson pulls him down. He's found 3 for the round. And they're hunting for more as Zin is on site. Can the Killjoy get in cover in time? Answers yes. Here comes the clear though. It's a chase from Uyen. Desperately looking to find the fight. Patman though.
30 seconds
Good for Astro. Zin making it a 1v1 now.
remaining.
And it's a big battle ahead of Zin here.
Where's the gun? Gonna look for it.
There you go.
Now he finally gets it. 1v1 Dax. Lane looks like it's gonna be priority for Zind. Turret is gonna be watching the opposite end. Patrick Watson, this is not the person you wanna be in a 1v1.
It's a coin flip here for Patrick Watson and up to Zin to try and test that destiny. No, though. Fatal smile on Patrick Watson again. He has built up success here for Carti World. And a 4K there will mean a 4-round gap between the two squads.
Like I said, not a person you wanna be against in a 1v1. Patrick Watson, an absolute terror. The final boss in that round, and he actually helps open it up. Credit for credit is due though as Soul. They've been super sharp on these ecos, not necessarily winning as much as they would want to on these lesser buys, but they're doing considerable economic damage, keeping that operator rounds away from the opposition.
And a timeout now called by Zol as they're scratching their heads trying to find an answer to shut down the jet here of Carti World. We've already talked about before. Even when we saw Carti World, one of the biggest threats really in the squad, Yoka, McCoy, whatever you want to call him, Patrick Watson now, collegiate to the off-season tournaments to now VCT. He has just getting better and better as time has gone on. And it still happens here. The amount of space that Carti World gets just from the initial burst, and even with that extra clear of utility getting intel towards mid, it's been a sound plan for Carti so far.
I really like what Zol is doing though. You see a lot of these jet spots that Patrick Watson would love to play or dash into have had a lot of nuance to defending them. For example, these double-layered Killjoy mollies by Zin. Then we have the occasional molly throw by Patman as well. These early bursts, they need to dampen this one way or another. Well, that's one.
Finally, though, a big stoplight in front of Patrick Watson. Patman showing him the door there. And Carti World will have to make do without their duelist. It's up to Channy Boy and the rest to try and push. Kakarot looking to find a pinch here. Hunter's Fury now for pressure. And Michael has already found the first shot. Can't confirm the kills though. Kakarot will get out of the smoke though in time. And Carti World's trapped here. Zol looking to play the pinch even more so from mid now.
This could be a very violent pinch as both sets of heavy utility coming in from behind on Carti World. And Zol, they are so good at the stacks. You know they're good at playing percentage, so they're just trying to keep it this way. Carti is slowly getting boxed in and potentially choked out of the round.
Yeah, Carti World now ready to push from the market. Uyen has been having an incredible game so far. And it's up to him, especially alongside Channy, to make the space happen. Fragment here from Channy Boy. Here's the suppress 2, but it's Sin the one on the side. Swings on out. Uyen falls. Channy Boy with the trade. Lockdown out in the open, especially. And Carti World are working on a timer. Itchy Solo trying to find a way through by the Cubby. It's still the lockdown being broken here, and Zol now getting the advantage. Batman with another one. It's up to Channy now. A 1v3 ahead of him. So difficult as Zol have the funnel to try and play from. Channy's good for the one. It's 3 for him for the round, but it's not enough versus Zol here.
That looked a little dicey on the side of Zoldax. You saw a little bit of spreading out on those last few seconds. They played it so patiently up until that point, but Zin getting that initial kill really gave them that extra layer of, again, error to keep Carti World at bay. Now we have Channy Boy with a null command, so they can power through everything here, but they also have to contend with Patman's own version of it. Weapon's not so great on him. I'm not sure why they don't want to get the Vandal. Maybe they're just going to use him as an extra meat shield for a retake. But we'll find out as this round unfolds.
Yeah, he has the null command anyway, and perhaps that's an extra bit of confidence as an individual. Doesn't matter though, Carti World ready to continue off from where they left off. Solo and the rest making presence known here by B main. But it's more so a default play from Carti World. We've seen this, use this really well. They find the pick one sites, they rotate to the other. Kempsey and Patman kept busy. There's the smoke alongside the flash. And Carti World right now just trying to drain early utility away from Zol here.
Very sound decision making from our attacking side here. But this could be what they need to shake this defense up. They've been attacking with one rhythm and one rhythm only, Dax. It's been solid against other teams, but every time you see Zol win a round, it just feels like they're ready to snowball from that exact pivot point. Now Zol again, they're playing by the numbers. They don't want to give anything away. And you can see Carti World, they're doing the same. This is a great level of temperance on both sides.
There's a lot of patience, that's for sure, but eventually Carti World will have to relent. Zol though, that looming threat as well as the setup. Here we go though with null command, and Viper still gets away with his life. Sid popping it out of Storms 2 just before he gets a hit by the suppress there. Oyen and Ash though with the clear. Here comes Sid again, just shoving himself into the equation, but it doesn't matter because with Channy Boy brought back to life, it's Carti World with the numbers now. Smoke's gone, but the space is made, and Carti World here are on B.
It was like letters in math. It was a bit unwelcome, but sometimes you just have to deal with it. Carti World playing really deep onto the site here. 2 versus 4. I don't know how they're gonna try and take this.
Well, there you go. Patton tries to start things off. It's Kevsey who has to bear the weight of that load on his shoulders. Uses paranoia already. Carti World ready for the swing 2. The darts there from Uyen. And this setup is looking unbeatable. As soon as one swings, Kevsey will have to deal with them all. Itchy sold the first contact point though, and he got close to try and hit Uyen there, but crouched to avoid, and the shot to ring through. It's Carti World now up to 7.
As a bowstring. The fight demands.
I love that Carti World isn't being one-dimensional with their play right now, Dax. I think this was the mistake they were making in Icebox, and they've made concrete fixes to it. When Zol don't give them an opportunity to just kind of pounce on, they won't force anything. They'll try and save their utility for a full 5 heavy rush, maybe later on into the round, and hopefully, or hope that the Zol defenders are elsewhere trying to secure the map control. Again, sometimes being too greedy with map control has its downsides.
Yeah, but as of right now, we're seeing why Carti World has picked this map raft. This is a map that exemplifies their strengths, their fundamentals, and the way that they play these sound executes. Itchy Solo though, contending with many. Breaks it down, swamp to keep him in position, and from that point on, it's the pivot from Carti to wipe out the rest. It will lead to a 3v2. With those picks, it's a B side wide open for Carti to take.
That was such a rare show of aggression on the side of Zol. They got their 2, but again, it's an eco. You can't really hope for much, but if Patman can get that extra Vandal, then maybe there is a glimmer of hope for this team. Perhaps that light at the end of the Ascent tunnel. As Carti World, they're playing super solid again.
But they're gonna have to pay the paranoia toll, and Patman and Kevsey will back off for now. Not to make sure that they're ready to go for the excess play here by lane. No dice, no way. Patrick Watson with another swift set of kills. Carti World running away with his half so far.
You said it. They are indeed looking like professional sprinters right now. Zol left in the dust. Again, we can't count them out, Dax. This is the exact trademark of Zol. They will adjust no matter how heavy the resistance seems to be. Unfortunately, this should be the round where it begins. I mean, if they lose this round plus they lose pistol, then the efforts are just going to be exponentially harder.
I mean, you know Zol can adjust, but when will it happen? Will it be too little too late as they look to shut down Carti World one more time? And Zol are putting more forces into B main now. Itchy Solo though wisely backing away. Down by the Aladron there, Channy Boy! One little hut giving him cover, but he's good for the 1-for-1. And now Carti World will know it's a little bit easier to play at the A here.
Now they're not going to have that suppress and that flash, so a raw duel potentially could be in the works here. Astro does have paranoia, Dax, so he might have a lane of strength.
How does he even see that one coming? Patrick Watson just finding another flick and shot. And with it, the Blade Storm has already allowed Carti World to barrel down on A. Plant goes down here, and Soul in a familiar 2v4 slate.
When it rains, it pours. Patrick Watson with torrential pressure. Zol slowly corroding under all of it. Now Micro and Kevzi, they've been heroes. They put on the capes, but this might just be a bit too much for them.
Fury now, you hear it. Paranoia though is absolutely perfect. And while Kevzi will get one for his own, he's left alone now. And as he TPs to the corner, Astro will see it coming. It's a 9-3 half for Carti World to continue their run.
Switching sides.
Well done, as they want to make Sunset happen.
And that is where things get really dicey for Zol. I mean, Chani Boy, still true to his record, not really having a bad performance on Sunset by any means. Now Zol, that is 6 rounds that they need to be flawless just to even tie up with Carti World. Pistol is of utmost importance here. That is by far the easiest swing that they can take. But Carti World has also been great on these force buys to just contest that momentum.
Yeah, Carti World have been a scary threat throughout the game. That one thrifty round a while ago really changed everything in the situation of the map. And so Esports, they're gonna have to rally ahead for a big comeback if that's what they would like to see. But it's just so difficult right now, Raf. You got Carti World prepared here. Double stacking towards Gabi. Chani Boy, the one to receive here at A main.
Where is the flash as it only finds Chani Boy? Very rare mistake. Maybe he willed it into existence, Dax. Who knows? But now look at Carti World. They're trying to play numbers here. Are they trying to sell the fake?
They found the first pick. But Zol going back to old ways. A slower play to find Carti World bit by bit. And you also see Zin looking to anticipate any kind of mid pressure. Patrick Watson though, again, tries to play over at Cubby. You see the dart there, used by Uyen. And the shock darts, avoided well by Zol, but they're gonna have to run into the Sova anyway. Now a fight in the smoke. Uyen gets away with the one, but there's no hopping out of this one. The buddy's caught, and Zol now takes the sides.
Turned into a burnt hair here. Zol, they walk onto the side. Patman, maybe not paying attention to his back now, but his sixth sense might be tingling. Dax as Carti World, they're equipped with a sheriff that could still be very dangerous.
Yeah, alarm bells ringing here for Batman. Zin also has to contend with one of his own. Itchy solo now, surprise. You got Zol here all across B main, especially with it. This is their side to control. Astro, he'll find the fights, but it is just too many numbers ahead of him. The swing comes in. Micro makes him quite critical already, and Micro will confirm the kill there. Pistol, much needed for Zol. They've taken both pistols, Raph, but remember last half, it was Carti World surprising them with Thrifty.
Exactly. This is something that Zol have to note down and potentially adjust to. I wouldn't be surprised if they go for the extra Vandal buys or maybe extra main rifle buys, just so they can have that bit of extra range. The Bulldogs are great alternatives too. But once again, they have to remind themselves these closer angles can hide a would-be defender. Uyen, I Love You is having a wonderful game, but the rest of the squad not being too affected. In fact, they're still in a great lead. Zol, on the eye test, they seem to be doing good. But these rounds, they indicate otherwise.
Yeah, the scoreline says it all. And you make a good point there, Raph. Carti World, they're going to be exploiting these close corners. We saw it a while ago from Uyen, but Kevzi, it's a lot more creative. Rarely do you see an open setup there, but it's perfectly placed to watch out for the orb area. It's already Zol finding two safer plays as Uyen is just toying with this corner again. And Uyen, how do you get with another one? He's gotten away with the two there, Raph, but this time around, he's punished accordingly. Havrot wants to finish the job off, and Zol will take their anti-eco swellingly.
I hate that post-round animation by the glitch pop. It's just boom in your face and not in a good way. And maybe that's what Zol need to do. Maybe they have to change up the pace, right? They know that Carti World is going to have weapon advantage here. This time around, they didn't try and contest from the anti-eco Dax. And Bulldogs, yes, they will scale. They'll have a Phantom on Kakarot, a Vandal on Zin. So this is still, I would say, decently even.
I mean, Zol has the firepower. Hard world. They won't want the fight as soon as possible. Already see it. Itchy Solo's turret setup. When you see a Killjoy setup, just put that immediately there for the first contact. You know that you want to swing off it. Attempts there. The flash is good, but Zol, it will only take a bit of chip damage to begin with.
Pretty standard stuff coming on the side of Carti World here. We know that ubiquitous alarm bot in the center portion of market that will cover a lot of bases, but it does look like Tree might be unattended. They're playing it on the proper timing though, as Zol is stuck in transition, but the smokes are gonna pop out. I'm not surprised if Carti World start moving a bit more forward on this defense. And Zol, again, trademark speed. Slow is smooth and smooth is fast.
I mean, the Thorners won the race versus the Hare, but Zol, and they rely on that Fable for the lesson they want to continue on here. Kakarot with the push from the doors. Eventually peeks out, finds Astro, but Carti World are ready for the rest. As soon as they say that though, Shandy Boy's torn apart, and Zol have taken the side here now.
They go for the safe plant here. Itchy Solo has a turret in hand with him, so this can alleviate a little bit of pressure from the peak, but instead we'll use it to patch up a hole from Tree. Now, Uyen has one shock dart Dax. This could make the difference, all the difference in the world.
Oh, they know where Micro and Kemsey are at. So Kemsey gonna use that TP, try to fake that intel, and here comes the drop. Uyen with a stellar clear. Micro though alive fighting, and as the door cracks, do they realize Zin's there too? And now the Swarm swords the spike. Itchy Solo though, a wide swing to get the kill, and it's Itchy versus Zin in a matchup of the Killjoys. With chip damage, the Nano Swarm not broken in time. Finding a lot of time here. Itchy Solo tempting fate, trying to get close to it. He's ready for the shot, but Zin is just better. And nicely done for Zol. They win a much needed bonus here.
Is this where the plow begins? Is this where Zol continue that march from Icebox? Carti World, they might be sweating a little bit here, Dax, as the position was really in their hands to play here. I even thought that was a fumble on the end by Carti World, or not by Carti World, by Zol to peek into 3 people. Wow, taking the bonus away, reducing the weapons to pistols yet again. Not a good sign for Carti.
Yeah, it was so surprising. Caught Carti World off guard. They lost the player towards rafters. And Patman and Micro, I dare say, really stepping up in these tense situations. Zol now making a case for themselves here on the attack. And they go back to the defaults. Yet again, the Zol game plan versus Carti World, we've seen it be manipulated. The pace of the game is so important for Zol right now. They swing into B main. Itchy Solo over onto the corner. There's Uyen also, ready to make a trade happen if need be. The Kakarot, a small clear there, enough to take the leap towards the sites. B is open, but that spike still towards top mid. Kemsey will need to bring that clear eventually.
Oh, that is a bit painful to watch if you're a Carti fan. As Zol, they once again surgically remove all these pieces from play. And now the board has been wiped clean. Zol with the rifles largely intact with the Blade Storm to boot can continue this eco roll, to be honest with you. They're gonna be healthy for a good minute. Now Carti World, the condition was to prevent Zol playing flawless Valorant for 6 rounds. 2 more rounds, and Zol ties it up.
It has just been pristine from Zol so far. Yes, there were rounds where they had to get some incredible impact frags, but yet again, the defaults from Zol has found the small weaknesses versus Carti World, and it kind of relates to map number 1 a while ago. Carti World, they're gonna go for the timeout right now just to assess the situation. Are they overcommitting these early fights here?
It just seems that way. I mean, was this what happened in Icebox? Because there's certainly parallels to it, Dax. You talk about that corner from Maze into that one-way from on top of barrels, and you kind of see it again. You see that corner play on top of the crossfire, but it's just not working out. The alarm bot is used to clear it, and now the Carti player has to decide: do I just tank the vulnerable or get swung on?
Yeah, just
Like,
you would see. We can see it from Kakarot, right? Just the way that he swings perfectly in the corner. just to make sure he doesn't get peeked from the site itself.
I am in awe because I feel like I want to describe this in a way that's nice, but if you're Carti World's coach, this is frustrating. You'll have to do a set of 10 after this. Again, they're young. Absolutely, they're young. But they didn't make it the third place out of sheer luck. You know what I mean? So you kind of expect them to do a bit better in the third week. But again, this is essentially where hell begins for a lot of our newer teams this week and next week.
The reps here for Carti World. And Zol, they've already done the set before. They look to continue on. The best challenge though here from Carti World right now. They're feeling it with the aggress over onto A main. The smoke actually dropping towards the orb rather than the one-way. And as Carti World play off this, it's a bit of temptation. If Catman swings off this, maybe Patrick Watson has the angle. It's a conundrum. As smoke's gone, Patrick Watson moving back another way. Astro now wins the one-way properly this time. And the paranoia is in a good spot. Patrick Watson able to mow them down, and Carti World setting themselves up for success. It's 2 for Carti World so far. Make that 3 as Patrick Watson continues the streak. And Carti World setting themselves with a nice play there.
Well done here by Carti World. That
30
smoke
seconds
did
left.
keep Zol guessing. Zind all alone in the situation. Doesn't necessarily have to go for a save. In fact, they want to ruin the economy as much as they can. But ultimately, Carti World deciding the fate of this round with how much they invested into their duelist here. And yet again, another tower of power.
Yeah, you walk into the high and low, you say goodbye. A flawless here from Carti World. And you love to see more of that if you're rooting for this squad. It's just about some of these set plays right now towards the main angles. A while ago, it was about crossfires. Now it's about flashes, and it's a big change up for Carti World that Zol has to deal with.
And it's great. Again, we love to see the evolution of these teams just add layer upon layer. And now Zol again, primed for another round here. It looks like Carti World is going to have a bit more of a traded solution. They're going to have a few answers, especially in the form of Nodin. But look at this!
The scan's big, but Kakarot's only good for the one. Uyan also with the Hunter's Fury now from afar. Carti World trying to scramble on the side here, but Catman still making them work for it. So now have Catman to go hero. He's found the double of his own. He's to a 2v2, and he's considering where to play. Does get scanned. He's no play, it doesn't matter. Pac-Man going huge for the round, and with it, Zol will take it. 8th tier for Zol.
That is soul crushing. We had everything in line for that perfect defense, but Zol in championship form again. Breaking the hearts and the ankles of many. Pac-Man, many times has he been called, and even more times he's answered.
Mr. Consistency has become Mr. Clutch. We see Pac-Man do it all again.
My job.
And that was already such a stellar haul from Carti World. You could see they had the right stations on the site, but it's just the will to keep fighting here from Zol. And Kakarot looking to make the play again. Paranoid though, a great stall from Astro. Kevzi taking a lot of damage along the way, and this means Zol will have to retreat from A here.
That is a lot of damage though onto Kevzi, so Kevzi might not just be as aggressive with the teleports. Carti World, they are in a good position, but they heard that Dax. They know the footsteps are there.
Yeah, he just only got the back away in time, and here comes Zol now, making their way into market. Danger still. Kevzi with 10 HP playing the entry, and Kevzi, you are brave, and you are just gonna find the kill for yourself. What is this from Zol already? They found the 2 to open up B.
It looks like Carti World, it's crumbling from the core, and Zind, where'd he come from?
The foundations are falling apart for Carti World as Zol have brought the hammers and striking from all sides, but Carti World still with a fist of fury to fight back. Patrick Watson can't handle Pac-Man though, and it's Zol now one away from tying things up.
It's been automatic for Zol. These last few rounds have been deadly. And Carti World, as sound as their execute should be, they are getting absolutely silenced by this Zol onslaught.
One enemy remains.
It's a wild call to let the guy with 10 HP play the entry. But Zol did so, and Kevzi did all he can. Exceptional work though from Zol as a whole. When it comes down to the chaos, they're the ones who find a lot more sense in the situation here, Raf. And while Carti World are fast to react, Zind is faster on the spot, and that's already Patrick gone.
The brick wall decides to throw an extra brick towards Patrick Watson, and square to the face, square to the jaw. Carti World, they might be a little dazed from this. And look at that, Zol again. They're really not overextending, but despite the discipline, they're getting chipped away.
Timing works out for Carti World. And say what you will about timing, man, but the shots are just so sharp here from Carti. And now Uyen spots out Sin. Danger for the kill throw. They're for the wall backs here. The fragment's gonna be there too. And it's up to Zol to save their teammate. There you go! Reinforcements do arrive. The army of Zol marches on. And they have to deal with Astro now on the site. The smart thing to do, maybe go for the rotate instead. And exactly that, they head to A.
They just really don't want to risk it, and that was a trap. Dax, that was an ambush if I've ever seen one. They didn't even notice that they were getting stuck on each other, just trying to flood out a market. And Zol with a quick response.
30 seconds
Again,
left.
getting a few, but maybe Astro gets a freebie. Just maybe.
Not gonna happen. Kakarot's at the ready. We see Zol tie things up. And it's such pressure on Carti World as... Oh, no, that's not how you throw away the outlaw, man. But as I was saying...
Thanks.
Hey.
I'm out there for Carti World. Okay, you can say the point first while I just breathe for a while.
It's fine, but again, Carti World, it's those signs again, Dax, where now you know Zol is confident. Now you know they're hitting a stride, they're hitting a rhythm. Carti just offbeat by a millisecond, and it's really been leading into just bad situations, to say it or put it nicely, right? They do have a lockdown here that could be their saving grace, because I don't think they're gonna have anything available for the foreseeable future in terms of just ult economy. Meanwhile, Zol, they still have a Hunter's Fury that could potentially come to fruition very soon, and Patman primed for yet another null command. Now, Carti World, I feel like they're once again going into that pitfall. Okay, guys, let's front it. We have numbers. But then they kind of forget that the flashes have been reserved on the side just for those types of situations. Kevzi has been really smart with how he's been placing that paranoia. And Zin, despite getting discovered on some of these lurks, have already planted these seeds of discord.
Gotta agree with you. It's been a battle of resiliency, and Zol have been mounting rally after rally in the past few maps, especially coming into these second halves. It was such a big lead there for Carti World, and it'll be a heartbreaker for them to see it all crumble. Big chance though for this round to swing momentum in one of these two teams' favor. An operator in the hand of Patrick Watson too. Keep an eye out as he plays into B main. But Zol have other plans. Mid-contest is the call here.
Again, 2 away from Hunter's Fury. They could use Micro to snuff out a one-and-done position here. But Carti World, they seem to be a bit more close to each other. Not sure how I feel about this solo playing pizza. We might see why that's a problem.
Well, the crossfire set and Carti World are always good at it. Channy Boy fending off Kakarot, an opening made here. The paranoia also keeping coming at bay. And with it now, Carti World have the station, but Zol eventually they break the tower that is Carti. They make their way towards A, but it's a 2v3 as the spikes to be planted. Kevzi also looking to play ahead. This Raptors play is going to be interesting. A nice knife though to expose immediately the intentions of Zol.
But at least now they don't have the knife for the post plant, right? I mean, what can they really do? The Hunter's Fury, he could run away, Dax. He could play as far as he could. But now they go for hell. Not sure if I agree with this.
It was smart for Channy Boy, but the fight in front of Carti World is still tough. They have the
Paranoia.
numbers, but the operator's there. The paranoia ready for Kevzi, but he wants to go for the contact instead. The darts into play. Carti World need to hustle onto the side. Here comes Zepsi upon the Jenny, and he is the position of power for Zol to fight back with. A 1v1 now, but a single shot is all Patrick Watson needs. No chance to win the shorty. Micro will find a way through, and Zol will take the lead now.
Oh my goodness, Carti thought they were slick. They tried to play off that dart timing, but Kevzi, again, from a position that apparently nobody at Carti World expected, plays the hero yet again, Dax. 10 HP and now just absolutely standing tall above the competition. Oh, It's easy to call him the MVP for Zol right now.
I mean, Kevsi has been the finisher, while Patman has been putting up the numbers. How did Icebox end with Kevsi just going massive in back-to-back rounds? Maybe he can do so again here, but Carti World are looking to put the pedal to the metal. Again, the aggression. Patrick Watson taking Link already. Zol knows there is presence close by, but being very wary right now. This mid contest, quite dicey for Carti World though. They overpeak, they die here. Patman watching mid himself, sees the head now. Channy Boy, he's gone from the fight. Aldron also sniffing out Patrick Watson here. Looking for the wall bang. There's the contact, but Patrick Watson gets away with it. But Patman on point with the pre-aim. A 3v3 as we get them from the shadows. It will be a pickup here, courtesy of Kevsi, as Zin is fighting here. It's cancelled though, and as it happens, Zol, timing, it's just so low, can't get through the door. And eventually, Zol, they realize they can play it to B here as another pick happens courtesy of Uyen.
Kakarot, he could have his scope dead set on the victory here, Dax. The tension of this round is at an all-time high. They have no idea where each other are. And look at Zol again. Exemplary
30 seconds
patience.
left.
They're not showing anything.
They're playing timing so well. The wildest heat map we'll ever have on Ascent are the kills that we've seen so far. But eventually, Zin, he's gonna need to make his way towards the side. Kakarot making noise though. Does get peeked, but it's a little too late from Uyen. 30 seconds should be enough time for Zol to get to the plant.
10 seconds
and
left.
we will go for a Carti World retake here.
Outlaw could be the
remaining.
end. Oh, Carti World as Uyen's down. Oh! And that's another. Ichi Solo gets cut down by Zol, and one more for the shutout.
Absolute bloody murder there from Kakarot, and there is no catching this wanted man. The outlaw on point, and Zol Esports are setting themselves up for success. That crowd went wild when you see kills all around mid-courtyard like this. But in any case, it's Zol who finds the semblance of reason in the midst of chaos, and here they are on match points.
If I were Carti, I'd be feeling the weight of the entire world on my shoulders, Dax, as everything has just been shut down. Patrick Watson been a non-factor. Ichi Solo still has that lockdown, but they've had no comfort in any of these late round situations. Zol, again, showing why they're the defending champs, and all it takes is one more round to 2-0 this would-be usurper.
And Zol was hungry for more wins here. They were starved by now and Oasis early on into the season, and you can see them ready to feast on B. But it's still Uyen and Ichi Solo threats throughout the game so far. They play at the boathouse, the judge in hand, and Patman doesn't see it coming. The Bulldog also brilliant here. Kakarot though on the board, and with it Zol, they take massive losses as it's up to Sin now against them all. Oh, the swing
Lockdown could be his friend.
Lockdown, sure, to try and save it, but the extra angles, too much to handle. And Zol can't get away with it this time. Carti World want overtime.
You could feel it, Dax. You saw that flick. It was just one click away from maybe a date with destiny. But alas, Carti World, they have other plans. Now they have the Hunter's Fury. Now they have the Null Command. And now their lockdown still remains intact. Zol might have had a handle on this Ichi Solo lurk, but they can't forget Carti World is just so mechanically gifted. Still enough back for both these sides, so it is still square.
And just didn't expect Uyen to bring out the judge in that position. 22 on the board. Massive game for him especially. And with it, Carti World, they've seen this lead dwindle and taken by Zol. My god, they want to still fight for it. Zol now taking mid away from Carti. They angled themselves towards Cubby, but they still don't have as much aiming presence as they would like here.
Carti World, they were succeeding when they had a lot of people playing around Patrick Watson just to keep their centerpiece for the namesake, right? Now Carti World, they have a different approach. Zol, they're very confident how they could take this. Again, no hesitation, they swing.
Kakarot in there, but the Hunter's Fury will force him out. Kakarot survives the flurry of utility, but Patrick Watson the one to get ahead. Channy Boy too, able to chip in. And Carti World, they don't want to see another map slip away from them. The Spike in an awkward position. It's up to Patman and the rest to retrieve it. Ichi Solo already finding Zid, and it's Zol who has been taken apart bit by bit now. A feast is on, and it's Carti World who wants to go for more. Kakarot has to deal with 3 too many, and well, we go for overtime here. Carti World with a flawless statement at the end of regulation.
Switching sides.
Oh my.
Overtime.
And what would it be without an overtime between these teams, Dax? The hot-headed, hot-blooded players of Carti World versus just the sheer willpower of Zol. Going the distance on Ascent just feels like it's the natural progression of things.
It's been such a close outing, and I dare say, you can see really the strengths of Carti World and Zol in full force. I don't want to say this immediately as a conclusion, but it's just that playstyle difference between Carti and Zol that have shifted the rounds here so far, Raf. You have on one side, Carti World, a fast, heavy hitting kind of squad, hungry for contact points and wanting to fight whenever they can. But Zol taking the other complete page here and playing slow, playing defaults, finding bit by bit map control here so far. It's been a good answer versus Carti, but there are just these rounds where Carti World take command and look so unbeatable when they find those fights.
Once that trickle begins for Zol, it's just so hard for them to recover against Carti, as you mentioned. And it's been off the back of these individual duels, right? Zol, they've been doing a beautiful job of making the most out of all the chaos they've been doing with all the aggression pulls towards wherever they want to be. But Carti World in these last two have just been steadfast and, again, maybe evolving into a different form here. Carti World on the attack, they could just run over this defense.
Ready to bring the demolition crew. Carti will have all the permits here, and with the suppressed into play, Zol will look to go for their own kind of strike. A rally from Kevzi to play into line. As soon as that happens, though, Carti World, they do back away, leaving Astro to fend for himself. A flash is there, no peek as of yet. Instead, we watch out for Kakarot here. Up in hand, but he doesn't find the shot in time. And with it now, the glass cannon is exposed. Kakarot forced back away into Garden. The pressure is on here at A. But Batman still on site. Here's the fragment. Kempsey winning the duel towards main. And then Zol now in position. Zol doing all they can to find the 3 already. It's looking flawless for Zol. And there you go. Spotless defense to go back to match points.
They were helpless, Dax. They were like fish in a barrel. Carti World completely blinded by everything. And Zol once again just being a bully at this point. Oh my goodness. Carti World, now it's their turn to
Can't even remember
turn up
the
the heat
spike.
on the defense. Zol, they've been patient. They've been trying to dissect as much as they can and expose whatever gap there would be in this defense. They were stopped in regulation. Perhaps Carti can do the same.
And immediately Zol looking to prevent the same play from Wine working against them. Kevzi, a shrouded step across, covers any kind of A-main pressure. And this pulls the defense of Carti World towards that A side. But yet again, we see it. The default play from Zol Esports. They leave the spike behind and look for picks elsewhere. And as of right now, they're making all the noise that they can. And Micro picking up the orb, say they want to build the Hunter's Fury for this upcoming fight.
Beautiful timing you saw by that jump down. It looks like Carti World are ready to commit to a strong A defense. But on the other side of the map, they're not budging either. There's a lot of utility, especially in front of the offensive side here. And that recon dart is going to expose the plants. They shoot once, but they're not exposed. So how many players are there in B lobby, Carti? Don't know, Dax.
They got away with it for now, and Zol now ready for the burst. It's high time though for Kakarot to get in there. Watch out for Uyin again. He's been stellar on the speedway, and he's looking to find a way through, but no, Patman instead shutting him down. It's Itchy Solo on the side. Itchy Solo good for the double, and Patrick Watson taking the fight towards the cubby. Big pick from Patrick Watson. Channy Boy also getting one of his own, and Micro now left to himself. A 1v3 as he makes some noise, but time is running out. And Carti World refused to overstep. Paranoia is perfect. And Carti World will continue the game. We go for a second overtime here.
Itchy Solo winning the round for Carti. That was more than enough to again avoid the overtime sweep here. Interesting choices here too by Zol to take some of these fights. Again, they wanted that space, but realistically, they could have just played numbers. Now they swap onto the sides again. The glass cannon, as you mentioned, did not shatter, but has been exposed. Perhaps Carti has a solution for this as they look to play a bit more on the default side of things.
Here we go again. A contest towards main. Patman, a lot more aggressive this time, but will he be walking into many members of Carti World? Saw the foot of Patrick Watson. The challenge getting close, and Patman gets away with the pick. It's Zol now backing onto the site, and Carti World left scratching their heads after losing the Jet early on there.
It is literally the sword versus the shield here, Dax. Zol have been taking so many hits, and Carti's just willing to deliver. The question is, who is willing to endure? And Kakarot, he had a chance, and Ichi Solo, he has one again.
But he's brought the spear, man, and there you go. The tip absolutely sharp. Carti World struggling to find the space this time around. And Astro and the rest, they're gonna give it the good old college try. They do have a flash to work with, but Zol already in a good position by Jenny. Paranoia stopping them dead in their tracks. Batman on the board again.
One
Zol
enemy
now
remaining.
still with height. Micro falls, but Kemsy's trades are just so on point. And it's Zol again, back to the familiar state. Series points
Switching
ahead
sides.
of them.
Match
It has
point.
been a war of attrition. Who is gonna give up first? Carti World, they have been unwilling. Zol, they've been unrelenting. Chanimoy doing the best that he can. The rest of the squad too has been slowly activating.
Here.
Zol, almost perfectly even, but when they need a hero, it's been
Here.
Patman, the cyborg, who's
Here.
been answering that call. And now it looks like it's going to be a quick B take, Dax, but they still haven't learned there's so much utility in their ways.
And they need to watch out for Ichi Solo, especially. A big change though moving into market. On site though, Uyen in position, and with it, he finds the first kill. Uyen on point with the aim so far. And towards stairs, it's a good spot to go for more. Ichi Solo dipping in, 12 HP, now mowed down by Zin. Paranoia flash, you can see Carti World desperately trying to fight and back, but here in the shed, Zin still in the spot, and Zin goes big. Zin is massive! The 4K to open things up. The lockdown's there too. And for Patrick Watson, it's a tough task ahead of him. An op is out, should allow Zoldo to plant now.
They're still so wary of him. They're waiting for that full bloom. And Zin, it's been a battle of
Spike
sentinels constantly one-upping each other. Patrick Watson has a choice of a rifle here in front, but he wants to stick with the operator. He wants that lethality. He has faith that he won't miss.
But Sind, he wants it. He knows he's one away from the ace, and he can't get it. The trade, though, again. That Kemsy brings the dagger, and Carti's World has been rocked by the crown. It's Zol Esports who rules the series 2-0.
Oh my goodness. What an Ascent map here by both these teams. Again, unrelenting. They are just absolutely going at it, Dax. It's been haymaker after haymaker. But the test of endurance is something that Zol is almost unbeatable at. Valiant effort, obviously, by Carti World. But like you mentioned, that Atlas Stone, you already know who is the Greek god here.
Yeah, brother, you gotta give it though to Kemsy at the end. 2 games in a row, he finishes it off for the squad. His trades absolutely on point there in the last 2 rounds and overtime. And well, that was a massive, massive moment from Zin too. It was a big team effort from Zol as a whole. They were walking into the second half down 9-3, and they take the win 15-13. Seems like Superstition is on point today, but I dare say for Carti World, it's a big lesson to be learned that there are these teams that can recover against them, and we've seen 2 of their leads sadly fall apart because of it.
That was an incredible scale by Zol. Like you mentioned, it's been massive lead after massive lead getting dismantled by, once again, the reigning champions. There's a reason why there are crowns on their heads, and it's been absolutely brutal for Carti World. Again, they had their moments, Dax, but I feel like that's just more to, I wouldn't say cry about, right? But to just feel bad about, because everybody was having a game, everybody was having their moments, but Zol proving they have more. They will last longer, and they are just willing to go the distance.
We said it before about Zol. They need to take every single series after their 0-2 start. And it seems like they are looking to continue that trend. The streak continues here for Zol. Carti World, though, it's a heartbreaker, yes, but there's so many lessons to be learned. And this was a showcase from Carti World as during this whole series that they are a threat that needs to be watched out for. They have been some of the best shooters coming into VCT PH. Absolute raw talent. And they have veterans like Chani as well as Astro there too. You know, with a bit more refinement, this Carti World squad can make waves and can make runs into VCT PH. But the fact of the matter is, it's still Zol, your defending champs, and it's still Zol with the dub. They've been happy to take these wins again and again. There you go, another one under their belts.
The waves were impressive, but the cliffside was too tall to clear. Again, Patrick Watson nearly had another one for himself, but Kevzi, the closer, the dagger, the phantom of the fourth quarter, he was just way too good for every single closeout round. And let's not forget Zind, again, a bit of a quiet hero on Icebox, was just a menace on that Killjoy. And I guess this proves that stability is still king in Valorant.
And Batman too, just taking honor after honor along the way. What an effort there from Zol. What a rally, and what a series we just had. We're gonna throw it over though to the panel to break down especially all those Zol comebacks. So guys, we'll see you there.
For Carti World, per that was just completely Zol having a great comeback in the last round of the game. Mabagay tayo sa overtime, but they have proven themselves a bit of a strong contender against Carti World. Babalik ulit the panel, kasama si Yanni Glaze at si Raf. Well, ako, nag-predict ako ng Carti World. I'm done. Kayo na bahala.
Well, kung tutusin talaga, it was also kind of close para umabot nga tayo ng sunset, ano. Natuwa akong makita that they were so good and so dominating, convincing rounds, even going into Ascent. But then again, kung yun nga, umabot tayo ng second half, biglang umusbong ba naman kasi sila, yung Zol Esports Fluffy, ibang klase yung naging comeback, yung mga clutches coming in from Kevzi's side.
Exactly. May kita din natin dito sa series highlights. Yung mapa talaga dito, sobrang iba yung itsura ng Icebox to Ascent. On Icebox, it felt like talagang may control. Medyo pantay sila nung first half. Pero Zol, bumabawi sila on that defense. Nagbabawi sila ng mga rounds. Kumuha sila ng 5 out of the last 7. And that was just enough to really seal the deal with a convincing 7 and 2-13.
These highlights really prove yung mismong Carti World rather was trying to make a chance in making actually everything work. Kasi kanina how Zol started their momentum. Kasi kanina, again, we discussed about how this match or series will go. It's all about getting that right or the best foot forward. Pero it's just Zol trying to take mostly of the coverage kanina. Honey Glaze.
Icebox na naman kasi, diba? Kung babalikan natin yun, it was always Kevzi, and even here in our highlights, pagdating naman in Ascent, it's always him to try and keep that players intact para sa side ng Zol Esports. Kumbaga siya yung always makikita natin going in for the multi-kills, or kaya naman madalas siyang nahuhuli. But this is one of the chances din naman para, ito rin yung isang episode or yung isang round na nakita ko ngang highlight din, especially for Kakarot, na ang bilis ang naging reaction time niya and all. He was just really composed. He was just sure to make things worse for the side of Carti World. Kaya naman hirap ang Carti World na makabawi at ma-overcome nila yung mga overtime na yun.
Yun nga, yung attack talaga, yun yung parang buong theme ng Ascent because both teams did so well on it, especially si Patman, yung MVP natin for this game for Zol Esports.
Yeah, the MVP. Walang iba kundi si Patman. And you guys mentioned perfectly how the recovery time was quicker and how they managed to take control of Carti World's mistakes as well. Kanina, kapatid din yung we had a timeout na malapit na sana makuha yun ng Carti World, pero it was a bit too early, and nung naka-step up sit from that 9-3, ito yung nag-step up, Patman. Honey Glaze.
Kung tutuusin yung mga blinds na talaga sobrang halaga, especially sa mga times na makakapag-open up na sila na spot dito for Kakarot para at least makapagwala na siya doon sa mga sites. And what I love about Kakarot is yun nga, ang bilis ng recovery niya in case kinakailangan niya nga ng composure or kaya naman he misses out the shot dahil ready naman din sina Patman dito for the recovery.
Exactly. Ay, masasabi ko lang, every time na nakita ko si Patman, nagugulat na lang ako sa impact ng ginagawa niya.
Yeah, kanina nga din eh. And also, you've mentioned about how the positioning and how the vision was so important din as well. There were some moments na medyo na-trap din ng Zol Esports in that area where they were trying to do a post-plant stronghold. And kanina, you can also blame how Carti wanted to be aggressive more to do a counter initiation as well. Kasi kanina, they could have taken the series into map number 3. Malapit na talaga. And kung titignan natin, and Carti World in a way, kahit na bumawi din sila in this game number 2, hindi din naging easy 2-0 din for Zol, di ba, Honey Glaze?
Kahit pa paano, napahirapan talaga ng Carti Esports or ng Carti World itong Seoul Esports. Kaya naman, at least makikita natin on the second series or on the next few ones sa Carti World, meron pa rin sila ibubuga.
Well, since gusto natin makita kung sino nga ang ating pwedeng makausap kayo for the interview, let's call on the winning team, Zol Esports, para makausap natin sila kung ano ba nangyari sa series na yun. Tara! Hello po! Congratulations, Zol Esports once again! Grabe!
Hi, Patman!
Hello!
Hello po.
Congratulations po ulit. To be honest, baliktad yung prediction namin. Kami dalawa ni Honey Glaze, aminado kami, and we are just truly becoming a believers on what you do guys here on Split 2. Pero ngayon, as one who believes in the series, si Fluffy yun ang nakakuha ng prediction. Kaso nga lang, Fluffy 2-0 ang napunta sa Zol Esports. Take the floor for questions.
Natakot nga ako kasi akala ko mag-3-nap siya, pero may tiwala pa rin ako sa Zol Esports. Pero yung tanong ko for this game, yung map number 1, nakabawi naman kayo malakas kayo sa Icebox, pero dito sa Ascent, may kaba ba kayo na baka hindi kakayanin since 3-9 ngayon simula? Or may tiwala kayo na kayang-kaya niya i-reverse sweep?
Nung una po talaga, nung first half, sobrang unfortunate lang din po nangyari kasi na 50 kami. Pero yung composure namin hindi pa rin nawala. So, malakas yung kapit namin na kaya namin i-comeback yung Ascent.
So parang pag nag-swap yung half, bale, inassume nyo na kaya nyo or round by round na lang pa rin?
Sorry po, di po clear yung audio sa akin, sorry.
Yung sa second half, yung mentality nyo ba parang round by round, bahala na, basta every round try natin panalo, ganun?
Yung di po talaga clear, sorry, di ko po maintindihan.
Yung sa second half, kung kamusta naman kayo sa mental since medyo mababa yung, medyo malaki yung deficit ng score nyo? Kung paano nyo na-overcome yun?
Nung second half po, ang dami po sa namin error nung sa start po kami ng defending. So, nagbigay po ng advice yung coach namin and then syempre sa mga na-VOD review po namin, in-play lang din po namin yung mga possible na pwedeng gawing counter. Kaya, ayun po.
Yun, buti naman nakabawi kayo. HG.
Oo nga grabe yung naging bawi niya doon, Patman. Ang ganda, convincing. You won a really dominating game number 1 earlier. What I wanted to ask lang siguro is kung naging handa din ba kayo para sa mga pwedeng maging third game? Kung sakali, was it in your mentality na baka mag-third game talaga, baka umabot talaga doon? Or talagang gusto niyo nang isarado yung series after nung second half natin in Ascent?
Siyempre gusto po namin ma 2-0 na po and then hindi na po muna namin iniisip yung kasi hindi pa po tapos yung game, so talagang kapit lang po kami, kaya pa.
Tutusin, no? Kinaya niyo talaga no, Patman. Last question na lang, going into overtime, paano nyo at least have us around through kung paano nyo siya tinake over dahil grabe yun baka nagmuntikan pang magkaroon ng 14-14 earlier. So, were you guys ready for another overtime doon or talagang yun na yun?
Nung mga naging problem po kasi namin nung first OT is parang masyado po kaming nagkatago. So, parang nakuha po nila alat ng map control. So, tinry po namin mag-risk ng plays para masira yung first plan nila, hindi sila makapag-execute ng maayos. Kasi most of the time pag OT yung game, mas natatakot na magkamali yung mga players. So, ayun, tinapangan lang po talaga.
Satisfied na ako dun. Thank you so much, Patman, and congratulations.
Thank you po.
And thank you so much, Honey Glaze. One last question, Patman. Guys, grabe yung naging recovery nyo in that situation. Alam ko, nagkaroon kayo ng timeout and you've mentioned about composure, nagkaroon kayo ng mga errors. Sino yung humila sa inyo pabalik na makapag-focus ulit? Kasi sabi mo kanina, overtime, pwede mangarag din yung mga kasama mo. Sino yung humila sa inyo to get through that challenge para matapos yung game na to into a 2-0?
Nagkaroon din po kasi nung timeout po. So, mas nagkaroon po ng breather and then, ayun po, nag-lift off each other po since magkakampi po kami.
That's good. I think that's one great support system din na in a timeout. Kasi kahit ako, isipin mo din, sabi mo, nanihirapan kayo na nagtatago-tago lang. So, it's good to know that quick of a recover give you a great way to win this series. Once again, congratulations ulit. And this is your time to do a shout-out sa lahat ng sumuporta sa inyo heading to this match. Go ahead.
Ayun, support sa pagsuporta sa akin sa mga family ko, sa kuya ko, sa nanay ko, ulit sa mga, basta sa family ko, ayan. And then sa bumubuo ng Sol, thank you po sa opportunity and then sa supporters ng Sol, yun po. Thank you. Sa mga basher, okay lang yan. Kalmahan nyo lang. Hindi pa tapos yung series.
Tama yun, never say never mentality, Patman. Congratulations once again. See you on the next games on Esports. Thank you so much.
Thank you po.
Thank you. O, di ba? Hindi pa tapos hanggat hindi pa tapos yung numero dun sa scoreboard. Di ba nga ni Glaze? Hindi pa, honestly, kanina, map 3 na eh. We were feeling it, pero grabe din yung composure nila.
It really was. I love how Patman is holding every single one para sa side na nga ngayon kanina for Zol Esports, but dadagdagan natin na iba rin yung naging convincing rounds talaga ng Carti World, ano? So, I'm really expecting much more from them, pero this is a good statement for Zol Esports na makikita natin sila dominating pa sa susunod pang mga series natin. It was a rough start, pero it's going on smoothly na para sa kanila din.
Oh, wow. They were one of the stronger teams that we had no unang split, and it's nice to see them kind of back in form. Tsaka yung growth ng mga players nila. Si Patman, naalala ko, parang nung dati nag-start siya, medyo bago siyang player, tas, you know, especially on the mentality side of the pro things, nahirapan. Tas ngayon, yung sagot lang niya, bahala na yung mga bashers. So, buti nilang may growth din doon na yung mental fortitude din, not only to overcome yung game na to, pero in general things for being a pro for Valorant.
Big factor din yun is completely, they have a great way to make this to a clean 2-0. Once again, congratulations to all esports. Pero yung araw natin, hindi pa tapos, Pilipinas. Muli magbabalik po kami sa isa na namang serye for day number 3. Muli po kasama ulit si Honey Glaze at si Fluffy. Magbabalik ulit kami for Split 2 PH. Don't go anywhere.
friends look, grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you broke. Yeah. All my friends look, grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver. Grab cost saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends look, grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you broke. Yeah. All my friends look, grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver. Grab cost saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends look, grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you broke. Yeah. All my friends look, grab cost.
Yo guys, what's up? Nagbabalik ulit tayo ngayon sa VCT Split 2 at syempre, hindi pa uli ang lahat. May sapat tayong laban at kasama ko si Ray at si Dax for this one. Syempre, hindi magpapahuli ang mga ganitong klaseng serye sa mga huling araw. May something pa yan ba? Tama ba, Ray?
Joke lang. Trinay ko maging nonchalant pero hindi pala siya mag-work. May something talaga ngayon dahil syempre, guys, mainit-init yung laban natin. Ngayon, ito yung mga literal na kung kanina yung nakalaban nga ng Zol, syempre mga Carter, but may pagka-contained na press W. Ito literal, shoot heads talaga. Rank L Cuties together with JustUs, diba, Dax?
Oo nga, diba yung kasama ko dito sa panel, ka-OA ko rin siya. At totoo naman, Rank L JustUs, alam mo na, sapakan to sa simula pa lang. Both Rank L and JustUs, similar playstyle, mahilig maghanap ng contact. And we've seen talaga a resurgence from JustUs, yes. Pero Rank L, sila nag-impress nung kalaban nila yung Naos rin.
Yeah, nakita ko rin yung labanan nila doon and they have shown great potential as well. Yesterday, it wasn't an easy 2-0. I agree with you guys. Kasi syempre, yung laban natin kahapon, medyo mahaba-haba yung araw. I think this time, papunta pa lang tayo sa Series 2 ata noon.
Yeah, kawawa nga kayo nun eh.
Oo nga, OT kayo dun eh.
Happy to not be there.
Kaya pala wala ka. Well, ang pinag-uusapan din namin kahapon on how teams would actually adjust and adapt. Kasi ang pinaka-main topic din namin kahapon was completely paano ba ito babawi yung teams na nasa bottom 4? And surprisingly, they have shown great potential. At kaya you're looking at the teams or the last matchup of the day, this is rank L Cuties at rank 7 and yung JustUs at rank 9. So medyo ano ba, para sa akin yung rank L Cuties in a way, they have shown potential, they have shown recovery. I don't know with JustUs now. I hope mas maganda yung naging tulog nila heading to this day and heading this match.
Ay, tama ka naman dyan, OS6 eh. Because just us, there's just so many questions about this roster right now. Parang, ano nangyayari sa team na to na sobrang raming potential na hindi lang isa, kung dalawang beses sila na 0-13 sa mapa, diba? Pero I guess I want to say is the worst is over para sa nila. They've already faced off against Oasis, against Naos, against Sol, against Carti, at mukhang sila mag-rally to try and find one of the last slots into the playoffs. Pero rank L, diba Ray, we've seen them really impress at talaga naging sleeper pick sila pagdating ng ating regular season.
Yeah, didn't expect nung first match pa lang kagad nila, they were pretty explosive. They know what to execute and everything. And hopefully, para sa Rank L Cuties, makakuha nga sila ng slot going to the playoffs.
Well, speaking of the playoffs and all of the things happening ngayon sa VCT, this is powered by Mineski Global, the official tournament organizer for the 2024 VALORANT Challengers Philippines, presented by PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country.
Yeah, and we won't be here, of course, without our official super app partner, Grab. Score Grab's lowest prices ever with up to 50% cheaper fares on Grab Car Saver, delivery fees as low as 15 pesos with Grab Food Saver delivery, and thousands budget-friendly meals as low as 99 pesos with Grab Food Saver meals. Syempre, may promo code pa nga tayo, guys. Diba, Grab Food 60 yan, and get up to 60 pesos off your order with a minimum spend of 550 pesos. Promo runs from 11 a.m. onwards. So alam mo na, bago pa mag-start yung VCT, pwede ka na mag-order.
Yo, that's syempre guys, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board. Hello po sa Gab.
Yes po, mag-renew po kami ulit maybe sa December, pero hindi pa muna ngayon.
Huwag mo kami laglag dito, OS6. Huwag kong salita.
Tama naman kasi, well, ganito tayo dito syempre, ano tayo ni Gab eh. So shoutout po sa inyo mga nanonood ngayon sa Gab, Miss Cynthia, yan, ano ba? Manood po kayo ng ang tawag na to ng Valorant ngayong gabi dahil ang ating mga teams ngayon would actually have a greater chance in coping up, and it's mainly because of the recovery. Dax, kayo na-mention mo about the roster. Ito ba yung mostly kailangan din ayusin ng ano ngayon ng team na to kasi the map, the stats can't lie, and we're looking forward on how these team could actually rise up sa mga pagkakamali nila.
Yeah, if you're talking about just us, I think really the concern is anong role talaga ang lalaroin nila. We've seen them having a bit of rotation. Parang may mga times na binabalik nga nila si Repulsive into the roster. Minsan they have that 6-man playing. But I guess the biggest mystery na me and Ray were talking about before we got in this panel is ano ang lalaroin ni Lloyd Dream? Naging flex player siya na malupit. Pero Ray, alam naman natin na yung mga best games ni Lloyd Dream pag siya yung duelist, di ba?
Talaga nagpa-pop off siya eh. Yun naman din kagad yung doon natin siya nakilala nung last year, di ba? No, nag-sub siya para sa Game Lab instead of Folex. Nakita na natin yung potential at mas lalo pang nag-pop off when he got on that jet yesterday. Pero alam mo, Dax, ko na din napansin ko para sa JustUs. Instead of para mag-duel na lang sila sa double duelist, parati na lang silang magka-come up with another type of meta. Parang sa mga ibang teams nag-work ang double initiator. Tinatry nilang i-apply yung mga ginagawa ng ibang teams that won't actually work for them because they tend to think too much about it. Instead of before na parati silang free-flowing, parati silang mas confident kasi naka-double duelist sila, and they were just shooting heads.
I think tama ka nga dito, Ray, no? Huwag masyado mag-overthink kasi that would make you keep your flow going. So ngayon, tawagin natin ang teams na wala sa salang sa ating laban. So ngayon, Rank L Cuties, pasok!
Oy, alam naman natin, may makikita tayo mga grad pick diba sa grad season na to. Pero Rank L Cuties, meron pang ang element of mystery. Jacob, san ka na? Kasi alam naman natin, isa siya sa pinaka nag-perform against Naos last time. Pero Gavitis, Yord, Kurubi, Savannah, of course, filling in that roster right now. And we've always said Rank L Cuties, medyo mysterious team sila. Pero the more and more we see them, the more and more na nakikita natin yung potential. And I think you always have to go back to the series last time around versus Naos. Umabot pa sila ng overtime nun sa Lotus. They were winning from the first half. At ang maganda dito sa Rank L Cuties, unlike many of the other teams na nandito na baguhan, galing sa ating promotion system, sila talaga handang-handa sa mga setup, sila handang-handa sa mga roles nila, and we've seen them really succeed kasi defined kagad sila from the get-go.
At saka yung leadership ni Gabidis talaga. We've seen Gabidis ever since one of the earlier starts pa lang kagad ng VCT series. At ngayon tinatry makapasok sa VCT. He's finally here, guiding also with his teammates as well in winning this. At ito pa yung nakita ko sa Rank L Cuties, despite that they've been going up against larger teams like the Naos or kaya Oasis, nakita mo talaga na sa ginagawa nila, they know how to read. It's just that pagdating sa experience, ang layo din talaga na nagiging gap.
Yeah, and speaking of the gap and experience as well, you guys mentioned about the performance last night with Rank L Cuties. Si Jacob, yung kahit mismo lahat ng kaso siya nagsabi, may reason bakit tatlo yung binya sa mismo mga ganong klaseng lawan, and he really popped off. Last night, nahihirapan din yung Naos. It was, di ba?
Ang galing ng spelling pass Totoo naman kasi tatlo yung site, di tatlo yung B, at kayang-kaya nga ng Rank L lumaban.
Well, yun ang Rank L. So tawagin naman natin ngayon ng JustUs. Pasok!
Last time, sila yung isa sa mga top 4 kings. But right now, it seems like it's pretty hard for JustUs. We have here Seiko, Second Love, Lloyd Dream, Pars Schofield together with Repulsive. An amazing young roster na nakita natin. Finally nga, nakalaro na rin sila kagad last season. Pero this season, it's been really looking tough para sa kanila. But Dax, napag-usapan na natin si Lloyd Dream. Pero we gotta recognize din na may mga games sila na si Stacey kasi yung naglaro instead of Seiko.
I mean, it's always that mystery here for JustUs kasi tama ka naman, Stacey, ang ganda naman ng performance niya pag nasa initiator role. Pero may mga games na nilagay pa nga siya sa duelist, Pars Schofield also. There's so much pressure na siya lang mag-isa na lang in the front line rather than having Lloyd Dream around. And it's just so different para sa JustUs, diba? Itong team na to, they really rely on their raw talent. Na sila talaga papasok into the series, feeling nila kayang-kaya nila lahat. And that mindset goes a long way. Pero pagdating sa saan sila sanay, hindi nila nakukuha yung setup na usually handa sila, na usually na ini-expect nila. And I think that's the biggest concern na parang nawawalan pa ng leadership dito yung JustUs in some of their worst moments dito sa VCT. Pero may bawi naman dito against Seoul, and ito nga yung chance nila bumawi pa muli pagdating ng season natin.
I think yun ang pinaka-important din. Kasi kayo din mismo nagsabi na mismo from promo relegation, we want to see those teams actually rise up to the potential of being recognized as well. So dito pa lang, we would actually expect na for JustUs na magkaroon ng better grip on what's happening, on what was missing from the past weeks na naglaro dito sila. So hoping for the best for this one kasi I think magkakatuloy lang mostly on how the map will go in this series. Kasi kung pag-uusapan natin ng favorable ones for Rank L Cuties, madami din silang advantage and coverage as well, depende kung saan sila pupunta. Pero ngayon, tingnan muna natin yung head-to-head kung saan nga ba mas lamang yung mga to in terms of stats heading to the series.
Dax.
Nga, diba? Si Jacob, si Lloyd Dream. O ano?
Ano? Sino mas lamang? Sino mas sikat? Yun kasi yun.
Wala. Ang gagawin natin, may mystery pa nga yung isa. Si Lloyd Dream, thumbs down na lang. Ano sagot ni Jacob? Wala. Kasi wala pa siyang picture. Pero, sasabihin natin, diba, Ray, na Jacob has impressed everyone with his performance so far, especially pagdating doon sa matchup sa Naos. Pinag-usapan na natin kanina, pinag-usapan na kahapon. Pero yun talaga, kailangan mga standout players dito ang Rank L para ma-separate nila ang sarili nila from the rest of the teams dito sa VCT PH.
And if they follow that method, I am sure they will rise up sa current rankings nila ngayon. Pero ngayon, si Jacob, he's usually on that role talaga as that hardcore na sentinel. But when we look naman kay Lloyd Dream, ang daming ginaganapan ni Lloyd Dream. Literal, nagse-sentinel. The next thing, naka-duelist. Tapos naka-initiator. Napaka flex
Boss.
player, mala Forsaken naman pala to eh.
Ray, eto na yun. Nalaro na niya ang Duelist, ang Initiator, ang Controller, at ang Sentinel. Kompleto ang World Tour ni Lloyd Rim dito. And from what we've seen so far, guys, no, na kahit nahihirapan ng JustUs, siya ay nakaka-perform sa agent niya. Pero iba pa rin eh. Kung, okay, kaya mo individually, di good for you. Ang kailangan talaga dito, ano ang good para sa JustUs?
I think that's a good point. Uy, okay si ano ngayon ha, yung mga sinasabi dito ni Dax are really straight on facts kasi kung ang gusto nila mangyari to take the ranks up in the standings, yun talaga yung pwede mag-win. How will you synergize as well as a comp? Dahil hindi lang basta-basta na mapupull off dahil it takes a lot of, again, communication, how to wrap around some kind of different situation. So, I think that's a good point to see kung paano for this match kasi we want anything for the best for this team, di ba? Kasi kailangan nila lumawi, but for Uncle Cuties, this is part of me that's saying na I think this will also check on how the repairs of the consistencies would also work for this series. Tama ba, Ray?
Kaya tamang-tama talaga yan. Yun din yung napapansin ko yung differences ng dalawang teams. Para nga sa Rank L Cuties at what we discussed nga behind the scenes na mas maganda nga yung pag-continue nila ng mga agents, pag-execute nila compare dito sa JustUs that whatever works, it works. Kapag hindi nag-work, then tignan ulit natin kung pwede for the second time, diba? At yun nga, too late na din nung na-realize ng JustUs na dapat hindi tayo gumagawa ng complicated na compositions eh. Follow na lang natin yung method natin yung stage 1. Hindi naman kasi ma-predict ng mga teams kung paano tayo naglalaro eh.
Nag-top 4 sila, di ba? Gamit ng double duelist. Bakit na lang hindi nila i-refine yun? And that's always been their biggest strength. You make that big great point there, Ray, na it just feels to me nung past few weeks ng JustUs, they throw paint into the wall tas bahala na ano yung makukuha nilang picture, diba? Compare pa sa Rank L na talaga konti-konti lang, stroke by stroke yung paggawa ng pintura dito, boss. And as of right now, I think that's really the biggest point to watch out for coming into this series. Kaya na ba ng JustUs mahanap yung tamang timpla na palagi natin sinasabi? Kasi yung Rank L, kulang na lang. Ready na in the oven eh. Lutong-luto na yung setup nila.
Kailangan lang talaga hilahin, no? Dax, medyo nagugutom ako sa mga banat mo ngayon, ha? Kasi kung ipag-iisipan natin yan, parang gusto ko magmeriente. Pero buti lang, may grab food. Panis. So, di ba? Bagay na ba? Kulang na lang, Kulang na lang may kailangan ka lang bitawan ng salita para makakompleto yon. Punta na tayo sa map veto pick. Tara, tignan natin sa mga balamang yung teams na to.
Si O6, may hinahanap sa atin. Pero...
Kukaris ka pala
Kukaris ka pala. Post mo naman yan para makita natin.
A movie once said, anyone can cook. Diba?
Let him cook.
Uy, iba yun ah.
Ay, iba ba yun? Okay.
Map drop tayo guys. Pero ito, may mga certain maps talaga na ini-expect kung mawawala. At una-unahin natin ang Icebox. So Ray, ito talaga yung feel ko tatanggalin ng JustUs. Yung mga maps na na-zero sila dati.
May PTSD sila as of now. Kasi nga, Icebox trinay na to eh. Pero good naman din para sa Rank L Cuties. Tinanggal na lang yung Sunset. Specialty din talaga to ng JustUs against other teams. Pero kaya, for JustUs, ano yung nilook forward nila na map pick dito? Is it going to be Ascent? Kasi yun na yung napanalo nila yesterday? Or are they gonna go with what they played against Zol, which is going to be in bind na napaka-ige nung laban nila. That was pretty close, diba, Dax?
Oo nga, and speaking of first pick, alam na alam ni Ray pala ano ang lalabas dito and bind, as you mentioned. Decider versus Zol Esports, very, very close. Pero ito, yung isa sa mga mapa na nakita natin na may pagka-double duelist nga sila. It was a little bit different though kasi ando si Psycho, ando si Pars Schofield, but JustUs, they're looking to exploit perhaps yung mga weaknesses dito ng Rank L. Rank L hasn't won a bind game as of yet sa career nila, and given na sila pa yung attacking side dito para sa JustUs, sila ang mag-set na momentum early on dito sa series na to.
Yeah, and having a great start on the defense. Ito yung nakita natin from the match of Rank L Cuties as well. I think they're mostly fond of taking the chances of having great control as well with the map. Kasi kung pag-iisipan natin kung yung bind na magiging unang destination nila, I think that would set them a great foot for a great start. And for JustUs, Ascent yung gusto na dito, Ray.
Grabe naman yung Rank L Cuties rather dito lamang sa Ascent. And this is quite 50-50. Nanalo kasi dito yung JustUs eh. So medyo worried ako. But I'm sure when it comes to rank L Cuties, mas plansyado nga yung execution nila. I'm sure they did their homework. Okay, double duelist pala yung kinakalaban natin dito most probably. And we need to put on a stop pagdating kay Lloydie. Pero ngayon naman, tama na yung Lotus sa JustUs. Ayaw din nila yan. Siyempre, bakit kami pupunta doon sa natatalo kami, di ba?
Ayaw nila, nasaktan na sila. Ganun lang yon. And JustUs, it wasn't really a very popular map pick to begin with. Galing sa Split 1, Breeze gonna get removed here by rank L Cuties. Meaning lang naman yan. At saan tayo pupunta?
Haven.
Kundi kung pwede lang eh. Pero split naman talaga. And I dare say here guys na I think the biggest talking point right now has to be Ascent. Rank L, pinili nga nila yan. Perfect sila so far sa split 2 run nila mismo. Pero ito talaga ang mapa na biglang everyone was watching out for sa JustUs. Ito yung mapa na na-take down nila, yung Oasis Gaming ng 2 times, diba? Ito yung one of their best successful maps knock in split number 1. And they go back to the form that worked. I can really see dito sa JustUs may advantage sa umpisa ng series. I think for rank L, kung mapatagal nila to, umabot na map 3, mas may pag-asa sila.
Oh, kasi na 0-13 eh. 0-13 yung JustUs eh. Sorry JustUs pero totoo talaga yun nangyari eh, di ba? And dadagdag ko lang din talaga na you're right, Dax, about favorable nga dito eh sa JustUs. But then, parating may surprise factor yung rank L Cuties sa atin everyday. Kahit lagay mo sila sa icebox, they will actually make that match into their favor. Or kapag nilagay mo naman sila sa Lotus, which is yesterday, kahit yung Naos, they were honestly saying na pati rank L Cuties nahirapan sila kahit papano when they want to close that series.
And they're just really prepared to answer even one of the teams who's ranking 1 and 2, especially yesterday. And glad that you pointed it out sa sa JustUs, Dax, kasi kung doon pa lang pag-uusapan natin, I think it's more favorable to go back in their roots rather than complicate things. Sabi ni Ray kanina, huwag ka na mag-overthink. Kanina si Ray in-overthink yung second series, yan tuloy. Buti na lang.
Ay, hindi.
Buti na lang.
Sure ako 2-0 yun.
Ay, muntik na lumabas yung sumpa. Ganun talaga pag may Ray cast eh.
Ito, pero since sumpa ang pag-uusapan natin, tara punta tayo sa predictions heading to this series. Ito na, Ray, last series, alam ko may gusto kang gawin ngayong gabi. Alam mo na gagawin mo.
Alam mo na.
So ngayon talent predictions, simulan natin sa'yo. Bibigay ko to sa'yo, go ahead.
I'm gonna go with JustUs, pero I really do think it's going to be a long series. 2-1 tayo. JustUs.
Ang bilis nung sagot. Atat na atat si Ray talaga to get the series started. Pero ako, doon naman ako sa kabila. I do feel like, yes, it's gonna be a long series, pero kakayanin ng rank L yung unang storm dito ng JustUs. There's always that concern na biglang, okay, lalabas na dito yung old JustUs. It's very powerful, it's very scary, but rank L has proven na kaya nila to fight against the best. Ito na ang chance nila to keep moving forward dito sa ating split na to.
Same sentiments with Dax as well. I'm going with JustUs. Not JustUs, sorry. Rank L Cuties. Rank L Cuties.
JustUs raw.
Rank L
Ayan, logo reveal.
Ayan. 2-0 and looking at the series. Kasi may nakita akong JST dun sa gilid eh. Si Reyes. Basta yun. Medyo nasa... Sama tayo dito. Sama tayo dito, Justa. Sama tayo sa Rank L Cuties. 2-0 dahil we're looking for this team to actually go in par with the challenges na pinuntahan nila from the last series na napuntahan nila. So dito pa lang, we would actually see a greater adjustment for Rank L Cuties as well. So medyo kailangan lang ang konting pag-seal na kanilang mismo playstyle na mas malinis pa heading to this one. Pero bigyan natin siya si Ray kasi kanina si Fluffy nagsabi din na baka mag 2-1 yung second series in favor of Zol Esports. Kaso nga lang, it was 2-0. Ito ko balik din yung prediction ko that time. So, yung dulo ngayon sa panel, medyo may something eh.
May something?
Ayusin mo raw yung mali ni Fluffy, Ray.
Sorry, Fluffy. Kasi nagsabing 2-1 na joke lang. Lahat naman nag-expect ng 2-1 eh. Napupunta ng sunset. But no one expected na makakahabol nga eh. Yung isang katulad ng Zol Esports. Imagine 9-3, tas nag-OT pa. Grabe yung stress ko doon. Naka-queue pa ako ng 3,000 yung naka-queue eh. Ngayon nasa loob na ako ng game. Pero seriously speaking, I think yung first map, yung mga map picks ng individual teams, makukuha nila. Dito lamang sa last map magkakatalo. And pagpunta ng split, I really do think because of that 0-13 na nangyari sa JustUs, mas lamang yung rank L Cuties in a way.
Mahirap yun pag ganun yung trauma, diba? So sakit na, ma-13-0 ako once, twice pa nga. Ouch na lang talaga. Dart sa heart. But in a way, I do agree with Ray. I do. Ang naiisip ko talaga yung dalawang scenario dito. Yung prediction ko, rank L 2-1. Pero merong mundo na masweep to ng JustUs given nga na ang ganda nung bind nila mismo at Ascent pa nga ang second map. Rank L has shown their best form on Ascent, but the history of JustUs speaks all. Sobrang concerned ako para sa rank L dito sa bind kasi wala pa tayo nakikita masyadong confident from them coming into that map. Naglaban sila against Bestial pagdating ng promos relegation. They played the Deadlock Astra composition na medyo creative nga, pero alam mo naman pag ganun yung mga comps mo sa mga promo system, hindi ka gaanong sure na safe yung pag-meta play mo. So, yun talaga ang concern dito sa rank L, pero the fortitude that they showed against Naos nun pa lang, alam mo na maraming nag-i-expect sa kanila to do even better coming into the day.
I think those are valid points, Ray and Dax. Medyo ako kinakabahan sa prediction ko. But let's see how this goes. Sino nga ba ang mananig sa match? Will it be rank L Cuties or will it be JustUs? Casters, take it away.
Is that how you do your signature pose, sir? Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the show. Once again, my name is Raf. That is Raf02 apparently. So it is going to be the Raf and Raf cast, but enough confusion. We have enough Taylors in the universe. That handsome gentleman over there is Fluffy02, and we are honestly ready to nerd out. He is making fun of me because I have the Scott Summers shirt on apparently today. And he's very happy about it.
I'm very happy about it, and I'm very excited, especially since we're moving on to the final match of today between Rank L, Cuties, and JustUs. The panel covered it extensively, but for me, JustUs always is that type of team that has that explosive potential. Yesterday, we saw them play both Bind as well as Ascent, and on the Bind map, our Schofield on his Reyna really popped off to save a lot of the game. So it really does boil down to how explosive of a start they can have and how good their momentum can carry on throughout the map.
That's honestly true for a lot of these teams, most especially JustUs, if not them the most, right? I mean, it's such a weird trajectory too, because we thought they would go into a more stable position, especially with how they entered the league in the last split. But now it seems that they're kind of doubling down on their roots, where they play like a really hyper version of a mixed team, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, right? But it does look like we are going to go on that Reyna. Reyna never really been bad on Bind. In fact, there was a good amount of time where a lot of the pro teams did pick this agent up, but that was about what, 2020 to late 2020, early 2021.
Yeah, I mean, in the professional scene, Tier 1, we see Paper Rex pick it a couple of times, but they always do that in pair with a Sky, which they're doing as well here for JustUs. So taking a book or a page from their book, and Rank L Cuties, on the other hand, a bit more stability in their composition. They do have the Cypher as well as the double initiator. Surprising to see there is no Sky, but also after the Sky changes, it's nice to see a lot of other initiators. The Fade has been tried and tested here a couple times. It's a niche pick. It does give you a bit more control because you do have an accurate scan and a lot of ways to re-clear a lot of those tight chokes, like when you're clearing out elbow or clearing out lamps.
Which is a direct antithesis to what JustUs might play, because again, they are going to be hard checking, hard clearing a lot of those corners. Meanwhile, like you mentioned, Rank L Cuties, they have a more careful, measured approach here. That's a lot of shootables too. So this might confuse a lot of maybe our newer viewers out there that'd be like, oh, but you can shoot everything out. But when everything kind of comes at you at the same time, it's a lot to handle.
Yeah, it can be a lot of overwhelming presence sometimes, and sometimes when you're overwhelmed, that's the little gaps that they need so that someone can get a good swing on you, and that aggression is something that JustUs is looking to capitalize on with this double duelist. The rest of the composition for both teams though pretty standard, with the Brimstone as well as Cypher to round things out. That does mean that they'll have a lot of map control, especially on Bind, where stability is important because of that consistency of how you can instantly just teleport from one side to the other. There is always a threat that someone going through the A short choke could just instantly go into B, and that could be very deadly if you're not prepared for any quick rotates.
My biggest question of this matchup is how long can rank L Cuties resist the temptation of just duking it out with JustUs? Because, you know, on paper, right, they have a lot of the utility that they can bleed out JustUs. Realistically, they have double duelist, which was never good at the utility shuffle. And you kind of add the playstyle to the mix where everybody just kind of gets their own moments and, again, operates as individuals at times. How long can rank LQDs not fall into that type of trap?
We don't have to wait any longer as we step onto the first round of our last series today. Rank LQDs against JustUs. Map number 1, it's going to be Bind. On the pistol round, we do see Rank LQDs on the defense with JustUs posturing for a B hit or B split with possible control onto Hookah. But that's where Rank LQDs is also expecting them with their own stack.
I wouldn't necessarily want to be here as the Sky Flash could come at any moment, and it looks like Second Love will be the first to fall. Looks like it's not going to stop the rest of Cuties from holding this. They go for a super heavy Hookah take, and Par Schofield will dismiss out of this mess. Ruby tries to answer back, but this fight
Very
has been
difficult to get out of this one. Choosing to TP instead, they're going to bolt towards the A site.
Well, it does look like they are gonna brawl here, so it's just a matter of where they're gonna fight. Frenzy is doing some work, but Yort with a Ghost will eventually find Psycho. 3v4, Jacob and the rest of the gang are quite healthy. Our Schofield with a singular Leer could try and force his way onto the site. Too many targets to click, doesn't matter, he gets one. Like we were talking about it earlier, there's just way too many things to shoot on the side of Cuties.
A lot of bullets and not enough in the pistol round. It's just so difficult when you're overwhelmed with that much utility like you mentioned. But another good point as well is you can really see that Rank Cuties, even on the defense, they're prepared for that B stack. They're ready to fight and they're not afraid to take one. They take round number 1, rewarding them with a better buy. One Bulldog on Yort, the rest of them with the SMGs. Only one pistol on Gavides, probably saving up for maybe an operator and Sylvana later on, or possibly just to keep that economy very strong.
It already escapes my mind what the panel was predicting earlier. Did they go lean towards Cuties or JustUs? They were quoting on how JustUs was good in the previous days, and I think it was Dax was saying that perhaps the worst is over. But sometimes you just can't jinx that type of thing, right? It's like, oh well, at least we got all the 13 zeros out of the way.
True, and there goes one more out of the way. Par Schofield out of the picture as he tries to trade shots towards his A-short position. Flash gonna get baited out as they go for the swing. So Vanna gets one rewarded for himself, and now it's a 3v5 disadvantage here for JustUs as they're trying to find a new rotate and retake control of Showers.
Like I said, JustUs, they're good in the fight, but outside the fight, Cuties have a significant advantage. They still have Yort's full belt of utility to play around with, and it looks like they're not giving away any stray kills here. Second Love trying to establish some sort of lurk, but maybe Groovy gets a pair here. No, he doesn't.
Quite possibly. He has to wait away behind the smokes and a signal Second Love to maybe jump out, but Jacob is already ready for him to leap out of this. Oh, good interception here from Sylvana to catch the rotator. Doesn't spot out the second player though, but at least reduces them by one. There's Gavides as well off the board. The quick trades from JustUs really taking down the pain, and that is the end of the round with Sylvana getting the final kill. Quicker charging for the ultimate, the showstopper for Raze, but still a pretty decent eco, I would say. You don't get to plant the spike, but at least 2 weapons are gone.
How do you go about this? As JustUs, yeah, you'll have your Leer and you'll have your Flash, but how long can they try and get that and slower build up compared to Cuties? The Cuties, they can just hang back. Realistically, all they have to do is hang back. They'll have
That is
forever.
also very true. They do have a lot of initiators so that they can always just re-clear without really sacrificing or putting anyone at risk. Just using util instead to check any of those tight angles or anything that might be a bit sketchy for your team. But this time, Par Schofield gonna creep his way up outside of Hookah, try to clear this position for his team and get a more forward base to establish.
Oh, again, JustUs, they're leaving Lloyd Dream alone. I don't know how that's gonna fare. Imagine if there was a stray push from Showers. But it does look like Rank L Cuties are gonna play this as quietly as they can. Psycho attempting Fate. I don't think he'll get one, but at least he'll verify that there is one defending from backside.
Throwing the paint shells there, but not a lot of value gained. They're hiding in the unwell-bangable part of Tube and just hiding there. They have the info off the jump peaks and push them back. Brim Smoke's gonna stop that push altogether. Second Love trying to find a new avenue as he walks onto the garden side, but that's still space on the B side where there's no real action on A. Instead, defenders gonna start pushing up for a pincer if they take too long, but here comes the attack.
Oh, it is going to be incredibly heavy. They do manage to evade most of it, but the rifles are a bit too strong. Savano gets a dip and gets Second Love again. That's Cypher out of here, and now the flag is completely vulnerable. We still see no movement on the side of Gabby, but it doesn't matter.
30
as
seconds
Jacob
left.
and the gang are going to hold down the fort. These Vandals and Phantoms, they seem to be made out of styrofoam, but it is hitting them right in the eye, blinding the opposition. Yort,
One enemy remaining.
far to get it. 1v1 now. Gabby and Repulsive. How does this?
Spike
This is gonna unfold.
planted.
5 bullets.
Oh, has to check. Not sure if he spotted out the gun there. He knows he's somewhere mid-side because of the plant position. Spots out the head last second. Has an idea of where to look. Silent drop. Walking across. They're not looking in the right direction. He knows he's on backside somewhere. And gets the angle first. Gabby scores for them. And the advantage that JustUs tried to get with that gun round just disappears.
Not the boom
That's
you
awful.
hoped for.
Honestly, that feels terrible if you're JustUs. They were so close. But again, this was supposedly their bonus. They want Par Schofield to hit the ground running here, but it seems like they're not finding these openings, right? And again, it's no surprise. What can they do when there's a Dizzy, there's a Prowler being thrown in your face, plus the cages, and they know that Raze has no utility anymore. So they're just gonna chill.
They do need to take a chill pill, and who's really chilling here is Rank Cuties with a very confident 3-0 at the moment. Very smart play by them not to take a fight. They just hold the position towards that tube and make sure that no one can enter. They buy so much time that they just force JustUs to take an unfavorable fight. Now an early molly by Gabby is dissuading this orb contention. Will he expect 3 players behind the smoke though? He can double up with his teammate, but the flash gonna come through, not gonna land on anyone though. The crossfire is gonna begin. Spray downs for everyone, and there is Rank L Cuties on top yet again. Operator shot not gonna land, forced him to back away. Gonna go for the repeat and actually still find one.
Oh, he saw the shoulder. And Brimstone's chunky hitboxes are just model in general, not lending anything to JustUs. I think they take a timeout here. They have to do something differently now. They do have a big ult economy going. They have Seekers, they have Orbital, they have Empress for whatever it's worth. If I'm not mistaken, this is what what's the patch number now? This is pre-duelist buff, right?
Right, this is pre-duelist buff. We are playing on the previous patch, not the one on live right now for VCT 6, so all the teams can be practiced. And right now, looks like JustUs taking a lot of practice rounds against just Rank L Cuties as they are slowly trying to still find their groove and their foothold. You need to get that ball rolling, because if you don't find the spark, they can't really heat up and keep any heat retention because they're going cold right now. Second Love staring down the barrel of 2. He doesn't know that they're right behind this. Jiggle for the jiggle.
I've got your triangle.
Oh no, and it's falling apart again for this attacking side. Repulsive does get a bonus, but the orbital strike is gonna try and put a band-aid on this situation. It looks like a band-aid can't help a fallen arm. Lloyd Dream, all alone in the corner, will be reduced to a flower. Now JustUs. No points just yet.
My knees are gonna kill after this.
You gotta get those points. Objective gaming is the name of the game. You gotta race to 13. And so far, it's a dominant half here for Rank L Cuties, especially considering that this is JustUs map pick. They played it pretty well on the previous day, but nowadays it's just so difficult to go through this much firepower. Not only do they have their ultimates online, but because of the economy they built, look at the difference. Lloyd Dream has 350 after he purchases, but everyone on Rank L Cuties has at least 4,000 to work with, even with the operator and full shields in hand. Full control right now. They need to really come up with a good plan. It's just so difficult because you're lacking so many resources.
Oh.
Right here.
It's not good tidings.
Right here.
Upon the side of JustUs, and this is looking like Cyclops after he lost the clone. After Nathan was taken away, you know. A little lost. He's got the spirit, but he's a little lost.
Right
Rank
here.
L Cuties looking to play the role of Mr. Sinister. Do some damage, then just bounce.
Very, very true. You cannot dwell on the days of future past, but right now in the present, it seems to be a struggle here for JustUs, as that unstoppable force has really been their crux, and Rank L Cuties are trying to push that advantage even further. I like the fact that they even used the Brimstone ultimate on the previous round to really try to secure as much as they can. But this time, they still have it available, as well as the Thrash to counter any of these aggressive plays that JustUs want to provide.
Gabby, interesting choice here, and you can see the confidence on the side of Cuties. Overflowing. JustUs don't necessarily have the best weapons, but they could steal a few kills here and maybe get a rifle on their end. If they don't check this, then it will be just the beginning of their woes. What?
Oh, what a spam! Just going through, and there goes more! Exterminatus already as Rank L Cuties just destroy them using that orbital bombardment, as well as the sprays through the damage. It's just an unfavorable fight to say the least, and JustUs walk into a trap well placed.
Oh boy. This is not going very well for JustUs.
This is not what I expected, to be honest
exactly.
with you.
I thought it would be JustUs potentially strong-arming a lot of these situations because they have the right to do so. Rank L Cuties, again, on paper, were kind of handing themselves on a platter, right? Because there were so many times where they'd play on-site against Raze, Reyna, against Sky. That's not good. Like, I feel like that's the simplest way I can put it. That is terrible. But Savano getting the kill on Second Love might just push Rank L Cuties into lucky number 7 here. Par Schofield with the Empress could deal a lot of damage if he can find the space to do so. At the very least, JustUs get the post plant down.
The hunt begins.
Very true. They at least get the post plant this time. Now it's up to them to defend it. Some spam's gonna go through and damage Par Schofield, but he has the overheal available as well as the heal from his Sky. Finally, Repulsive attacks Silvano, taking control of that elbow position. Now they're forced to go back, but there comes the Thrash. Spam gonna take out quickly, and there goes another member from Rank L Cuties. JustUs trying to survive out of this one, and they're just taking the fight this time, and they wouldn't. Par Schofield with the double at the end to secure a round. The foothold finally in place for JustUs to mount a comeback.
Rank L Cuties there, taking a bit of time, swinging into those angles, giving JustUs just enough leg room to really get it going, get some blood flow. JustUs now have a round on the board, and as you mentioned, that economy was just way too hard to deal with, Fluff. Despite everything, they still have an operator. They could go for another one, in all honesty. But they go for the same buy. So Vano has 12 and 3. Jacob could use this neural theft if there's a stray corpse somewhere in the world. Now it looks like JustUs have announced their presence towards B Long.
They're not afraid to give their position away, as they do know that they want to take a fight anywhere. There goes the first, and Par Schofield strikes hard. Jacob out already. There goes the Sentinel to hold down the B side. Might call for the rotate here as the rest of the Rank L Cuties go for one, but the great shot there by Silvano off the flick, or a micro flick if anything. But here comes the rest of the fight, and JustUs just plugged in with a great spam as well. Now he reduces just Gabby this in a 1v4.
Dropping the hammer is JustUs. And they're going with a great white shark mentality here. They're not overcomplicating things. They know they're equipped to just kind of chomp through the competition, and bit by bit, they're slicing through Rank L Cuties. But again, this just does not do anything to the economy just yet. For a third time in a row, Savano still has an operator.
The damage is gone. The round goes their way, but still they're struggling to get back into the game. Good momentum build though for their team, and great confidence honestly attacking this B side. It might be something that QT just wants to really consider bolstering, so they send 3 players this time around to protect it.
Interestingly enough, the Rank L Cuties have played a multitude of setups towards B. Wow. The most effective one was when everybody was on site, fronting this properly. York does get rid of the bot. I'm not sure if that was enough to sell the fake here. That tripwire is still going to be a bit of a nuisance, but there's nobody to follow up on it, really.
It's gonna be a bit difficult here. Trailblazer clears the path, doesn't destroy the chip, but there comes the showstopper to steal the show. Going for the pre-fire here, nothing connects though, but the rest of the spray should have sprayed through. 1, 2 in the open, trading each other equal, 3 to 3, and there goes another shot on the backside. It's Groovy. That is his way to the Fire and Flames to try to get something out of the situation. He's just dodging all the shots here, but at the end of it, JustUs, they clean up with 2, and it's all left to Silvano yet again. He has the operator, but it looks like he disconnected.
That's unfortunate. That's gonna be the round for JustUs. And I wouldn't be surprised if there's gonna be a pause call here. Disregarding
I
that,
wouldn't be surprised either.
yeah. Disregarding that, I think Yort's just so reliable as a player. He's always in these one and done spots, but before he gets discovered, he's been throwing everything that he can, so there's not a lot of wasted utility on his end. And despite him getting caught out, he's still getting a frag. Sometimes he gets 2. But more importantly, he's getting damage done despite being in such an awful position.
Exactly, and look at the score right now. 3 rounds have gone the way of JustUs, and slowly but surely, not just this game, but throughout the day, we've already seen these insane comebacks, even from a 9-3 in the previous series. So this one already is a good sign that they have the momentum. Hopefully, JustUs does get what they need to get going. They have the Orbital Strike on Repulsive, as well as almost the Seekers and Empress from Park Schofield and Lloyd Dream to really bolster a lot of their attack. The overwhelming firepower that they have whenever they do enter sites has really been one of the difficulties for QT, as they're not able to really stop them. They have no stall in a sense. They only have the trip. They have no mollies that they want to use early, because if he uses the Brim molly, it's good, but it feels kind of awkward to use at times, and Mosh Pit doesn't really do enough damage, at least to dissuade people from pushing it. So really, it's so difficult to stop them mid-fight. You're going to have to go for a clean retake with this Fade, which might be a good strategy. The problem is, though, if it does not work out, you just lose a lot of these duels because everyone has their util out.
Yeah, there's a lot of moments, right, where, yes, I see the value of this C's plus Molly combo on the side of Rank L Cuties, and as long as they get the rhythm for JustUs, these combos will work. But like you mentioned, once JustUs tries to start mixing things up, this is where Rank L Cuties have to decide, do we want to go for the full retake when now they have Nightfall, when they could have Prowlered something, etc., etc. I don't think this is a round that they might just do that. It does look like they're going to go for a Hero Vandal on Groovy. So number 1 priority is to just do eco damage. After all, JustUs is in a decently fragile place. They'll have 2 more buy rounds no matter what happens, but still not ideal in terms of economy for them.
Very true. I mean, Rank L Cuties, they have some fire in them. They might force out this Hero Vandal. The rest of the team will maybe go for a save. I think they can possibly buy 1 more rifle up. That might just be enough. The issue is it's just so difficult to really intercept the push coming in from JustUs, because between both the Reyna Lear as well as the Guiding Light, there's no escape if they flash properly for you to really look at, and they can get a safe exit with this double duelist. Playing against that, though, it's also kind of difficult to go for a retake, since you have a lot of utility, yes, but a lot of them, like you mentioned, is destructible, so they might not get the full value. There'll have to be players in the correct positions to play off of it, and I'm not sure that Rank L Cuties will have the space if JustUs is playing as aggressive as they are.
I'm trying to think if this squad on the side of Rank L Cuties is that high execution, because I don't feel like it is. I mean, there's a lot of points of error, question mark. It's definitely not the most demanding lineup we've seen all day. Well, we've talked about
not.
Yeah. It's like it's not the simplest. Yeah.
I do think it's a bit hard to really judge what to do because of how erratic JustUs plays. On one hand, sometimes looks so disjointed that Rank L Cuties can just really fight against that, like on paper, but in actuality, if Park Schofield is online dancing around with his Reyna, it's very difficult to pin them down. So I do have actually a lot of hope that JustUs can really come back from this, considering the fact that they've already gotten these past 3 rounds and they've already destroyed the economy of Rank L Cuties. If they get this next round, then it'll be a 6-4. Then it'll go even Steven, and I think on that 50-50, there's a high chance that JustUs does win out if they can get that opening entry. The problem is, if Rank L Cutie is able to take an earlier fight that they don't expect when they're not prepared, that's when they can really start crumbling.
I guess that covers most bases, because JustUs is basically, if we have 1 good flash, we can win the round. Like, I wish I was joking, but sometimes the win con is just that, right? Lloyd Dream's flash placement, I think there were days that it was a bit more precise. But maybe right now they're just kind of gathering the data for Cuties and they're looking for how they want to play. But yeah, I still stand by my point. Sometimes it's just one flash into a snowball.
Very true. At least on the retake though, Rangal Cuties does have a better chance because they do have that neural theft available, as well as the nightfall coming in from Groovy. So they have a lot of ways to get the information of where the enemies are regardless of the decay, just so that they have accurate info of where to start spraying down. Because the problem with multiple brimstones as well is just the map can be a bit cluttered at times, which can be very difficult to win through, and it's sometimes honestly just the luck of the spam that can really change a lot of rounds.
Well, with that being said, and the timer not going down, or it's not looking like it's gonna start moving anytime soon. While you're here, guys, don't forget we do have, you know, the grab code. Do use that if you're hungry. I'm pretty hungry.
You're pretty hungry?
I just said I was pretty hungry. Yes.
Okay, now I'm hungry.
It's infectious now. Okay. We've covered most bases of what has happened and what could potentially happen in the game. So I think we have a little bit of leeway to talk about everything else. Well, I'm hungry. I think if I want pizza tonight, or maybe like a rotisserie chicken, you know.
Very, very good thoughts, especially since it is our official super app partner, and Grab has a lot of codes that the panel do mention every time that we go on these breaks, so that you can get whatever you like at the cheapest prices. I personally just ordered a while ago.
That's Grab Food 60, by the way, guys. So that's 60 off on your next order, minimum spend of 550. So go ahead, do that. Do it for us, you know? Show us some... I'm joking. You don't have to. It is a pretty warm, humid, summery night. A milkshake would be nice.
Oh, that's true. I had that milkshake addiction phase a couple of weeks ago, and I had to shake that one off, so don't remind me.
Are you a strawberry milkshake enjoyer?
I'm basic. I'm a vanilla enjoyer.
Well, that's fine. I mean, like, I like chocolate, you know. People are going, oh, you are so basic. You like a chocolate milkshake. I mean, who doesn't? Like, honestly.
I low-key don't.
Why?
Because, I don't know, it's like vanilla. It's my favorite flavor.
So why don't you like it if it's like your favorite flavor? That makes no sense.
No, I like vanilla. I just don't like chocolate milkshakes. I like chocolate.
What's the science behind not liking...
I don't like milk chocolate. I like dark chocolate.
There's no dark chocolate shakes, right? Because dark chocolate is
No, because then you're putting milk in it, so it becomes milk
now
chocolate.
It's gonna be sweet. Okay. He's right. He's absolutely correct. If you put milk and dark chocolate together, it just becomes regular chocolate. You are a man of science, but it does look like the production and everybody is trying to get this show on the road. While we are doing this, we are just waiting for confirmation on what might happen, ladies and gents. So, quick recap. It is Rangal Cuties taking the lead. I believe it was 6-3 now, Fuff, and JustUs going on a bit of a rally, taking a few rounds here and there. And I think everybody's just deciding on the correct course of action.
Well, before we decide what the correct course of action is, we're going to go on a quick break and just sort things out for a bit. See you guys in a bit.
Is a lot cheaper. Grab food, saver won't make it grow. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go. Yeah. All my friends look Grab Car Saver. The Grab Car Saver is a lot cheaper. Grab Car Saver. Grab saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go. Yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go. Yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go. Yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we jump right into, we're jumping right into the bind game. And again, to clear the confusion that we may have caused, you don't put dark chocolate and milk in a milkshake because it'll just turn into regular chocolate. Thank you, by the way,
I
Mr.
can't believe you just realized that now.
No, because...
What?
Whatever.
Well, we're going to be jumping back into the game real soon. We're going to continue on from where we left off. Not about the milkshakes, but back into the game. Just so that everyone's updated, it will still be just us versus Rank L Cuties. And Rank L Cuties have that advantage in this map so far. It's up to just us to really strike back and really get that foothold going. Because so far in the past 3 rounds, they have been getting some momentum. And now we might have to take a bit more time before we go back into the game.
That's right, but for clarity's sake, it just did not cross my mind that we don't have dark chocolate milkshakes. Why not?
That's because all you drink is mango shakes.
Well, you're not wrong, honestly. Like, it's all been, vanilla, as you mentioned. I am an enjoyer of that. I'm sure chat is also an enjoyer of a multitude of shakes, but rest assured, just like the perfect milkshake recipe, the rest of production are doing their best to make this show as smooth as possible. So big thank you to everybody, and big ups for the patience, by the way. Thank you very much, chat, for entertaining our random thoughts. But yes, we are trying to get into the game as quickly as possible. So right now we are just waiting on confirmation from everybody, really.
Yeah, and if we're gonna do some statistical analysis here of our game, maybe we can take a look back of how Rank L Cuties did in their previous games in Bind, as well as JustUs. JustUs, I think the last time that they played this was against Zol Esports when they played Bind. Unfortunately, though, yesterday they did fall 11-13, so not a great sign. But I remember, because I think I was casting that game, where it was really the step up between their duelists that got them clawing back into that round. And that same theme has been running through for our game today, because Parscovild, as well as his teammates, are really stepping up in the past couple of rounds. The biggest problem, though, is that the economy is pretty built up already by Rank L Cuties. So after this next round, which, if I remember correctly, is when they're on the lower buy, means that if they don't really break the camel's back right now, it's a hard chance, or it's a very low chance, that they're going to be able to get out of this with a good half.
Yeah, and that is a lot of weight, by the way, that the majority of Rank L Cuties are basically lugging around in terms of, the responsibility of their utility, etc., the positioning that they can potentially play. We talked about how sporadic and wild JustUs can be, which in turn can be punishable at times. And I feel like in this specific matchup, we've seen Rank L Cuties on different maps punish teams that aren't diligent. We've seen Gabby Diz find the most slight openings and just kind of use that to win the round. And hopefully this is something that they can scout out very quickly. But I do think that Brim is probably the least opponent roaming agent as a controller, right? Because you want to stay far away. You kind of need your molly for the post plant, so on and so forth.
The problem is, with only one molly that is really relevant for the side of Rank L Cuties, that Brimstone having to stay between both sides so that you are kind of relevant does mean that molly has a bit of delay and can't really stop that initial push, the burst of which is really where JustUs lives, and that's when one of their strengths as they move forward throughout this game.
Yeah, and again, we're just kind of sorting through the utility and priority of what utility should be taken care of, what type of approach that they should take. And this is just again, for our newer viewers or for our more casual viewers, this is just how pro teams like to approach some of these matchups. Who is the agent that is most dangerous in certain situations? How can we approach this from this type of angle? So on and so forth. So there's really a lot of variables, and with JustUs playing a really simple comp, they try to take away that type of headache. As we mentioned before the short break, a single flash can win the round.
Exactly. At the end of the day, me and Raf are nerds, so we look at the nerd side of things, but it is a gun game, so if they're able to just take down their opponents, there's no problems in terms of utility, and that's the simple game plan that Raf is alluding to for JustUs, because that is also where their strength does lie.
That being said, I think Wingman is always a problem, no matter what type of team you're playing against. Just having the luxury of a free plant, despite, the flash, the clear, the whatever that JustUs want to do, they still have to deal with that. They still have to take that into account when it comes to just 1v1s against Yort, who's incredibly reliable. I think that dude has a great future potentially ahead of him if the development continues. But what else have we not honestly touched on? I mean, we talked about Rank L Cuties and their buy and play, their proficiency with the lurks, their I'd say decent aptitude and just taking up full fights and whatnot. And right now, JustUs, I feel like taking a strange trajectory in comparison to where they were in the first split.
Exactly. I mean, you look at rank Cuties, and if we're talking about players, Gabides has been really improvement since the last time that I've personally seen him, and he's really put a lot of practice into making sure that not only is he a better player, but also a good teammate, because it really does show in these games that he's one of those factors or key factors that really gets rank Cuties out of a lot of situations. But right now, we've already seen the explosive start that Sovano can bring. Not just for him, but also the reliability for his team. He's been carrying the operator for the past couple rounds, and I believe after this one, he'll still be able to buy up again after the next round. And still, that presence has been one of the problems for JustUs to really deal with. His teammates though, Jacob and Groovy, they've had their moments as well, and I like the discipline overall for them to really just play around the cover, stay in places where they have to bring the fight to you and put a lot of effort to cross that distance. On the times that they were attacked on the B side, whenever JustUs does an explosive start and they're able to overwhelm the site, there's a bit of problems. But when they get slowed down towards the middle of the chokes, they can just dance between the boxes and really maximize how long the delay can be, if not just win the round outright.
You know, honestly, we're talking about all these possibilities, and there's a very, very real chance that some of this might not even happen. What I mean is, some of these players, their tendencies are just to straight up fight. Sometimes it's to not play time or anything. They don't want to go for the extended guessing game. They just want to get it dealt with. And that's completely fine. I mean, there's many schools of thought in Valorant, but I think at this point in time, we just like to update everybody. If they're curious about what's happened, then we're just gonna, just go over the fact that we're having some technical issues. So stay right with us. So we're gonna be right on it. Thanks again to Prod. But for now, we are gonna be jumping into another short break again, guys. So stay tuned.
Grab food, savor meals, 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, savor meals won't make you broke, all my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver won't make you broke, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you broke, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals, 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, savor meals won't make you broke, yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver won't make you broke, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you broke, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals, 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you broke, yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver won't make you broke, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. Grab food, savor meals, 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, savor meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends will grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver won't make you grow, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you roll, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals, 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends will grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver won't make you grow, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you roll, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals, 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends will grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver won't make you grow, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you roll, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals, 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends will grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver won't make you grow, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you roll, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals, 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends will grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. my friends look, grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends look, grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver. Grab cost saver won't make it roll, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends look, grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends look, grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver. Grab cost saver won't make it roll, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends look, grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends look, grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver. Grab cost saver won't make it roll, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends look, grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends look, grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver. Grab cost saver won't make it roll, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends look, grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a cheaper. Grab car saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go. Yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go. Yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go. Yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go. Yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. saver meals 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you broke. Yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver won't make you broke. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you broke. Yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go. Yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver won't make you broke. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you broke. Yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go. Yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver won't make you broke. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you broke. Yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go. Yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver won't make you broke. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you broke. Yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go. Yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver meals 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver won't make you roll, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you roll, yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver won't make you roll, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you roll, yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver won't make you roll, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you roll, yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver won't make you roll, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you roll, yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab meals, 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, Savor meals won't make you broke, yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver won't make you broke, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you broke, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals, 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, Saver meals won't make you broke, yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver won't make you broke, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you broke, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals, 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, Saver meals won't make you broke, yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver won't make you broke, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you broke, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals, 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, Saver meals won't make you broke, yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver won't make you broke, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you broke, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals, 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, Saver meals won't make you broke, yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver cheaper. Grab food, saver, won't make it roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go. Yeah. All my friends will grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver. Grab cost saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go. Yeah. All my friends will grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver. Grab cost saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go. Yeah. All my friends will grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver. Grab cost saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go. Yeah. All my friends will grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver. Grab cost saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go. Yeah. saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver won't make you broke. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you broke. Yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you broke. Yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver won't make you broke. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you broke. Yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you broke. Yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver won't make you broke. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you broke. Yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you broke. Yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver won't make you broke. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you broke. Yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you broke. Yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver won't make you broke. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee cheaper. Grab food, saver, won't make it roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you broke. Yeah. All my friends will grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver. Grab cost saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you broke. Yeah. All my friends will grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver. Grab cost saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you broke. Yeah. All my friends will grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver. Grab cost saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you broke. Yeah. All my friends will grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver. Grab cost saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you broke. Yeah. cheaper. Grab car saver won't make you roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you roll. Yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go. Yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver won't make you roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you roll. Yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go. Yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver won't make you roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you roll. Yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go. Yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver won't make you roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you roll. Yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go. Yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver won't make you roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you roll. Yeah. Food Saver is the one to choose. Grab Food Saver meals 99 plus. Food Saver 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, Saver meals won't make you broke. All my friends look Grab Car Saver. The Grab Car Saver is a lot cheaper. Grab Car Saver. Grab Car Saver won't make you broke. Yeah. Grab Car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will Grab Food Saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab Food Saver won't make you broke. Yeah. Oh yeah. Grab Food Saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab Food Saver meals 99 plus. Food Saver 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, Saver meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends will Grab Car Saver. The Grab Car Saver is a lot cheaper. Grab Car Saver. Grab Car Saver won't make you broke, yeah.
Oh, hello guys. Welcome back to the broadcast. My name is, well, fortunately, still Raph. The timelines have not been altered. And of course, I'm still with the handsome gentleman, Mr. Fluffy. His O2 has disappeared from his nameplate. But yes, there he is. Professional second placer, apparently.
I could be a Raph in a different universe, to be fair, but in this one, we have the one and only, the one who's just like Scott Summers, and it's gonna be an X factor right now because there's a lot to break down after an exciting first half of what we've seen so far. The question still remains of what remains.
Yes, yes, we are very good at conveying. Okay, so guys, we do have confirmation on what might happen. Hang on. I will now read this to you to the best of my ability. And due to unforeseen technical issues, one player from rank L Cuties was unable to resume the game within the given time frame. In this regard, JustUs win map 1 by default, and we are still going about how we are gonna continue the series. So once again, we are still waiting for the confirmation about map 2 and how the rest of the series is gonna pan out. So thank you again for bearing with us all. Thank you for being patient, and hopefully in that little break you guys ordered your food or cooked your food, you know, do all those nice things.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I ordered my food yet, and an official update has come in, so it's my turn to read some stuff. So the official statement is just due to unforeseen technical difficulties, a player from rank L Cuties was unable to resume the game within the allotted time frame. In this regard, JustUs has been awarded the win for map 1 by default, but the tournament officials have also provided rank L Cuties with an extension as outlined in our competitive rule set to resolve the issue. But unfortunately, they were still not able to field 5 players in time for map number 2. As a result, JustUs wins the third series by default with the final 2-0 scoreline. Thank you so much for watching week number 3 for 2024's VCT Challengers PH Split 2 regular season.
Again, guys, you know, we are obviously here to deliver as smooth of a show as possible. And thank you again for bearing with us. I understand that this is not how a lot of you guys envisioned how the night would go, especially to all the fans out there. We are definitely sorry. But at the same time, you know, it's one of those things that I feel like was out of control for a lot of our players. And I think this is really big kudos to for JustUs offering their technical time allotted. But again, thanks for having us, guys. We will be throwing to the panel for them to explain a bit more on how the situation is gonna unfold. So we are signing off. We'll be throwing you to the panel.
Boss, Byro, eto na. Asa na kasama natin? Ray! We miss you already.
Nagulat ako, biglang hello world! We are back! Nagulat ako.
Welcome back, OSX. And medyo talaga nakaka-heartbreak sa totoo ang nangyayari. Na-excite na ako nung nakita natin yung start na ng Bindo 6-3. Biglang nag-start yung Drunk and malakas. Nag-streak yung JustUs and then, poof. Yeah, heartbreak. Ouch. Sakit sa puso, pre.
Yeah, and due to unfortunate circumstances, syempre, we would also want the best for the matches of the pero syempre, yun yung mga bagay na di natin may iwasan. Na-explain din na ni Glazestein na din nangyari. So, still, tayo muna ngayon, Dax. Kamusta naman naging Grab Food Saver? Ano ba in-order mo ngayong gabi?
Boss, nakadalawang pizza na ako dito thanks sa ating sponsor talaga na Grab. Pero isipin mo, 'di ba? Dinner time talaga. Dadating na rin si Ray sa wakas. Welcome, boss. Oy.
Hello. Oy.
Ayun, we are back. Ray, kamusta? Kamusta naman ang ano mo? Mukhang natamaan nata ng na-blind nata ng konti yung camera. Kamusta ka naman?
Okay lang ako, guys. Grabe naman yung mga pangyayari natin. Pero, bakit ako hindi marinig? Grabe naman na talaga yun.
Hintayin natin.
Pero, eto na ako eh. Oh.
Ayan!
Yan!
Okay, eto na ako.
Magpapaliwanag tayo ulit sa mga sumuport at sumubaybayan at this very hour. So, due to unforeseen technical difficulties, a player from Rank L Cuties was unable to resume the game within the allotted time frame. In this regard, the JustUs has been awarded to win Map 1 by default. Syempre, the tournament officials has provided Rank L Cuties an extension as outlined in our competitive rule set to resolve this issue. So, unfortunately, they were still unable to field the 5 players in time for map number 2. So, as a result, JustUs wins third series by default with the final score of 2-0. At yun po ang ating conclusion for today. Interesting! Very interesting. So, nanalo tayo sa prediction. Ay, hindi pala. Sino pala nanalo sa prediction?
Si Ray.
Si Ray. Sabi na eh. May something.
Ibang klaseng predict na yun, boss, ha? So,
Iba to. Nakita ko na yung future, guys. I came from the future and now I'm in the present. Past is perfect. Perfection.
Nagulat nga ako, nagbigla ka lang bumalik from the warp.
Siyempre, lasa ano kasi ako, ibang bansa ako kanina eh. Nasamon lang ako dito ulit. Pasensya na.
Naisip kayo pabalik ng VCT, boss.
Well, namamalengke kasi ako dun eh. Tapos sinamon ulit ako dito eh.
Yeah. So I conclude that the one who's at the third window ng aming panel had the correct predictions today. Tama na. So that one was si Fluffy and now si Ray. Very swerte yung third side ng window. So yun po.
Yun yung seat ng taga-sinong future, no? And honestly, given now JustUs, they've been needing a win, you know? No one expected a win like this. Pero now, this puts up their standings, mga 2-4 kung hindi ako nagkakamali. At sa lagay na yun, talaga, that's gonna be an important spot para sa last slot ng playoffs natin. May mga teams na nga na tumataas nga sa standings, pero dahil dito mukhang mag-i-even out talaga yung bottom half ng standings natin ngayon.
Oo nga eh, gusto ko makita yung standings natin. Pero looking at my notes, wow, may notes eh, no?
Grabe naman, sipag Dios, OSX.
Syempre.
Patingin nga
Let's
na
go!
Patingin nga notebook, patingin. Handwritten, typewritten.
It's a digital notebook na nakikita lang sa mga monitor nyo. Ayun. So update. Di ba? So yung standings kasi babalik ako dun sa notebook ko. So Oasis ngayon ay leading by 5 wins, 5-0 rank 1, followed by Naos and Zol Esports. So mamaya may kita natin yung breakdown yan sa mismong standings. Syempre yun rin pangunahan ng mga buhay. Pero good thing nung kanina, no, I was really expecting more of a fight kanina kaso syempre due to unfortunate circumstances. It's good to know na may mga ganong may mga ganong pagbabawi. So yung matches natin next week, tara. I-display namin ngayon kung ano ba yung mga aabangan natin. Tingnan nito.
Ooh.
Whoa! Match 1 pa lang. Exciting na dito, OSX, no?
Woo! Gold, Stinky Cat versus Naos, Titan versus Oasis, and Avernus Esports, and we have SVR as well. So, okay pa to. Week 4 na. Ito na ba yung sinabi kanina na ano? Ito na ba yung point of no return, Dax?
Totoo naman, I agree with you. Parang by this point, by this week, we're gonna find these teams na pwede pa umabot na playoffs. May mga teams na mahihirapan na talaga. And if you don't get your wins coming into week number 4, kailan mo pa gagawin, di ba?
Ay, second motion talaga para kay Dax talaga na etong Meow, nandun din sila sa alanganin. Now is quite safe, we've seen that, but Tyrants as well. Tapos Avernus versus Subversive pa. Sobrang mahabang series na naman ang may kita natin next week. Next week to guys, by the way, baka makalimutan nyo kasi this weekend, VCT Pacific naman.
Diba? Dito natin napuprove na yung Valorant hindi natatapos kahit sa weekend. Buong linggo actually, no? Buong linggo tayong abangan ng mga klaseng labanan kasi ako, sa lahat ng teams na nakita ko ngayon, a lot of team has stepped up already and started to gain back what was missing from weeks number 2 and 3. Maybe now coming from week number 3, mas magiging ready sila and mas more prepared coming from week number 4. Di ba nga, Dax?
Yep, it's just the learning lessons you've gotten from half of the season might as well bring it up there. Kung may bagong strategies, may mga maps na talaga gusto prioritize, dito talaga natin makikita. Because we've seen these teams that have improved. I think examples have to be obviously Carti World, na lumalakas talaga, Avernus, Tyrant especially, yung mga squads na yan na bigla na lang bumabawi dito. Kasi first time nga nung ilan sa kanila dito sa VCT PH, pero they're making sure that they leave a mark in it, no?
At saka syempre ngayon, yung Zol, nag-improve sila talaga ngayon na 2-0 na nga kanina against Carti World. And I'm happy to see that even it was a rough start for them, imagine getting defeated by Oasis together with Naos, magkasunod na araw din halos, nakabangon na uli sila. And sana mag-flourish nga lang din, not just only for Zol, but to the other teams naman na gusto talagang makapasok papuntang playoffs.
Yeah, and also next week may kita rin natin yung mga teams na na-stuck din also from the bottom 4. I think Subversive as well as JustUs. We're looking forward on how they're gonna be preparing then. Syempre, we're at the stage na parang kailangan na magbawian kasi we're looking at 4 teams down from the standings. Tama, it's Rankle, Cuties, Esports, JustUs, and Subversive. So dito pa lang, sino ba yung medyo malapit dito na pwede masungkit yung pwesto ng Avernus Esports? Meron pa ba? Or mas kailangan nila i-hold yung position na yun?
I think it's contentious too. Kasi Avernus is in 6th spot with 2 wins. Rankle has 2 wins pa rin naman. JustUs now gonna have 2. Tyrant, isa dyan. Pwede maiba ang lahat. I think really the most safest teams, yung mga pag 4 and up ka na tapos matuloy mo yan, magiging okay talaga ang lagay mo. And especially ngayon, Oasis Gaming na nakita natin kanina. 5 wins, only 1 map dropped against Naos na 2-0 nila yung OSE. Konti na lang mag-guarantee na nila ang spot nila sa playoffs.
Grabe, ang bilis ng mga pangyayari from the start kaagad ng regular season natin. At papunta na tayo halos sa playoffs. But then nga, make the most out of the matches na meron tayo. Alam mo saan mamaya yan magkakatalunan talaga is yung map differential and everything. Yun yung mga concerns sa mga teams. Ano ba yung odds talaga para maipanalo nila, para makapasok sila papuntang playoffs. Siyempre, ang importante naman doon sa kind of secured na is yung placing nila. Sino ba yung makakalaban nila pagdating nga lang kagad sa ating semifinals. And syempre, sino ba ang magdutunggali going into the championship. Diba? Advance ako mag-isip.
Alam ni Ray format. And guys, don't forget na, ang top 2 natin, ang alala ko, instant sila sa semifinals kagad. Malaking bagay yun for 2 reasons. Kasi 1, para sa grand finals, na LAN pa nga, isipin mo may crowd talaga manunod sa'yo. Pero 2, and this is actually really important right now, pagdating ng split 3, may split 3. Pero hindi na sa PH lang, nasa SEA na mismo. At kung umabot ka sa grand finals dito ng split number 2 natin, meaning nun, ikaw ay magpa-participate sa split 3 ng buong region.
Grabe, di ba?
Palaki ng palaki to
ang pangmalakasan yan. Pero, ano yan, sa mga nagulat, kasi alam ko, Dax, hindi pa lahat updated dun sa sinabi mo. Check nyo lang mismo sa Check nyo lang mismo, search nyo na lang, meron dyan sa best friend natin si Google. At pinost din mismo yan. ng, if I remember itong PPGL together, syempre itong iba pa nating mga trauma. Pero ito guys, alam ko talaga daming nangyari for today, no? Gusto ko lang tanongin, nabibilhin nyo ba yung bagong bundle?
Ay!
Ang cute nung
Nauna na ako, Ray. Every bundle capped already bago pa mag-start yung broadcast. Akin, kulay orange. Ikaw bahala sa anong kulay yung sa'yo.
Hinihintay ko pa manalo sa giveaway. Sali ako nagsali. Desperado ako. Malay mo, diba swerte na kung may Ray-Rakers. Alam ko na nanalo ako sa mga raffle na yan eh. Kasi nag-uwi nga ako ng aircon, diba? Nag-uwi pa ako ng mouse. Oh, di
Swerte mo naman.
Oh! Nag-online bingohan kami, ako host. Ako din nanalo ng aircon.
Pareho sila, si Ray at si Laika ang pinakamagaling bumuha ng mga giveaway na yan. Yung isa nakakuha ng appliance, yung isa nakakuha ng PC. Ako, ano ba pinaka napanalo ko? Nung bata ako, nanalo ako ng Lotus sa Neopets, kung alam nyo yun.
In fairness maganda yun.
Third place, may trophy pa nga. Tapos, sakap nung kain nung nung Neopet ko.
Grabe, may Neopets kayo dati. Ako din, alam niyo kung ano yung nilalaro ko? Club Penguin.
Club Penguin.
Nagka-Club Penguin ba kayo?
Sakto lang.
Feel ko task ko hindi yan yung Barbie World. Nilalaro ko yun. Yung dating parang mga Barbie, tapos nakikipag-interact ka. Sorry guys, yun kasi yung boy ko.
Si OSX. Ano mga childhood game mo, boss? Mga ganun.
Ang naabutan ko lang, Temple Run, tsaka Candy Crush eh.
Uy!
OSX, alam naman natin na ikaw talagang pinaka-veteran dito.
Oo nga eh. Check real quick.
Grabe, wag na tayo mag-joke.
Nagulat ako sa mga pets na sinabi. Sabi ko, Neopets, ito ata yung mga nilalaro dati ng mga lolo ko. So parang, ano pala yung sinasabi mo na.
Wow! Nung panahon ng Gaya Online, mga ganun.
Wala, yun na naabutan ko eh. Tapos yung childhood star ko, si Justin Bieber na naabutan ko, yun lang.
Ganon!
Kayo ba?
Yun.
Sino ba naabutan mo?
Taylor Swift.
Pwede. Nung bata ako, si The Weeknd, boss. Bata pa ako nun.
Yung bata din ako, meron na ako kagad nung iPhone 15.
Pre, nung bata tayo, maganda yung tugtugan ng Beanie.
Grabe!
Wow!
Di ba
Paano ka
oh shucks, ito ba yung pag-ibig na?
Grabe.
Nostalgic.
Paano ka nakapag-gas dito, Dax? Kung di na naabutan mo.
College pa lang kami ni Dax.
Boss, may age requirement ba ang casting? Actually, it's a good question.
Talaga?
Meron ba?
That's a good question.
Grabe. Pati,
napatanong tuloy kami.
Nahanap ko yung
napaisip
Tamagotchi
ako.
ko. May Tamagotchi kasi ako dito eh. Kakabili ko lang. Alam niyo ba na may bagong version ng Tamagotchi?
Oo naman.
Ano talaga? Ano yan? Yan natin nakita ko sa museum last time eh. Meron ka pa pala niyan?
I mean may bago. Binalik ko sa nasa LA ako, nasa US.
Wow!
This is
Kaya
just
pala wala
me.
ka dito.
This is just ako lang to.
Alam mo,
translation, this is just me.
ito si Ray in-invite ko sa States eh. Hindi naman kami nagkita.
Sorry. So weird yan so far kasi ang tawag.
Yung day na po. Boss, yung day na nagplano ko ng riot namin, anong day ka lipad dito, Ray? Yung day mismo. Ang galing!
Ang galing ka talaga. Alam mo ba, OSX? Diba? Ayan na. Mamaya ko siya nagkweto. Next time na yun. Okay na eh. Secret na
Tutuloy
lang.
naman yung podcast sa susunod. Standings muna tayo. Day number 3. Oasis on top, followed by Ascent Esports. Ito na pala yung top 6 natin. Dax siya ka, Ray. For now, week 3.
Naman. Carti World, though, taking a loss there versus Zol has really boosted Zol up into the standings. I'm surprised na 4-0 lang ba ang Oasis Gaming dito. Pero kita natin talaga the powerhouse teams na Ray. We put them, they're in the spots that we kind of expect them to be.
At, based on my observation, if only Rank L Cuties won this series 2-0, matatamaan nila, it's either Old Stinky Cat together with Advernus Esports. Hindi ako sobrang galing sa math kasi talagang kaya ako nag-shoutcaster, di ba? Pero if we put into that perspective, sayang talaga yung opportunity for Rank L Cuties. Pero looking at the differences, hindi nagkakalayo Old Stinky Cat still, they need to be careful. Avernus yung mga top 4 to 10 top 4 to 10, looking forward tayo dyan. Pero for Oasis now, together with Zol, I really do think they just need to win a lot of matches para lang straight sila kagad papuntang semifinals.
Yeah, I think I agree with you guys. Kailangan lang talaga magbatakan at syempre mag-double time doon how to make it work dahil nga ilang days na lang din heading to the end of the regular season. So dito pa lang, I think that the most important thing that how the team started their own journey dito sa Split 2 is always about the momentum. And so far, teams are starting to maintain it as well. Because ako kung titingnan ko rin, from week 1 to 3, maintaining that rank 2 or 1, may mga struggles din, may inconsistencies pa rin. So there's a challenge na pwede ka pa rin talaga na matanggal doon mismo sa pwesto mo.
Yeah, I agree with you. Kasi especially yung ating top 4, there is a big chance na pwede tayo umabot sa mga tiebreaker, no? And especially yung mga head-to-head wins. It's a big deal para sa Oasis na natalo nila yung Naos. It's a big deal para sa side ng Zol na nakatalo nila yung Carti World. Yung pa nga maging malaking implications pagdating sa end ng regular season natin.
Yeah, I think ito na ata. Tutuloy na ata natin yung podcast mamaya-maya after this series dahil aabangan natin ang susunod na week dito lang sa split number, may number pa no? Sa split number. Naabangan yung week number 4.
May number naman.
Sorry, kailangan ko ibalik ang sarili ko sa Earth. Medyo nawala tayo sa konti doon.
Nasa iba ka atang fantasy.
Uy, ikaw
Final ba yun?
Medyo... Meron bang tray? May dadaanan ka ba doon? Kasi pupuntahan na natin in a short while. So muli po, maraming salamat sa mga sumuport at sumubay-bet is very R. Medyo naging anticlimactic pero babawi tayo ulit sa week number 4. Sa ngalan na Fluffy, Rockhart, Raph, kasama ko din si Ray at si Dak, kasama namin SK Production. Muli po maraming salamat. Kita-kits po tayo ulit sa week number 4. Ako po si OSX. Peace out.